Chapter number 11 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 11, 1770 to 1771. New Guinea to England. The water on the New Guinea coast was very shallow, and kept them far out in running westward, but on the 3rd of September they got a little nearer in, so Cook decided to attempt a landing, and then to leave, as he considered it was only wasting valuable time to go over ground that had already been explored by the Dutch. Banks says that the crew were rather sickly. They were pretty far gone with the longing for home, which the physicians have gone so far as to esteem a disease under the name of nostalgia. Indeed, I can hardly find anybody in the ship clear of its effects, but the captain, Dr. Solander, and myself, and we three have ample constant employment for our minds, which I believe to be the best if not the only remedy for it. They were also on short allowance of food, which would necessarily have a depressing effect, and when they learnt that Cook would return to civilization where fresh supplies could be obtained, there was a marked improvement in general health. Calling in at the island of Savu, some supplies were obtained, and the country is described as very lovely, although there had been no rain for 7 months. The contrast with the monotonous and barren-looking country of New Holland was very marked. At Batavia. According to strict orders from the Admiralty, Cook on the 30th of September collected all logs and journals that had been kept on board the ship, and enjoined everyone that they were on no account to divulge where they had been on their arrival at Batavia. Off Java Head, the main topsail was split in a squall, and Cook remarks that all his sails are now in such a condition that they will hardly stand the least puff of wind. No observations had been possible since leaving Savu, and the strong western current had thrown out their dead reckoning, causing them to run past the Straits of Sunda, but picking themselves up on the 1st of October they got into the Straits, and after a wearisome beat-up arrived in Batavia on the 10th, and Hicks was sent on shore to announce their arrival and offer an apology for failing to salute the Dutch flag in a proper manner, the reason being that they had only 3 guns available. The ship was thoroughly surveyed, and on the carpenter's report, Cook applied to the Governor for a convenient place in which to heave down and repair, and for permission to purchase such stores as might be necessary. Every assistance was promised, and on Cook's finding a difficulty in getting any private person to cash the bills he would have to draw for his expenses, the Governor ordered the officer in charge of the port to supply whatever amount might be necessary. During a heavy thunderstorm on the 12th, a Dutch Eastern Indiaman, about 2 cables away from the Endeavour, had mainmast split all to shivers. The Endeavour was also struck, and in all probability we should have shared the same fate as the Dutchman, had it not been for the electric chain which we had but just before got up. This carried the lightning or electric matter over the side clear of the ship. On the 25th of October, Cook reopened communications with the Admiralty, forwarding to Mr. Stephens, by the Dutch East Indiaman Cronenberg, Captain F. Kelgar, a packet containing a copy of his journal, sold to Mr. John Corner in 1890, charts of the South Seas, New Zealand, and the east coast of Australia. He also wrote a letter giving an outline of his voyage up to date, and concludes, "In this journal I have with undisguised truth and without gloss inserted the whole transactions of the voyage, and made such remarks and have given such descriptions of things as I thought was necessary, in the best manner I was capable of. Although the discoveries made in the voyage are not great, yet I flatter myself that they are such as may merit the attention of their Lordships, and although I have failed in discovering the so much talked of southern continent, which perhaps do not exist, and which I myself had much at heart, yet I am confident that no part of the failure of such discovery can be laid to my charge. Had we been so fortunate not to have run ashore, much more would have been done in the latter part of the voyage than what was, but as it is, I presume this voyage will be found as complete as any before made to the South Seas on the same account. Praises his crew. The plans I have drawn of the places I have been at were made with all the care and accuracy that time and circumstances would admit of. Thus far I am certain that the latitude and longitude of few parts of the world are better settled than these. In this I was very much assisted by Mr. Green, who let slip no one opportunity for making observations for settling the longitude during the whole course of the voyage, and the many valuable discoveries made by Mr. Banks and Mr. Solander in natural history, and other things useful to the learned world, cannot fail of contributing very much to the success of the voyage. In justice to the officers and the whole of the crew, I must say they have gone through the fatigues and dangers of the whole voyage with that cheerfulness and alertness that will always do honour to British seamen, and I have the satisfaction to say that I have not lost one man by sickness during the whole voyage. I hope that the repairs wanting to the ship will not be so great as to detain us any length of time. You may be assured that I shall make no unnecessary delay either here or at any other place, but shall make the best of my way home. Banks too notes that there were no sick on board, and contrasts the rosy healthy appearance of the crew with the pallid faces of the Europeans of Batavia. But on the 26th of October a series of disastrous entries commence in the journal. Set up the ship's tent for the reception of the ship's company. Several of them begin to be taken ill, owing, as I suppose, to the extreme hot weather. Batavia had an ill-omened reputation, and it had been estimated that from 1735 to 1755 no less than 1,000,000 deaths took place, chiefly from malarial fever and dysentery, and Cook had soon cause to regret that the Dutch had undertaken the repairs of the ship, leaving his men to look on. He knew well the evil effects of want of occupation in such a climate, though he could not guess what it was to cost him. Up to this point he had only 7 deaths to record since leaving Plymouth, 3 from drowning, 2 frozen, Mr. Banks' servants, 1 consumption, and 1 alcoholic poisoning, probably a record never equalled in the history of navigation. On the 5th of November Mr. Monkhouse, the surgeon, died, and Cook, Banks and Solander were very ill. The 2 last went up into the hills, but Cook would not leave his ship. Meanwhile the repairs went on. The ship was found to be worse than had been expected. 2 planks and a half had been rasped by the rocks to the thickness of 1/8 of an inch for a distance of 6 feet, and here the worms had made their way quite into the timbers, so that it was a matter of surprise to everyone who saw her bottom how we had kept her above water, and yet in this condition we had sailed some hundreds of leagues in as dangerous a navigation as in any part of the world, happy in being ignorant of the continual danger we were in. By the 14th her bottom was thoroughly repaired, and Cook speaks highly of the Dutch workmen. I do not believe there is a marine yard in the world where work is done with more alertness than here, or where there are better conveniences for heaving ships down, both in point of safety and dispatch. The water, a perquisite of the Commodore of the Dutch East Indian fleet, was very unsatisfactory, and was found to keep very badly at sea, although its keeping properties had been loudly vaunted by the Commodore. Cook was present at his appointment. One of the grandest sights Batavia afforded, that may be too, and yet it did not recompense us for our trouble. I thought that the whole was but ill conducted, and the fleet appeared to be very badly manned. A seaman who had run from a Dutch ship entered on the Endeavour, was claimed by the Dutch on the grounds that he was a Dane from Elsinore. Cook promised he should be given up if he proved not to be a British subject. An inquiry by Hicks resulted in a report to the Governor that he was an Irishman, so the matter was dropped. His name was James Mara, and he will be again met with as gunner's mate on the Resolution. Death of Tupia. Before leaving Batavia there had been 7 deaths, including Mr. Reynolds, artist, and Tupia and his boy servant, and Cook gives the number of sick as 40 or more. Hoping the sea breezes might have a beneficial effect, preparations were hurried forward, and they managed to leave the day after Christmas Day, being duly saluted by the garrison with 14 guns, and the Earl of Elgin with 13 guns and 3 cheers, all of which we'd returned. Calling at Prince's Island in the Straits of Sunda, where some of the Batavian water was replaced by better, and sailors were allowed to purchase whatever they fancied in hopes of diminishing the dysentery, which was rampant. Every precaution that could be thought of was tried, but in vain. Mr. Banks lost Messrs. Sporing and Parkinson, and on the 29th of January Mr. Green died. He had been long ill, but Cook says he would not take proper care of himself. To judge from his own journal, he must have been rather a difficult man to get on with, but his services as observer were invaluable, and he, at all times and seasons, was devoted to his special duty. Indeed, at times he appears to have thought that every other work should give way to his. It is a somewhat suggestive fact that Banks hardly makes any reference to Mr. Green throughout his journal. On the 27th of February the terrible list of losses was closed by the deaths of 3 of the crew, making in all 30 deaths since their arrival at Batavia. It was afterwards discovered that the season in Batavia had been unusually unhealthy, and several ships that had called in there had to report heavy losses. Cook says, "Thus we find that ships which have been little more than 12 months from England have suffered as much or more by sickness than we have done, who have been out near 3 times as long, yet their sufferings will hardly, if at all, be mentioned or known in England, when, on the other hand, those of the Endeavour, because her voyage is uncommon, will very probably be mentioned in every newspaper, and, what is not unlikely, with additional hardships we never experienced. For such are the dispositions of men in general in these voyages, that they are seldom content with the hardships and dangers which will naturally occur, but they must add others which hardly ever had existence but in their imaginations, by magnifying the most trifling accidents and circumstances to the greatest hardships and insurmountable dangers without the immediate interposition of Providence, as if the whole merit of the voyages consisted in the real dangers and hardships they underwent, or that the real ones did not happen often enough to give the mind sufficient anxiety. Thus posterity are taught to look upon these voyages as hazardous to the highest degree." at the Cape. On the 6th of March, land was sighted at daylight about 2 leagues away, near Cape Natal, and on the 15th the Cape of Good Hope was seen. The first thing to be done was to provide shelter ashore for his sick, of whom he landed 28, and during the stay the remainder of the crew were given every possible opportunity of being on land, as Cook recognised the value of an entire change of life in shaking off the remnants of sickness. He lost 3 more of his men here, and hearing from a Dutch ship just in from Europe that war was threatening between England and Spain, he hurried up his preparations for departure and got all his men on board, though some were still very ill. In addition, he managed to enter some half-dozen men for the voyage home. In writing of the Cape, Cook draws attention to the fact that a stranger is at once struck with surprise and disappointment, for no country we have seen this voyage affords so barren a prospect as this, and not only so in appearance but in reality. Then further on he says, notwithstanding the many disadvantages this country labours under, such as the industry, economy, and good management of the Dutch, that not only the necessary but all the luxuries of life are raised here in great abundance, and are sold as cheap, if not cheaper, than in any part of Europe, some few articles excepted. On the other hand, he complains of the exorbitant charges made by the Dutch East India Company for naval stores. As at Batavia, they were sold at a certain fixed price from which there was no deviation. Calling in at St. Helena, they found HMS's Portland and Swallow, with a convoy, in the roads, and received some few much-needed stores from them, together with the information that all danger of war between Spain and England was over. They all sailed in company on the 5th of May, but after a few days Cook explained to Captain Elliot of the Portland, who had come on board the Endeavour, that his ship, sails and rigging were naturally not in very good order after his lengthy voyage, and therefore he should probably be unable to keep up with the other ships. He requested the Portland to take charge of letters, charts and journals for the Admiralty. These papers only arrived in England 3 days in advance of the Endeavour. For some days the good bark kept within easy reach of the fleet, and was able to obtain extra medical advice for Mr. Hicks, who was suffering from consumption when he left England, but had held out well till stricken with the Batavian fever, when he gradually sank and died on the 25th of May. Mr. Charles Clerke was appointed 3rd Lieutenant in place of Mr. Gore, promoted. Since leaving the Cape they had also lost their master, Mr. Molyneux, of whose intelligence Cook speaks very highly, but deplores his want of steadiness, the true cause of his early death. Mr. Pickersgill was appointed to the vacancy. Anchor in the Downs. On the 21st of June they were still in sight of some of the convoy, but during the night they had their main topgallant sail split, and the topmast sprung, in a heavy squall. In fact, their gear was in such a bad state that something gave way daily. On the 7th of July they spoke a brig from London, 3 days out from Sicily, and learnt that no account of their proceedings had yet been made public, and that wagers were being laid that the Endeavour was lost. On the 10th of July Nicholas Young, who had sighted New Zealand, sighted the Land's End, and the Lizard was seen the next day. On Saturday the 13th of July 1771, at 3 o'clock in the PM, anchored in the Downs, and soon after I landed in order to repair to London. Before leaving, Cook wrote to Mr. Stephens informing him of his arrival, and announcing that he was coming up to the Admiralty to lay before their Lordships a full account of the whole voyage, and that the ship was to wait further orders. He hopes that the appointments that he has made will meet with approval, and requests that his charts, plans, and drawings may be laid before the authorities. On the 2nd of August, Stephens wrote to him at Mile End, saying he had received the papers sent from Batavia, those by the Portland and those from the Downs, and that they had been laid before their lordships. He goes on, "I have the pleasure to acquaint you that their lordships extremely well approve of the whole of your proceedings, and that they have great satisfaction in the account you have given them of the good behaviour of your officers and men, and of the cheerfulness and alertness with which they went through the fatigues and dangers of their late voyage." He also notifies at the same time that the appointments made have all been confirmed. Cook himself was appointed commander of the Scorpion on the 29th of August, but owing to other arrangements being made, did not put in an appearance on his new ship. Isaac Smith and Isaac Manley were appointed respectively master's mate and midshipman, taking part in the second voyage, being too young for further promotion. The newspaper, of course, blossomed out into paragraphs on the subject of the voyage, more or less correct, and Bingley's Journal on the 23rd of July stated, "In consequence of this discovery, more ships will be destined in search of this new terrestrial acquisition." Evidently it was quickly decided that Cook's rest was to be short. On the 27th the same journal says, "His Majesty's ship the Endeavour, which is lately arrived in the river from the East Indies, lost by the unhealthiness of the climate 70 of her hands, though they were picked men, and some had been several times in the Indies. However, those who survive will have made their fortunes by traffic, having brought home some of the richest goods made in the East, which they are suffered to dispose of without the inspection of the custom house officers. This, our correspondent says, is allowed them by the government as a reward for their hard and dangerous service during the voyage of 3 years. The amount of the richest goods made in the East obtained from New Zealand, Australia, and Otaheite would be but a poor reward for 3 years' strenuous service, and Cook here finds his premonition as to his losses being exaggerated only too true. It is worthy to note that the number of punishments throughout the voyage was remarkably small, those entered in the ship's log being 21, and the heaviest sentence 24 lashes for theft. In one case, that of Matthew Cox, A.B., for disobedience and mutinous conduct, the culprit proceeded civilly against Cook on arrival in England, and the Admiralty solicitors were instructed to defend. The case was probably allowed to drop, as no result can be found. Last of the Endeavour. The good ship, which had so bravely borne her part, was not given much rest, but after being paid off at Woolwich, was dispatched under Lieutenant James Gordon to the Falkland Islands on the 16th of October, and returned with perishable and unserviceable stores. In 1772 and 1773 she again made voyages to the same destination, the last one to bring away the garrison and stores, as those islands were to be handed over to Spain. She was paid off at Woolwich in September 1774, and shortly afterwards was sold out of the Navy for the sum of £645. She is then believed to have been employed as a collier in the North Seas. Mr. Gibbs of the firm of Gibbs and Canning of Newport, Rhode Island, one day pointed out to the English consul the remains of an old vessel falling into decay, and informed them that it was Captain Cook's ship, the Endeavour. His story was that the French government, being anxious to compete with England in the whale fishery, offered a bounty to the ships in that trade sailing under the French flag. A Mr. Hayden purchased the old ship from a Dunkirk firm and rechristened her La Liberté, loading her with oil, and consigned her under French colours to Gibbs and Canning at Newport. She was chased by an English ship, but escaped, and after laying alongside a wharf for some months, received a cargo, but running aground in trying to leave the harbour, she was found in such a bad condition that she was allowed to remain to drop to pieces. Inquiries into this story gave satisfactory results, and a box made from her timbers was presented to J. Fenimore Cooper, the American author, with letters authenticating, as far as possible, the vessel from which the wood had been taken. Miss Cooper mentions this box in her preface to her father's Red Rover, and several other relics of the old ship are still to be found in the neighbourhood of Newport. End of chapter 11. Chapter number 12 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 12, 1771. Preparations for Second Voyage. After reporting himself to the Admiralty on his arrival in England, Cook proceeded to his home at Mile End Old Town, where he was for some time employed in completing his charts and journals, and on the 14th of August, the Annual Register announces, he was introduced to His Majesty at St. James, when he presented his journal of his voyage, with some curious maps and charts of different places that he had drawn during the voyage. He was presented with a captain's commission. He also found time to write 2 long and instructive letters to his old master and good friend, Mr. John Walker of Whitby, which are to be found in Dr. Young's work. They give a rapid glance at the different places visited, with a few pithy remarks as to their peoples and productions, mention the pleasing reception he had from the King, and alludes to the probability of being dispatched on a second voyage with 2 ships. Edgeworth in his memoirs states that about this time Cook was a frequent visitor at Denham Place, the home of Mr. Lewis Way, F.R.S. But as that gentleman died in this year, and Edgeworth also refers to events of a later date as occurring at the same time, it is more probable that these visits were paid after the second voyage to Mr. Benjamin Way, also F.R.S., and a director of the South Sea Company. In another place, Edgeworth infers that Banks, Solander, and Cook were members of a club which met at Slaughter's Coffee House in 1765. Of course, this is an error, for Cook was then engaged in Newfoundland, and unknown to the Royal Society, whose members composed the club spoken of. In fact, Cook, though a frequent guest in after times, was never a member of the Royal Society's club. Fanny Burney, Madame D'Arblay, says that in September her father, Dr. Charles Burney, spent a few days at Hinchinbrook, Lord Sandwich's place, in order to meet Cook, Banks and Solander, and it is evident that the second voyage had been resolved on, for Dr. Burney's son, James, was introduced to Cook by Lord Sandwich with a view to going on the expedition. Shortly after this, Sandwich met Dr. Burney at Lord Oxford's, Horton, and asked him if he could recommend any one capable of writing the history of the voyage of the Endeavour. He gave Dr. Hawkesworth's name, and was requested to introduce him to Lord Sandwich on his return to town. The object of the second voyage was, to use Cook's own words, "to put to an end all diversity of opinion about a matter so curious and important," was His Majesty's principal motive in directing this voyage to be undertaken, the history of which is now submitted to the public, that is, the existence of another continent in the south. The discussion on the subject had been resumed with renewed vigour after the return of the Endeavour, and Dalrymple led one party, who held that Cook had not set the matter at rest, as he had left far too much space untraversed. Whitby ships again. The two ships that were to be employed were probably selected in the Thames by Cook himself, and like the good ship Endeavour, were built by Fishburn of Whitby, and purchased from Captain W. Hammond of Hull. The reasoning which guided Cook in his selection is thus laid down by him in his introduction to the account of the second voyage. The success of such undertakings as making discoveries in distant parts of the world will principally depend on the preparations being well adapted to what ought to be the first consideration, namely, the preservation of the adventurers and the ships, and this will chiefly depend on the kind, the size, and the properties of the ships chosen for the service. These primary considerations will not admit of any other that may interfere with the necessary properties of the ships. Therefore, in choosing the ships, should any of the most advantageous properties be wanting, and the necessary room in them be, in any degree, diminished for less important purposes, such a step would be laying a foundation for rendering the undertaking abortive in the first instance. The ship must not be of great draught, but of sufficient capacity to carry a proper quantity of provisions and stores for the crew, and of such construction that she will bear to take the ground, and of such a size that she can be conveniently laid on shore if necessary for repairing any damages or defects, and these qualities are to be found in north country built ships, such as are built for the coal trade, and in none other. The larger of the two chosen was 462 tons, purchased for £4,151, and received into the Royal Navy under the name of Drake. She was fitted as a sloop at Deptford at a cost of £6,568, this sum probably covering both the original alterations which proved unsatisfactory and those made immediately before sailing, and at the time of her purchase was about 14 months old. The second ship was of 336 tons, also fitted at Deptford as a sloop, was 18 months old at the time of purchase, cost £2,103, and was received under the name of Raleigh. The complement of the Raleigh was 80, but 2 additional carpenters' mates were added to each ship later on. Cook was also instructed not to bear, as was then usual, any servants on the books, but to enter A.B.s instead, and each officer who was entitled to a servant was to be paid an allowance by bill equal to the wages of the number of servants respectively allowed them. On the 25th of December the names of the two ships were changed, the Drake becoming the Resolution and the Raleigh the Adventure. The lieutenants appointed to the Resolution were Robert Palliser Cooper, Charles Clerke, and Richard Pickersgill, and Mr. Tobias Furneaux, commander, and Joseph Shank, first lieutenant, of the Adventure. Of these officers Cook writes, "I had all the reason in the world to be perfectly satisfied with the choice of the officers. The second and third lieutenants, the lieutenant of marines, 2 of the warrant officers, and several of the petty officers had been with me during the former voyage. The others were men of known abilities, and all of them on every occasion showed their zeal for the service in which they were employed during the whole voyage. Alterations to the Resolution. 2 days after receiving his orders, Cook hoisted his pendant and superintended the alterations that were to be made for the accommodation of Mr. Banks and his party of scientists. These comprised Mr. Solander, Zoffany, the portrait painter, Mr. Lind of Edinburgh, to secure whose services Parliament had made a special grant of £4,000, though what discoveries they expected him to make I could not understand, said Cook, and 9 others, draftsmen and servants, at least 3 more than had been thought necessary when the vessel was purchased. These alterations were: to raise her upper works about a foot, to lay a spar deck upon her from the quarter deck to the forecastle, she having at this time a low waist, and to build a roundhouse or coach for my accommodation, so that the great cabin might be appropriated to the use of Mr. Banks alone. The Comptroller of the Navy, Captain Pallisser, was strongly opposed to these alterations, as likely to be detrimental to the ship's sailing qualities, and though his opinions were overborne, they in the end proved to be correct. When he had seen the alterations fairly on the way, Cook applied for 3 weeks' leave of absence, on the plea that he had some business to transact in Yorkshire, as well as to see an aged father, and his application was at once granted. He therefore went to Ayton, where for the first time in 17 years he was again amongst his own people. From Ayton he went on to Whitby, and was met some miles out from that town by many of the leading men of the place. From the Walkers he received the heartiest of welcomes, and it is related that the old housekeeper, Mary Proud, had been carefully instructed that a commander in His Majesty's Navy was a very different person from one of her master's apprentices, and must be received with all the marks of respect due to his rank. She promised obedience, but alas, when the time came her memory fled, and opening wide her arms she exclaimed, "Oh, honey James, how glad I is to see thee!" a welcome probably more dear to Cook than any other could have been, and a proof of the affectionate regard he could inspire. In February he was back in London, and Dr. Burney says in his memoirs, "I had the honour of receiving the illustrious Captain Cook to dine with me in Queen's Square, Bloomsbury, previously to his second voyage around the world. Observing upon a table Bougainville's Voyage à Tour du Monde, he turned it over, and made some curious remarks on the illiberal conduct of that circumnavigator towards himself when they met and crossed each other, which made me desirous to know, in examining the chart of Monsieur de Bougainville, the several tracks of the 2 navigators, and exactly where they had crossed or approached each other." Captain Cook instantly took a pencil from his pocket book and said he would trace the route, which he did in so clear and scientific a manner that I would not take £50 for my book. The pencil marks having been fixed by skim milk will always be visible. This volume is now in the British Museum, and the pencil marks on the chart are as distinct as on the day they were made. The alterations to the ship were completed early in February, and on the 6th she was hauled out of dock, and rigging, ballasting, and storing commenced. Cook says, "Every department seems to vie with the other in equipping these 2 ships. Every standing rule and order in the Navy was dispensed with. Every alteration, every necessary and useful article was granted as soon as asked for." Supplies increased. In another passage he again refers to the anxiety of the Navy Board to see that the quality of the stores was everything that could be wished, and the quantity was increased from 1 to 2.5 years' supply. On the 22nd of April, the 2 sloops were at Longreach to take in their guns and gunners' stores, 12 carriage guns and 12 swivel musketoons for the Resolution, and 10 carriage guns and 10 swivels for the Adventure. These should have been on board at Galleon's Reach, but the Resolution was drawing too much water, 17 feet. When here, Cook showed that he thought she was rather overweighted with her new upper works, and might prove crank; but, as the gentlemen's apartments were full of heavy baggage, and the sloop a good deal lumbered aloft with heavy and some useless articles which we might soon get rid of, or get into the hold after we had consumed some of our provisions, I still entertained hopes that she would bear all her additional works, and suspended giving any other opinion until a full trial had been made of her, foreseeing what would be the consequence in case she did not answer in the manner she was now fitted. On the 29th of April, Mr. Banks gave an entertainment on board to Lord Sandwich, the French ambassador, and other distinguished personages, and Cook notes that the first named had been on board several times, a laudable though rare thing in a First Lord of the Admiralty. Cook obtained a few days' leave to make his final arrangements, and the Resolution was ordered to the Downs under the first lieutenant, whilst the Adventure proceeded to Plymouth, both vessels sailing from Longreach on the 10th of May. The Resolution, contending against adverse winds, made a very slow trip down to the Nore, being 4 days on the journey, and Mr. Cooper reported to Cook that she was very crank. The latter at once wrote to the Admiralty that he considered it unsafe to proceed any further with her in that condition, and proposed that her poop should be cut down, her masts shortened, and her guns exchanged for 4-pounders. The Navy Board, however, decided that she should be restored to her original state, as far as it was possible to do so. She was therefore ordered to Sheerness, and her captain was instructed to rejoin his ship, and see the alterations were properly carried out. Before leaving London, Cook, who had heard it was said that he was not satisfied with the vessels chosen for the voyage, wrote to Mr. Stephens on the subject, giving his opinion that the crankiness of the Resolution was owing to the additional works that have been built upon her in order to make large accommodation for the several gentlemen passengers intended to embark in her. He added that the proposed alterations of the Navy Board would render her as fit to perform the voyage as any ship whatever, and referring to the report that he did not approve of the type of ship, he says, "From the knowledge and experience I have had of these sort of vessels, I shall always be of opinion that only such are proper to be sent on discoveries to very distant parts." On the 21st he again wrote Stephens that the alterations were making satisfactory progress, and that a man had been in the yard who had known the ship before her purchase, and he had with some warmth asserted that at that time she was not only a stiff ship, but had as many good qualities as any ship ever built in Whitby. In reply to the rumour that the men were afraid to sail in her, he points out that she is moored alongside a wharf, and the men could go ashore whenever they pleased, yet he had not lost a single man. Banks withdraws. Mr. Banks did not approve of the reduction in his accommodation necessitated by these alterations, and tried to get a 40-gun ship in place of the Resolution, and he and his friends succeeded in raising a very acrimonious discussion on the subject, but the Admiralty stood firm, and the alterations went on under the superintendence of Cook. On the 24th of May, Banks and Solander went to inspect her, and on their return to town, Banks wrote to the Admiralty that he should not go the voyage, as the ship was neither roomy nor convenient enough for my purpose, nor no ways proper for the voyage. Cook, who says the preparations had cost Banks about £5,000, does not think that the reasons given by Banks were the only ones he had for not taking part in the voyage, and then continues, their baggage, etc., were got out of the sloop and sent to London, after which no more complaints were heard of want of room, etc. Lieutenant Clerke, who was very friendly with Banks, wrote to him on the 31st of May. Indeed, I am sorry I am not to have the honour of attending you the other bout. They are going to stow the major parts of the cables in the hold to make room for the people now. I asked Gilbert, the master, if such was the present case, what the devil should we have done if we had all gone? Oh, by God, that was impossible, was his answer. Mara, the gunner's mate, in a journal of the voyage, published by Newbery 1775, says the success of the voyage was due to their having shaken off the train of gentlemen who with their attendants occupied the chief accommodations of the ship, and whose presence would have rendered it out of the power of the most determined officer to have carried such a princely retinue through the icy regions which they were to pass, without murmurs or perhaps mutiny. Some of the newspapers tried to make political matter out of the affair, and one at any rate roundly declared that the true reason of Banks' withdrawal was on account of a remonstrance from the Spanish ambassador against any further exploration of the South Seas. The withdrawal of Banks made no difference to his friendship with Cook, and in the future he was always ready to afford his support whenever it could be of any service either to his friend or family. John Reinhold Forster. As soon as it was known that Mr. Banks had withdrawn, Mr. John Reinhold Forster, a German of some scientific reputation, applied for the position of naturalist for the voyage, and through the interest of Lord Sandwich was successful. He was to receive the £4,000 granted by Parliament for Mr. Lynd, and was to pay all expenses, except ship's allowance of food, and provide all necessary instruments. He was accompanied by his son as assistant, a youth of about 20 years, who afterwards attained some note by his writings and translations. Messrs. Wales and Bailey were appointed astronomers by the Board of Longitude, with instructions to take and compare observations at every possible opportunity, and to take under their special charge the timepieces which were being carried on the two ships for the purpose of testing their accuracy and capabilities in assisting in ascertaining the longitude. Two of these instruments, made by Arnold, were placed in Mr. Bailey's charge on the Adventure, and two, one by Arnold and the other by Kendall on Harrison's principle, under the care of Mr. Wales on the Resolution. Great precautions were taken to prevent any accident or tampering with these instruments. They were kept in boxes having 3 locks. The keys were held, one by the captain, one by the first lieutenant, and the third by the astronomer, so they could not even be wound up except in the presence of all 3. William Hodges, a painter of repute, was appointed as artist, and his pictures were to become the property of the Admiralty. The celebrated Dr. Joseph Prestley, at that time minister at Mill Hill Chapel, Leeds, had been invited by Mr. Banks to accompany him as astronomer, and his congregation had undertaken to guarantee his position on his return, but the Board of Longitude took objection to his religious views, and so his application was withdrawn. End of chapter 12. Chapter number 13 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, 1772 to 1774, Second Voyage. Part 1. Saying goodbye to his family on the 21st of June, Cook, accompanied by Mr. Wales, left London for Sheerness, and the next day dropped down to the Nore. The Resolution was now drawing only 15 feet 10 inches of water instead of 17, a very satisfactory improvement. She was given a good trial on a wind and was found to answer exceedingly well. On the 3rd of July they arrived at Plymouth, having been boarded the day before by Lord Sandwich and Captain Palliser, who were on a tour of inspection, and Cook had the pleasure of giving them a satisfactory account of his ship. I had not one fault to allege. On arrival at Plymouth, Cook found that orders had been given to the stores that he was to be supplied with whatever he thought necessary, but the only things required were larger coppers for the distilling apparatus, the ones they had on board having proved far too small. The officers and crew were paid up to the 28th of May, and the petty officers and men also received 2 months' advance, to enable them to provide necessaries and extras for the voyage. Cook remarks, the payment of 6 months' wages to the officers and crews of these 2 sloops, being nearly all they had due, was an indulgence never before granted to any of His Majesty's ships. Cook now received his final orders, which he had assisted to draw up. In fact, nothing was now inserted that I did not fully comprehend and approve of. He was to call at Madeira for a supply of wine, to sail for the Cape of Good Hope and there refresh his men, then to look for Cape Circumcision, placed by Monsieur Beauveau in 54 degrees south, 11 degrees 20 minutes east, to determine if it formed part of a continent, and if so to explore it, following the coast and endeavouring to get as near to the South Pole as he could without endangering his ships or crews. Should Cape Circumcision prove to be an island, or should he be unable to find it, he was to proceed as far south as he thought there was a probability of meeting with land, and then steering east, circumnavigate the world in as high a latitude as he could. In case of meeting with land, he was to explore as far as time would permit. When the season rendered it unsafe to remain in high latitudes, he was to retire to the north to refit and recruit, and at a proper season to return to the south. In any unforeseen circumstances he was to use his own discretion, and if the Resolution should be lost, he was to prosecute his voyage in the Adventure. A copy of these orders was given to Captain Furneaux, and in case of separation the following rendezvous were named: Madeira, Port Praya in the island of St. Iago, the Cape of Good Hope, and New Zealand. Forster saves ship. The Forsters evidently were far from pleasant travelling companions, and at one time or another seemed to have quarrelled with everyone on board the ship. At the first the father was dissatisfied with the accommodation allotted to him, and offered Mr. Cooper £100 to turn out of his cabin. When this offer was declined, he tried to force Mr. Gilbert, master, to give up his, threatening if he refused he should be reported to the King and turned out of the Navy. This threat appears to have been a favourite one, and soon became a byword with the seamen, who, according to Mr. Wales, would use it at each other on every possible occasion. but according to his own account, Mr. Forster was able to save the expedition from a very great disaster on the 12th of July. He says he came on deck and noticed the ship was adrift from her moorings. Neither the officer of the watch nor the lookout had seen it till he called attention, and then, after a scene of the greatest confusion, the ship was fortunately brought up within a few feet of the rocks. On the other hand, the master's log admits the Resolution got adrift, but before Mr. Forster reached the deck, the fact had been reported to the captain. All hands turned up, the jib and forestaysails set, and the ship quietly dropped down into the Sound and anchored, never having been in the slightest danger. The only other one to notice the affair was Midshipman Willis, who simply states, "dropped from the buoy and anchored in the Sound." Having received the private signals of the East India Company's Navy, and letters of introduction from the Prince of Orange to all the principal officers of the Dutch East India Company, instructing them to afford every assistance that might be required, Cook hoisted the signal to the Adventure to weigh anchor at 5 a.m. on the 13th of July, and with a north-west breeze the two ships sailed for Madeira. When well out in the Channel, the Resolution's crew was mustered, and it was found that, owing to a mistake of the clerk, there was one man more than the complement, so John Clohan was entered on the supernumerary list for wages and victuals. On the 23rd they were able to relieve a small French boat from Ferrol to Corunna, which had been blown far off her course, and had been short of water for a fortnight. The day following they fell in with 3 Spanish men of war. Cook says, "The sternmost hoisted English colours and fired a gun to leeward, and soon after hoisted his own proper colours and spoke with the Adventure. It appears she inquired who they were and where they were going, and finally wished them a good voyage." This account did not satisfy Mr. Forster, who waxes eloquent and describes the event as a scene so humiliating to the masters of the sea. He must have formed a strange opinion of Cook if he thought for a moment he was one to put up silently with anything humiliating to the British flag. Mara, in his journal, points out that the build and rig of the ships were unusual for men of war, and that when the Spaniards found they had stopped King's ships, they made a proper apology and very politely took leave, wishing them a good voyage. The first loss. At Madeira, where they arrived on the 29th of July, they were kindly received by Mr. Lonan, a merchant of Funchal, who entertained some of the party at his house throughout the stay, obtained permission for the Forsters to explore the island, and procured for the ships the stores that were required. Here Cook, with his eye on the scurvy, purchased as many onions as he thought would keep good, and ordered them to be served out regularly to the crews as long as they lasted. A further stock of fresh food, in the shape of fowls, pigs, goats, and fruits, chiefly oranges and bananas, were laid in at Port Praya, where they had called for water. On the 19th the first death occurred. One of the master's mates, Henry Smook, was at work on one of the scuttles, and falling overboard was seen under the stern. Every effort was made to save him, but it was too late. Cook says he was a good steady man, whose loss was often felt during the voyage. On the 27th of August, Cook learnt that the Adventure had also had her losses. 2 midshipmen, Lambrecht and Kemp, had died of fever, brought on, Captain Furneaux believed, by bathing and drinking too much water under the hot sun of Port Praya. At this time the Resolution had a clean bill of health, but for fear lest the heavy rains, to which they were constantly subjected, might cause sickness, The ship was constantly fumigated, washed down, and thoroughly dried by means of stoves, as advised by Captains Pallisser and Campbell, with satisfactory results. On nearing the Cape, a sharp but unavailing lookout was kept for a bank which had been reported, and on the 30th of October they arrived at Table Bay. The run from home was considered to have been good, as they had in great measure escaped the calms they had been told to expect at that season of the year, and the currents, though very strong, had only caused a difference between the longitude obtained by observation and that of dead reckoning of 3/4 of a degree. So Cook concluded that those north of the equator in the one direction were balanced by those to the south in the contrary one. On landing they were received by the Governor, Baron Plattenberg, who told Cook he had received orders from Holland that the 2 sloops were to have every assistance that the place afforded. He also said that the 2 French ships, commanded by Monsieur de Kerguelen, had discovered land in 48 degrees south, near the meridian of Mauritius, but after sailing along the coast for about 40 miles, he had been blown off by a heavy gale, in which he lost both boats and men. 2 other French ships had also called in March, which were on their way to explore the South Pacific under Monsieur Marion. Wales and Bailey got their instruments ashore in order to make observations for the purpose of correcting the watch machines. That made by Kendall was found to be working well, and gave the longitude within 1 minute of time when compared with that fixed by Messrs. Mason and Dixon in 1761. The first lieutenant of the Adventure, Mr. Shank, who had been ill almost from the day of leaving England, applied for leave to return home, as he felt unfit to proceed, and Mr. Arthur Kemp was made first lieutenant, his place being taken by Mr. James Burney. Mr. Sparman, a former pupil of Linnaeus, was engaged by Mr. Forster as an assistant, and makes his appearance in the roles as servant. The crews were well looked after, as much time granted on shore as possible, and fresh meat, fresh vegetables, and fresh baked bread were served out daily in ample quantity, so that when the ship sailed to the southward they were all in as good a condition as when they left England. Cook found time to write a letter of farewell to Mr. Walker, as it was customary for men to take leave of their friends before they go out in the world, for I can hardly think myself in it, so long as I am deprived of having any connection with the civilized part of it, and this will soon be my case for 2 years at least. He at the end speaks of his ships, both well provided and well manned, and of the Resolution he says, "I can assure you I never set foot in a finer ship." The first ice. On the 22nd of November they sailed for the south, and soon began to feel the colder climate. The warm jackets and trousers provided by the Admiralty were served out, extra cuffs to protect the hands being sewn in, and warm-lined canvas capes being made. From the 29th to the 6th of December they were involved in such a heavy gale that the ships were unable to carry any sail, and a large quantity of the livestock bought at the Cape perished from the effects of wet and cold. A scuttle, which had been insecurely fastened, was burst open by the sea, and a considerable quantity of water was taken on board, but beyond necessitating some work at the pumps, and rendering things unpleasantly damp for a time, no damage was done. It, however, gave Mr. Forster an opportunity for an account of the terrible danger they were in, and most wonderful to relate, to speak well of the conduct of the crew. The ships were carried so far to the east by the gale that Cook gave up the idea of searching for Cape Circumcision for the present. On the 10th the first ice was encountered in latitude 50 degrees 40 minutes south, and a little higher they were stopped by a large field, to which they could see no end, either to the east, west, or south. This field was followed along to the southeast for some days, but no opening was found, so being in constant danger from detached pieces, Cook reluctantly gave orders to change the course to the northward. About the middle of December signs of scurvy began to show, and extra precautions were at once taken. Fresh wort was served out regularly to all hands, and the worst case received considerable benefit from the treatment, although rob of lemons and oranges, a sort of jelly made from the fruits, had no effect. Furneaux reported at this time that he had cured 2 very bad cases with the rob. Ships parted. When they had got thoroughly clear of all signs of ice, Cook once again turned south, and by the 26th of December had worked down as far as 50 degrees 31 minutes south, 26 degrees 57 minutes east, where, though surrounded by large masses of floating ice, they stared to the west, leaving the main ice field to the north of them. Gradually working down to 60 degrees south in the longitude given for Cape Circumcision, and being some 95 leagues further south, with no signs of land, Cook concluded that Monsieur Bouvet had been deceived by the ice. Bouvet Island was discovered by the German deep-sea discovery ship Valdivia on the 25th of November 1898. The position was fixed as 54 degrees 26.4 minutes south, 3 degrees 24.2 minutes south, and not 54 degrees south, 11 degrees 20 east, as given to Cook, which will account for his want of success in the search for it. Here Mr. Wales was enabled to get a sight of the moon for the second time since leaving the Cape of Good Hope, and taking several observations, fixed the position of the ship with tolerable accuracy. Changing the course to east-south-east, very foggy weather was encountered, accompanied by great cold, which coated the rigging with ice, rendering it pretty to the eye, but difficult and unpleasant to work. Cook says that, though this suggested very intense cold to the mind, in reality the thermometer was rather higher than it had been, and the sea was far less encumbered with ice. Taking large blocks of ice on board, it was found that, when the sea water was drained off, they provided perfectly fresh water on melting, thus removing a great weight from Cook's shoulders, and he determined on venturing further to the southward. On the 17th of January 1773 they crossed the Antarctic Circle in longitude 39 degrees 35 minutes east, and at noon their latitude by observation was 66 degrees 36 minutes 30 seconds south, the sea being free from ice. However, in the evening they found themselves completely blocked by an enormous field, extending as far as the eye could reach, from the southeast round to the west, and as the summer was nearly over, Cook decided it was unwise to attempt anything further southwards, and ordered a retreat to the north. Again making for the land claimed to have been discovered by the French, he spent some days searching for it, but nothing was seen except some floating weed, and a few birds that are supposed never to get far from land. On the 8th of February a brisk gale sprang up, accompanied by very hazy weather, thickening into fog, and the two vessels separated. The Resolution cruised about, firing guns and burning flares, but no response was heard, and when the weather cleared up, the Adventure was not seen. Poor Mr. Forster was dreadfully scared when he realised the two ships had parted company. He says that none of the crew ever looked around the ocean without expressing concern on seeing our ship alone in this vast and unexplored expanse. He seems to have been thoroughly unhappy, for he describes the whole voyage, from the Cape to New Zealand, as a series of hardships such as had never before been experienced by mortal man. Cook conjectured, rightly as it proved, that being a little to the south of Tasman's track, Furneaux would make for the rendezvous he had been given at New Zealand, and therefore felt himself free to push on to the south-east, as he judged that if any large body of land was in the vicinity, it must lie in that direction, for the swell coming from the south-west precluded the possibility of any mass of land being in that quarter. On the 17th of February a display of the Aurora Australis was reported to Cook, who speaks of it as something quite new to him, although Banks noted a display during the voyage of the Endeavour between Timor and Batavia. The present one is described as having a spiral motion, the direction not strongly defined, and at times quite strong flashes of light. A second display was seen on the 25th, but not so marked. On this day, too, some of the ship's boats engaged in watering from a small iceberg had a narrow escape from destruction as the berg turned completely over whilst they were at work. The weather becoming very unsettled, the Resolution was obliged to make to the north, and on the 8th of March, the finest day they had experienced since leaving the Cape, they were able to fix their position by observation as 59 degrees 44 minutes south, 121 degrees 9 minutes east, the thermometer registering 40 degrees. Of course this pleasant break was followed by a heavy gale, with a tremendously heavy sea, and the ship ran before it for New Zealand. Cook's wish was to touch at Van Diemen's Land, so as to satisfy himself as to its forming a part of New Holland, but the wind kept obstinately between west and north, having shifted after the gale, and he thought it would occupy a longer time than he could spare, so he bore up for the South Island. It was soon found that a few degrees of latitude made a great difference in the temperature, which we felt with an agreeable satisfaction. On the 25th of March at 10 a.m. New Zealand was sighted, and Cook steered in to the land with the intention of putting in to the first port that appeared suitable, but as the weather became very hazy, he thought it safer to stand off again. He had picked up the land at a point which he had only seen from a distance on his previous visit, and now saw it under so many disadvantageous circumstances that the less I say about it, the fewer mistakes I shall make. Dusky Bay. The following day they got safely into Dusky Bay, finding 44 fathoms at the entrance and a sandy bottom. In about a couple of leagues they found a good anchorage of 50 fathoms, a house's length or so from the shore. This was found to be rather inconvenient, but another one was soon found by Lieutenant Pickersgill, and received in consequence the name Pickersgill Harbour. Here the observatory, forge and tents were set up. Spruce beer was brewed, to which molasses and some of their inspissated malt juice was added, fish caught, and in fact everything possible for the comfort of the crew for a short time was done. They had been 117 days at sea, had sailed 3,600 leagues without a sight of land, and had arrived with only one man sick with the scurvy, occasioned chiefly by a bad habit of body and a complication of other disorders. One day, passing an island whilst out surveying, Cook was called by a Maori and landed to meet him. The native was accompanied by 2 women, and after an attempt at conversation, presented Cook with a piece of native cloth, asking, as far as could be understood, for a boat cloak in return. One was made for him out of red baize, and gave so much satisfaction that he presented Cook with his patoo, a sort of short flat club made of stone. He visited the ship and took great interest in all that was going on, particularly with the saw pit. After watching the men some time, he intimated his desire to try his hand in the pit, but found the work not quite so easy as it looked, and soon required very little persuasion to relinquish his task. Cook speaks very favourably of Dusky Bay, a good anchorage, plenty of good water, game, fish, and easy to enter. The timber he describes as the best he had seen in New Zealand, with the exception of that at the Thames. There was but little edible herbage, but he tried to remedy this by planting a quantity of European seeds, and he also left, in a place where he hoped they might be undisturbed, a pair of geese. Whilst here, Cook was for a time confined to his cabin by what he describes as a slight cold, but Mr. Forster says was a severe attack of rheumatism. After several unsuccessful attempts, owing to contrary winds, they left Dusky Bay on the 11th of May, and on the 17th, when near Cape Stephens, fell in with 6 waterspouts, one of which came within 50 yards of the ship, and Cook regretted he had not fired a gun at it, as he had heard that course recommended. He says he had one ready, but was so busy noting the phenomena that he did not think of it at the time. On the other hand, Forster says that one was ordered to be got ready, but our people being, as usual, very desultory about it, the danger was past before we could try the experiment. Furneaux reports. On the 18th of May they arrived at Queen Charlotte's Sound, finding, as Cook had expected, the Adventure there before them. Furneaux immediately reported himself to his commanding officer, and said that they had been there for 6 weeks. After they had lost sight of the Resolution on the 8th of February, they heard a gun and bore up for it, firing every half hour, but heard no reply. They then cruised about for 3 days, as near the spot as the weather would permit, and then, following Tasman's track, as Cook had surmised, made for New Zealand, sighting Van Diemen's Land on the 9th of March, near Tasman's South Cape. He sent a boat ashore at the first opportunity, and a few traces of natives were seen, but the weather was so threatening that the boat had to return to the ship. They then put into Adventure Bay, and staying 5 days, took in wood and water. They had been reduced to a quart per day of the last for some time. A few deserted huts and occasional smokes were seen, but no other signs of the inhabitants. They then continued up the coast till it trended away to the west, forming, Furneaux thought, a deep bay. Passing the islands which now bear Furneaux's name, bad weather came on, and he judged it wise to make for his rendezvous, firmly convinced that Van Diemen's Land was joined to New Holland. On the 30th of March they sighted the South Island, and were greatly retarded in their run up the coast by the heavy swell from the north. On their arrival in Queen Charlotte's Sound, they found the pole erected on Motuara, with the name of the Endeavour and date on it, and several of the inhabitants came forward to trade and inquire after Cook and Tupia. On the 11th of May they experienced the shock of having an earthquake, but no damage was done. Finding that several of the Adventure's crew were very sick, Cook immediately sent out boats for a supply of scurvy grass, and gave orders that it should be boiled with wheat and portable broth every morning for breakfast, and with peas and broth for dinner, knowing from experience that these vegetables, thus dressed, are extremely beneficial in removing all manner of scorbutic complaints. Furneaux had prepared to winter in Queen Charlotte's Sound, but Cook thought it too soon to settle down to rest, and decided to push on. He was half inclined to go over to Van Diemen's Land and settle the question of it being a part of New Holland, but Furneaux appeared convinced, and the winds were contrary, so he decided on proceeding eastwards, and the Adventure was ordered to refit as rapidly as possible. A boat sent out for timber on the 3rd of June was chased by a large canoe filled with men, but Cook thought no harm was intended. On a second occasion some natives were on the ship when a large canoe came up, and those on board requested Cook to fire on it, saying its occupants were enemies. This Cook declined to do, and instead invited them to come on board, an invitation that was accepted after a brief ceremonial, and the newcomers behaved themselves quite properly. But soon Cook had to get rid of them all, for he found his men were selling their clothing, which they would shortly require, for things of no value either as curiosities or otherwise. The newcomers went off to Motuara, and Cook followed them up. He had some little conversation with them, but did not remember having seen any of them at his previous visit, and thought none of them recognised him. They had their cooking utensils with them, and he concluded they intended to settle down, at any rate for a time. Gardens had been started by Furneaux on his arrival, and Cook tried to interest the Maoris in them. He showed them the potatoes, carrots, and parsnips, which they seemed to understand and appreciate, and they promised to look after them. He remarks that the intercourse between the Maoris and the whites did not tend to improve the morals of the former, whom he had hitherto looked upon as superior in that respect to the other South Sea Islanders he had come across. The watch machine. On the 7th of June the two ships put to sea, and on the 8th some accident happened to Arnold's timepiece on board the Resolution, and they were unable to wind it up. So far it had been working very well, but not quite so accurately as Kendall's. On the return of the ship to England, Arnold was informed that either by carelessness or wilfully Mr. Wales had caused this difficulty. Wales attributed this rumour to the Forsters, to whom he wrote on the subject, and it is very evident from their replies that though they did not admit having circulated the report, they were not ignorant that Arnold had been so informed. There does not appear to have been any ground for the accusation, but it does appear very probable it originated with the Forsters. Throughout the rest of June they experienced very rough weather, and it was not till the 18th of July that they reached 133 degrees west, having seen no signs of land on their way. Cook therefore turned northward so as to cross the space between his track north and return south in 1769. This course would practically settle one view about the supposed southern continent, for it had been laid down by some of the theorists that it must be in the middle latitudes of the South Pacific. New Zealand had been said to be the western side of this continent, already disproved by Cook in his previous voyage, and what Forster calls the pretended discoveries near America, the eastern side. The proposed course would take the ships through the centre of the part of the ocean in dispute. On the 29th of July, Cook sent a boat to the Adventure, as he had heard her crew were very sickly, and found that about 20 of her men were down with scurvy, and the cook had died of the disease. Orders were given that the utmost precautions were to be taken, and wort, carrot marmalade, and rob of lemon were to be freely served out. On the Resolution, at the same time, 3 men were on the sick list, only one of whom had scurvy, but some of the others were showing symptoms, so similar precautions were taken, with good results. Dangerous waters. Cook was so anxious about the Adventure's crew that he would not look for Pitcairn Island, discovered by Carteret, although he believed he was in its neighbourhood on the 1st of August. He was about 15 leagues to the west, but a day or so after was able to have Furneaux on board to dinner, who reported a great improvement. He had some cider on board, which he had served out with gratifying results. 2 islands were sighted on the 11th, which Cook named Resolution and Doubtful Islands. He believed them to have been discovered by de Bougainville. The following morning at daylight they found themselves almost on top of what Cook calls a half-drowned island, or rather large coral shoal of about 20 leagues in circuit. In the lagoon which it surrounded they saw a large canoe under sail. The island was named after Furneaux. As they were now in such a dangerous neighbourhood, Cook ordered that at night the cutter with an officer and 7 men should keep in advance of the ships until they arrived in sight of Matia, Osnaburg Island, on the 15th of July, when, being in waters he knew, its services were discontinued. He steered for the south side of Otaheite in order to get fresh vegetables as soon as possible, and on the 16th at daybreak they found themselves about 2 miles from the reef. The wind dropped and the set of the current was taking them on to the reef, so the boats were ordered out to tow, but getting near an opening through which the tide was rushing with great force, they were unable to keep the ships off. The anchors were let go and the Adventure, finding holding ground, was brought up, but the Resolution was not so fortunate, and was carried on to the reef and struck 2 or 3 times, fortunately without doing any serious damage. A land breeze springing up and the tide slackening enabled them to get in safety, with the loss of 3 anchors, a cable, and a couple of houses. The bower anchor was recovered by Mr. Gilbert the next day. Cook says that though he thought they had a remarkably narrow escape, the natives who saw them did not seem to appreciate that they had been in any danger. They remained at this anchorage for a week and obtained plenty of coconuts and bananas, but though they saw hogs, they were unable to purchase any, as the people declared they had all belonged to their chief. So hearing he was in the neighbourhood, Cook landed to call on him, and at once recognised him as Teori, whom he had seen in 1769. The chief also remembered him, and inquired after several of the Endeavour people. He tried to get Cook to make a longer stay, promising supplies of fresh meat as an inducement, but as such promises had so often been broken before, Cook replied he should leave the next day. Whilst here, one of the marines, who had been ailing more or less all the voyage, had become dropsical, died, and the one man who was suffering from scurvy still remained on the sick list. On the other hand, the Adventure's crew had greatly improved in health with the change to fresh vegetables. One of the natives was found to have picked up coconuts, from which the sailors had drunk the milk, and having carefully sealed up the holes, resold them, and did not seem disconcerted when his trick was found out. Before the ships reached their anchorage at Matavai Bay, they were crowded with natives, many of whom Cook recognised, and almost all of whom knew him. Otoo, the king, at once recognised Cook, and inquired after Banks, Solander, and others of the Endeavour, yet Forster gravely asserts that he never saw them at the former visit. The old fort on Point Venus was reoccupied, tents pitched, and the observatory set up, and the camp was placed under the command of Lieutenant Edgecombe of the Marines. Spaniards hanged. The king gave a theatrical entertainment in honour of their arrival, at which his sister was the only female performer. It had some reference to the coming of the ships, but they were not able to follow the thread of the story. Cook could see that Otoo was nervous and uncomfortable, and felt dissatisfied with his reception, so determined to cut short his stay. No one could understand the reason of the unsatisfactory feeling, but Forster suggested it was owing to the advice of a Spanish deserter who had left his ship about March 1773. This vessel was commanded by Don Juan de Langara Uhuato, and was from Callao. Her voyage has not been published, but the natives gave Forster to understand that 4 of her sailors had been hanged on her arrival. Cook refers to the presence of a white man who, when he thought he had been observed, disappeared and was not seen again. Young Forster made an attempt to explore the interior, but finding the climbing more difficult than he expected, soon returned. In the gardens which had been planted at the Endeavour's visit, pumpkins seemed to be the only things which had done well, and for these the natives did not care, which is not to be wondered at, said Cook. Further inquiries as to the religious ceremonies were made, but nothing very definite was ascertained. It appeared that on very rare occasions special criminals, selected by the high priests, were sacrificed at the Moris. Cook also formed the opinion that the standard of morality amongst the women was much higher than had previously been admitted. Sailing with a favourable wind on the 1st of September for Huahine, the Adventure ran ashore going through the reef, but with the assistance of the Resolution's boats she was soon towed off without serious damage. Forster, as usual, tries to cause trouble by declaring that Cook would not send assistance till the Resolution was safely anchored, and thus added to the danger of his consort. As the boats were in the water before the accident occurred, in order to render immediate assistance if required, Mr. Forster's story is too thin. On arrival, Cook was informed his old friend Oree was coming to see him, so he went ashore to meet him. The boat was hauled up close to the chief's house, and then 5 young plantain trees, as emblems of peace, were carried on board one by one, the first 3 being accompanied by a young pig with his ears ornamented with coconut fibre, the 4th was accompanied by a dog, and the 5th by the bag which Cook had given Oree in 1769, containing the pewter plate with the inscription relating to the Endeavour's visit, and the beads and imitation coins. On the advice of his guide, Cook decorated 3 of the plantains with nails, medals, beads, etc., and he and Furneaux and Forster landed with them in their hands. They were requested to sit down, and the trees were taken from them and placed before Oree, the first for God, the second for the king, and the third for friendship. The chief then came forward and greeted Cook in a most affectionate manner, the tears trickling down his cheeks. Further presents were then exchanged, and the ceremony was over. Sparrman's misadventure. Here they were able to purchase a plentiful supply of everything, pigs, fowls, and fruit, and Cook says that if he had been able to stay longer he might have bought as much more, as everything seemed abundant. The only disagreeable thing that happened was to Mr. Sparrman, who, out by himself botanising, was set upon and stripped of everything but his trousers. Besant substitutes spectacles for trousers. He made his way towards the boats, and was befriended by a native, who gave him some cloth to put over his shoulders, and escorted him to the others. When Oree heard of the affair, he placed himself in Cook's hands, and did his best to find out the culprits, and after a time Sparrman's hanger and the greater part of his things were recovered. It seems probable that some native law had been unwittingly broken, and Sparrman's treatment was meant as a punishment, for everyone else had been particularly well treated. Before leaving, Cook added to Oree's treasures a copper plate, on which was inscribed, "Anchored here, His Britannic Majesty's ships Resolution and Adventure, September 1773." Some medals were also given him, and he was requested to show them to any visitors that came. At Ulitea they were received at a heava, or dramatic performance, one portion of which illustrated robbery by two men, and Cook says it was acted in such a masterly manner as sufficiently displayed the genius of the people in its vice. Fruit and vegetables being rather scarce, Mr. Pickersgill was despatched with a boat from each ship to an island Cook calls Otaha, where they were said to be plentiful, and he was able to purchase as much as they had means to pay for, at a very reasonable rate, but during negotiations the bag containing the trade was stolen. Pickersgill at once seized everything of value he could lay his hands on, signifying at the same time that all should be returned when the bag and its contents were produced. In the evening a chief, who had been friendly all day, went off, and soon came back with the bag and about half its contents. Eventually all was recovered, and the boats left with good loads in a perfectly friendly manner. When the boats went from Ulitea, the crews of the two vessels were again entertained, but during the night all the natives disappeared, to the surprise and annoyance of Cook, who thought something serious had happened to offend them. It turned out that, seeing the boats did not return, the natives thought it was a case of desertion, and were afraid they might be held responsible. Bagpipes appreciated. Leaving here, the course was to the south of west, so as to clear the tracks of other explorers, and then to call at Middelburg and Amsterdam. Each night the ships lay to in order that they might not overlook any unknown island, and on the 23rd of September Harvey's Islands were sighted and named. On the 1st of October Middelburg was reached, but no good anchorage being found, they went on to Amsterdam. Before they got clear away, however, two canoes came out, and the coast opened up in a more promising manner. They ran in again, and found ground in 25 fathoms. Plenty of the natives, quite unarmed, came off to the ships. Some, amongst whom was a chief named Tiuni, were invited on board. The traders were so anxious to do business that those who could not get near enough to hand their goods into the boats pitched them over the heads of their friends. Some of the party accompanied Tiuni to his house, which was delightfully situated, and were entertained with refreshments in the shape of coconuts, bananas, and a few shaddocks, called by Forster Pumpelmoses, and music, and in return the ship's bagpipes played, to the great enjoyment of the natives. Turnbull, who visited the Pacific during the years 1800 to 1804, says that these instruments were remembered, and in Otaheite were specially asked for. The musical contribution of the natives commenced with a song by three girls, who sang rather nicely, and were duly rewarded with presents, whereon all the women began singing in a manner which Cook describes as both musical and harmonious. A short walk disclosed plantations well laid out and kept, but as edibles seemed scarce, a departure was made the next day for Amsterdam, the waves breaking high upon the rocks as they followed the coast. Off the southern point of Amsterdam several canoes came out, and their occupants came aboard without hesitation, presenting kava root as a peace offering. The ships anchored in 18 fathoms, and was soon crowded with visitors. Nothing but cloth was offered for sale, so Cook, finding the sailors were parting with clothing they would soon be wanting, issued an order that no curiosities were to be purchased, with the result that next morning hogs, fowls, coconuts, and bananas were forthcoming. Cook, Forster, and some of the others went ashore and found a chief, Atago, who had attached himself to Cook, very useful in their trading. Mr. Hodges painted a picture of this landing, but as Mr. Forster very justly points out, the attire of the natives is far too classical. It was noticed that many of the natives had lost the top joint of the little finger of one, and in some cases of both hands. This was understood to be a mark of mourning for the loss of parents. The fowls here were remarkably good, and the sailors purchased some for the purpose of cockfighting, but they proved much more successful in the pot. The island is described as well cultivated, not an inch of ground being wasted in roads or fences. Forster reported having seen a large casuarina tree loaded with crows, but they proved to be that pest of the fruit grower, flying foxes. He also states that the Resolution anchored in the same spot as Tasman when he discovered the island. The natives proved as adept at thieving as the majority of the South Sea Islanders. One man, who had stolen some books from the master's cabin, got off in his canoe, and being chased, took to the water, and diving under his pursuer's boat, unshipped the rudder and got clear away. Mr. Wales, in going ashore, took off his shoes and stockings to save them from getting wet, when they were at once snatched up by a native, who ran off with them over the coral rocks, leaving poor Wales in what Cook called an unpleasant but laughable position, unable to follow over the sharp stone. However, Atago soon afterwards recovered them. The language was closely allied to that used in the society group, many words being identical, and Cook concluded they had some form of religious worship, as he noted enclosing pieces of ground in which one or two particular men were accustomed to repeat speeches apparently of a set nature. End of chapter 13, part 1. Chapter number 13, part 2 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 13, 1772 to 1774, the Second Voyage, part 2. New Zealand once more. On the 7th of October, sailing for New Zealand, they were delayed by contrary winds, and did not sight the neighbourhood of Table Cape till the 21st. They stood in to Tolago and Poverty Bays, with the intention of presenting any chiefs who came off with pigs, fowls, and garden seeds, in hopes of making a commencement in stocking the island, but none were seen till Cape Kidnappers was reached, when two made their appearance, and were duly given 2 boars and 2 sows, and 4 hens and 2 cocks, first obtaining a promise that they should not be killed. To these were added a supply of seeds, such as peas, beans, cabbage, turnips, etc. Standing on through a series of heavy squalls, in one of which the Resolution lost her fore topgallant mast, they ran into a violent gale, which lasted for a week, and after a slight moderation, came on with increased fury, and the two vessels parted company. On the 3rd of November, the Resolution reached her old anchorage in Ship Cove, Queen Charlotte's Sound, but the Adventure was seen no more during the voyage. Forster was much upset by the stormy weather, the dreadful energy of the language of the sailors, the absence of their consort, which doubled every danger, the shortness of the table supplies, and his own dislike to a further trip to southern latitudes. Hoping the Adventure might yet come in, Cook pushed on with his refit and thoroughly overhauled his stores. About 4,000 pounds weight of ship's bread was found unfit for food, and another 3,000 pounds nearly as bad. They were very fortunate, therefore, in getting a plentiful supply of scurvy grass and wild celery, and a small quantity of vegetables from the gardens they had previously laid out. Any doubts that may have been felt about the cannibalism of the New Zealanders was set at rest by some of the officers who surprised a party engaged in a feast. A human head was purchased from the feasters and taken on board, and a piece of the flesh being offered to a Maori was greedily devoured. A South Sea Islander, Oditi, was intensely horrified and refused to touch the knife with which it had been cut, nor would he be in any way friendly with the eater. Cook firmly believed that only enemies killed in battle were eaten, and did not think the custom arose from any shortness of food. Enclosing in a bottle, which was buried under a marked tree in the garden, a memorandum giving the dates of his arrival and departure, the direction he intended to steer, and other information he thought might be useful to Furneaux, Cook sailed on the 25th of November, and as they passed through the straits, guns were continually fired, and a sharp lookout kept for signs of the Adventure, but nothing was seen, and as no other rendezvous had been appointed, Cook gave up all hope of her rejoining him. The Resolution, when clear, bore up for the south east, but had the course at the first been north of east, the two ships might possibly have met, for the Adventure was then on her way from Tolago Bay, and arrived in Ship Cove 4 days after the departure of her consort. Cook says his crew were in good spirits, and in no way dejected, or thought the dangers we had yet to go through were in the least increased by being alone. They were quite ready to go, wherever I might think proper to lead them. Even Mr. Forster had to admit at a little later date that, notwithstanding the constant perils to which our course exposed us in this unexplored ocean, our ship's company were far from being so uneasy as might have been expected. Armour of ice. On the 6th of December, at 8:30 a.m., they reckoned they were at the antipodes to our friends in London, consequently as far removed from them as possible. Here a swell coming from the south-west showed there was no great body of land in that direction, except at a considerable distance. The first ice was seen on the 12th of December in 62 degrees 10 minutes south, and on the 15th in 66 degrees south. They were obliged to edge away north, as they were surrounded by large quantities of loose ice, and it was very foggy. Working up to between 64 and 65 degrees, they again headed east, still hampered by ice and fog, but in a few days the weather improved a little, and they recovered the Antarctic Circle, and reached 67 degrees 31 minutes south on the 23rd, the highest south latitude hitherto attained. The rigging was so coated with ice that it was difficult to work the ship, and Cook altered his course to the north-east. Mara says, under the 18th of December, icicles frequently hung to the noses of the men, more than an inch long. The men, cased in frozen snow, as if clad in armour, where the running rigging was being so enlarged by frozen sleet as hardly to be grasped by the largest hand. Yet under all these hardships the men cheerful over their grog, and not a man sick, but of old scars. Cook says that some of the men suffered from fever brought on by the unavoidable exposure to cold and wet, but it was slight, and happily yielded to the simplest remedies. The ship was so surrounded by masses of ice as to cause some apprehension, but by taking advantage of every breath of air, the danger was averted. Christmas Day was passed in constant watchfulness. We were fortunate in having continual daylight and clear weather, for had it been foggy as in some of the preceding days, nothing less than a miracle could have saved us from being dashed to pieces. On the 7th of January 1774, 5 very successful observations gave the mean longitude as 123 degrees 21 minutes west. The watch gave it 123 degrees 44 minutes, and the dead reckoning as 123 degrees 39 minutes. Cook signifies his keen apprehension of the watch machine, and says, "I must here take notice that our longitude can never be erroneous while we have so good a guide as Mr. Kendall's watch." Obedient and alert. A further attempt to the south was made, and on the 30th of January the high latitude of 71 degrees 10 minutes south was reached, in longitude 106 degrees 54 minutes west, further progress being stopped by a large and solid field of ice. This record was not beaten till 1823 by Weddell, and until recent years very few of the attempts on Antarctic discovery had proved as successful. Satisfied that there was no continent existing within the Arctic Circle, except so far south as to be practically inaccessible on account of ice, he acknowledged he did not regret he found it impossible to go further, and thinking that in the unexplored parts of the South Pacific there was room for many large islands, and also that discoveries already made had been imperfectly laid down on the charts, he decided that it was his duty, as he had a well-found ship and a healthy crew, to remain in these waters and add what he could to the knowledge of geography. He therefore planned to find the land discovered by Juan Fernandez in 38 degrees south, and if unsuccessful, to proceed to Easter Island and fix its position, as it was very uncertain, then to proceed to Otaheite, where he had a faint hope he might hear from the Adventure, and proceeded further west, settle the position of Tierra Austral de Espiritu Santo of de Quiros, afterwards to turn south-east, and reaching Cape Horn in November, he would have the best part of the summer for exploration in the South Atlantic. He says, "Great as this design appears to be, I, however, thought it possible to be executed, and when I came to communicate it to the officers, I had the satisfaction to find they all heartily concurred in it. I should not do these gentlemen justice if I did not take some opportunity to declare that they always showed the utmost readiness to carry into execution, in the most effectual manner, every measure I thought proper to take. Under such circumstances it is hardly necessary to say that the seamen were always obedient and alert, and on this occasion they were so far from wishing the voyage at an end that they rejoiced at the prospect of its being prolonged another year. and of soon enjoying the benefits of a milder climate. Mr. Forster does not agree with this account, for he says, "The long continuance of these cold climates began now to hang heavily on our crew, especially as it banished all hope of returning home this year, which had hitherto supported their spirits. At first a painful despondence owing to the dreary prospect of another year's cruise to the south seemed painted on every countenance, till by degrees they resigned themselves to their fate with a kind of sullen indifference. It must be owned, however, that nothing could be more dejecting than the entire ignorance of our future destination, which, without any apparent reason, was constantly kept a secret to every person in the ship." It is evident that Cook and his officers did not think it necessary to consult Mr. Forster as to the movements of the ship, or what is more probable, he was in one of his irritable moods and must say something nasty about someone. The decision to turn northwards was taken none too soon, for on the 6th of February a furious storm came on, playing havoc with the sails and running rigging, and though it abated somewhat next morning, it blew very strong till the 12th, and would have been highly dangerous if it had caught them amongst the ice. On the 17th Cook judged he had crossed his outward track of 1769, and on the 20th he notes the thermometer rising to 66 degrees, the only real summer day they had experienced since leaving New Zealand. Having arrived at the position laid down for the land supposed to have been seen by Juan Fernandez, he cruised about, but found no signs, so on the 25th stood away for Easter Island. Cook was now taken seriously ill, and was confined to his bed for several days by what he calls the bilious colic, during which time Mr. Patten, the surgeon, was to me not only a skilful physician but an affectionate nurse. He recovered very slowly, and the want of fresh food told against him when it came to the question of gathering strength. The only fresh meat on board was a dog belonging to Mr. Forster, which was duly sacrificed and made into soup. Thus I received nourishment and strength from food which would have made most people in Europe sick. Mara's journal says, under the 23rd of February, "This day the captain was taken ill, to the grief of all the ship's company." 28th February, "The captain this day much better, which each might read in the countenance of the other, from the highest officer to the meanest boy on board the ship." 4th March, "The captain perfectly recovered from his illness, to the great joy of the ship's company." Easter Island. At 8 a.m. on the 11th of March, Easter Island was sighted from the masthead, and shortly after noon some of the gigantic statues mentioned in Roggewin's Voyages were clearly distinguished through the glasses. The position of the ship at noon had been fixed as 27 degrees 3 minutes south, 109 degrees 46 minutes west, standing on and off till next morning. Fair anchorage was found in 36 fathoms, but it proved too near the edge of a bank, and they were driven off it in the night. One of 2 canoes came out to meet them as they were working back, from which plantains were purchased, and Cook proceeded ashore, where he was immediately surrounded by natives. Indeed, some even swam out to meet him. Many of them possessed European hats, jackets, handkerchiefs, etc., which they were said to have obtained from the Spaniards in 1770. Their language was very similar to that of Otaheite, and Oditi was able to understand them fairly well. There were no trees exceeding 10 feet in height, and the land was described as extremely parched and dreary, though a few plantations were seen. Some remarkable pieces of stonework were noticed, enclosing small areas of ground, in some of which were the statues already mentioned. These were not looked upon by the natives as objects of worship, although they did not like the pavements by which they were surrounded being walked over, or the statues being closely examined. Mr. Forster regarded the enclosures as burial grounds, and the statues, portions of some of them are at the British Museum, as monuments to chiefs. The water supply being found very bad, though Gonzales is said to have found good springs, and the fresh food for sale but scanty, the stay was cut short, and on the 16th of March sail was made for the Marquesas, discovered by Mendana in 1595. The next day, according to Mara, the fresh provisions obtained were served out to the crew at the captain's expense, namely 2 pounds of potatoes a man and a bunch of bananas to each mess, and this without reducing their ordinary allowance. An act of generosity which produced its effect. It preserved the crew in health and encouraged them to undergo cheerfully the hardships that must unavoidably happen in the course of so long a voyage. Market spoilt. The Marquesas were reached on the 7th of April, and after a narrow escape from running on the rocks, satisfactory anchorage was obtained, and they were visited by some of the natives, from whom breadfruit and fish were purchased. The next day further trading was done, nails being the chief medium of exchange, but the natives were inclined to be smart in their dealings, and on several occasions obtained payment without delivery. Cook here suffered from a relapse, but was able to get about, and after warning the officer on watch to keep a smart lookout, or something of importance would be stolen, he took his seat in a boat to go in search of a better anchorage. He was then informed that a stanchion had been stolen from the gangway, and the thief had got away to his canoe on the other side of the ship. He ordered a shot to be fired over the canoes, but no one was to be hurt, and he would pull around and secure the thief. The order was apparently misunderstood, for the thief was killed, and the rest of the natives hurried ashore. Soon after, trading recommenced, and the lesson appeared forgotten, for an attempt was made to steal the kedge anchor by which the ship was being warped nearer the shore. Cook landed, and the trading went on as if nothing out of the common had occurred, and some pigs, so small that it required 40 or 50 to provide one meal for the crew, and fruit were purchased, but in the afternoon, when the boats went in for water, all the natives had disappeared. This Cook attributed to not being with them, for the next morning when he landed, trading was resumed. A short trip was made in the boats along the coast, and when they returned it was found the market was closed. It seemed one of the young gentlemen had given a small handful of red feathers he had obtained at Tonga for a small pig, and now nothing else would be accepted, so they sailed for Otaheite on the 11th. Cook was very much annoyed at the ill success in obtaining fresh provisions, for though none of the crew were ill, he thought they stood in need of a change of food. He describes the inhabitants as the finest race he had seen in the South Seas, almost as fair as Europeans, and their language very similar to that of Otaheite. Their arms consisted of clubs, spears, and slings, the two former very neatly made. With the latter they threw stones a considerable distance, but without accuracy. Mr. Forster managed to secure a quantity of small birds with very beautiful plumage. On the 17th of April they sighted the George Islands, discovered by Byron, native name Tiukia, but after sending the master to report on the lagoon, Cook decided it was too dangerous to enter, and Mr. Cooper went off with 2 boats to see if it were possible to trade. He obtained a few dogs and coconuts, but the attitude of the natives was so uncertain he would not land, and returned to the ship. One of the sailors exchanged a plantain for a dog, so it was concluded the fruit was unknown. On the 19th 4 more islands were discovered and named Pallisar Islands, and on rounding one a strong swell rolling in from the south was encountered, a sure sign that we were clear of these low islands. On the 21st land a little to the east of Point Venus was sighted, and next morning they anchored at Matavai Bay, being immediately visited by the natives, who seemed greatly pleased to see them again. The old camp was reoccupied, the observatory set up for Mr. Wales, and Cook had again the pleasure to record he had no one on the sick list. The king, Otu, came to visit the camp, bringing as his present a dozen pigs and some fruit, and then with some of his friends went on board ship to dinner and to receive the return present. It was then found that the red feathers were greatly valued, a very fortunate thing, as articles of trade were running short. Cook, after the disappointment in securing supplies at the last visit, intended to make a very short stay, but the place now appeared to be very thriving. Houses and canoes were being built in all directions, and there was every sign of prosperity, so he decided to remain and refit. On the 25th of April they had a thunderstorm lasting 3 hours, such as no one on board had experienced before. The Otahitian Fleet. Going to visit Otu on the next day, Cook was surprised to see a large number of fully manned canoes ranged along the coast, and a large body of armed men on the land near them. On landing he was surrounded by people and seized by 2 chiefs, one of whom wanted to carry him off to see the king and the other to see the fleet, and between the two I was like to be pulled to pieces, the crowd making way with cries of "Tia non tuti." He was gradually drawn towards the fleet, but refused to go on board, and after a time was allowed to return to his own boats, when he found his companions had been subject to similar treatment. They put out from shore in order to have a good look at the fleet, and counted 160 large double canoes, all well equipped and fully manned. The chiefs were swathed in vast quantities of cloth, so that to the Englishmen it seemed almost a miracle they were able to move. The vessels were decorated with flags and streamers, and made a very fine appearance. These were the first line, and in addition there were 170 smaller double canoes, each having a small house or castle on it, which were thought to be transports and storeships, as the larger ones, as far as could be seen, carried no supplies on board. The number of men on board was estimated to be no less than 7,500, and it was ascertained this armada was intended for the subjugation of Eimeo, which had lately rebelled against Otahiti. Cook was informed Otu was waiting at the camp for him, but on going there he found he had not been there, and on looking for him again in the afternoon he was still invisible. The fleet had also gone away, and then it was discovered that some of Cook's clothes had been stolen from the wash, and the king and admiral were both in dread of his anger. However, Cook sent word he should not take any steps to recover the stolen articles, and things resumed a friendly aspect. The admiral, Towha, sending Cook a present of 2 large pigs and some fruit, giving orders to the bearers that they were to receive nothing in exchange. He soon after paid a visit to the ship, and as it was his first, he examined everything with great curiosity, and appeared greatly impressed with what he saw. One of the natives, having been caught making off with a small water cask, Cook determined he should be punished, and made a ceremonial affair of it. The culprit was first sent on board and put in irons. The natives and the crew mustered, and then the thief was taken on shore and triced up. Cook then made a short speech, in which he pointed out that when his men were caught stealing from the natives, they were always punished, but the natives were always stealing from the ship and crew and getting away unpunished. He therefore ordered the man to be given 24 lashes. These were duly administered, and Towha made a speech, in which he was understood to admit the justice of Cook's action. The marines were then put through their drill, and fired a few volleys with ball, and the proceedings terminated. But Cook declares he did not know whether the natives were pleased or frightened by the ceremony. The king's brother then took some of the officers out to see part of their fleet at exercise, and they were just in time to see the conclusion and the landing of the men. Cook says the canoes were handled very smartly, and 5 minutes after putting ashore you could not tell anything of the kind had been going forward. The sea stores were again overhauled, and although the greatest care had been taken with the packing, large quantities of bread were found to be unedible, rendering the purchase of fresh food at every opportunity of the greatest importance. A state visit was paid on board by Otoo's father and some other members of the royal family, who presented Cook with a complete mourning dress, a curiosity we most valued. In return I gave him whatever he desired, which was not a little, and having distributed red feathers to all the others, conducted them ashore in my boat. Musket stolen. On the 7th of May the king expressed a wish to see Cook, so the latter went ashore, but found His Majesty and many of his leading men had disappeared, and the sergeant of marines reported that one of his men had had his musket stolen whilst on duty. Cook gave orders that if the musket was returned nothing further was to be said, and returned to his ship. Suspicion was attracted to 6 canoes laden with fruit and baggage, so Cook gave chase in his own boat. One of the canoes then made for the ship, and the occupants, women whom he recognised, informed him they were taking some things to the Resolution, and that the king was at Point Venus. Cook went to the camp, to find this was only a story to put him off, and he once again gave chase, ordering another boat to follow. A few shots were fired over the canoes, and 5 out of the 6 surrendered, the one he had spoken with getting away. He was now told that the gun had been stolen by a native of Tiaraboo, and therefore Otoo was unable to get it back. So after a little discussion he decided to put up with the loss, and sent word to the king that he would say no more about it. In the evening, however, the musket and some articles that had not been missed were returned, and the men who brought them were duly rewarded. Cook says it was remarkable how many had been actively engaged in their recovery. One man in particular described most vividly how he had followed up, attacked and killed the thief of the musket, but at the same time everyone was well aware that this hero had never been away from his own house throughout the day. A state call was made to Otoo, and with the usual exchange of presents, the old footing was re-established. On the return from this visit a stop was made at the dockyards, for such they deserved to be called, and the canoes in construction were inspected, 2 of them being the largest the Englishmen had yet seen. The king soon after returned the visit, and requested that the big gun should be fired, but Cook thinks it was very doubtful if the experience was enjoyed. A display of fireworks in the evening was much more to the native taste. Referring to the numerous robberies that had been committed, Cook says he found it far the best to deal mildly with the delinquents, and the regulations he made were, as a rule, well kept by the natives. He was now better pleased with his reception, and concluded that the island was in a more prosperous condition than at his last visit. When the ship was ready to resume her voyage, several young natives volunteered to accompany her, and Mr. Forster was most anxious to take one as a servant, but as Cook could see no prospect of returning them to their homes, he would not permit one to go. Mara deserts. When the anchor was weighed on the 14th of May, Mara, the gunner's mate, whose journal has been quoted, quietly slipped into the water, and endeavoured to reach a canoe which was hanging about to pick him up, but he was seen and taken on board again. In his notes he expresses his regret that the scientific world thus lost the chance of having the experiences of a prolonged residence amongst these people placed before it. At the time of leaving there was great talk of the expedition against Eimeo, and Cook would have liked to have watched the proceedings, but he soon saw that nothing would be done whilst he remained in the vicinity. On their arrival at Huahine on the 15th, the ship was immediately boarded by Cook's old friend Oree with the usual present, and he and his friends were invited to dine on board. He was asked what he would like for the return present, and named axes and nails, which were given him, with the request that he should distribute them amongst his people. This he did at once, to the apparent satisfaction of all. The thieving propensities of the natives were still as bad as ever. A shooting party was robbed of its stock of trade goods, and the day after 3 officers were seized and stripped, so Cook took an armed party ashore, captured 2 of the leading chiefs and a large house, and said he should keep them till the things stolen were returned. This had the desired effect, and everything was soon brought back. On the 23rd of May they sailed for Ulietea, and on their arrival the next day were well received, though it was evident provisions were rather scarce. They were informed here that 2 ships had arrived at Huahine, one commanded by Banks and the other by Furneaux, and their informant describes both captains so well that it was some time before Cook ventured to reject the tale as too improbable. It is possible that there was some foundation for the story that ships had been seen, for it afterwards became known that Monsieur St. Denis had been in the South Pacific about this time with 2 vessels. Notwithstanding pressing invitations from the natives to stay, Cook sailed for Lord Howe's Island, discovered by Wallis, reaching it on the 6th of June, but as it seemed uninhabited it offered no inducement for any stay. On the 16th a chain of sandbanks and islets surrounding a lagoon, into which no practicable entrance could be seen, was named Palmerston's Islands, and on the 20th a landing was effected on Savage Island, but as the natives were very threatening, and the country enabled them to approach closely without exposing themselves, the party retired to the boats. A few spears were thrown, and Mara says that one would have struck Cook had he not seen it coming and stooped in time to avoid it, and then aimed with his gun loaded with small shot at the thrower, but it missed fire. A short time afterwards he again tried it, aiming in the air, and it was discharged. Forster attributes the constant misfires to the bad quality of the flints supplied by the government, and says that English flints had a very unsatisfactory reputation on the continent. More thieving. The course was now set for Rotterdam, where they arrived on the 26th of June, and were fairly well received by the natives, who brought supplies of fruit before the anchorage had been reached. But they soon began to play the old game of trying to annex anything that took their fancy. One seized the lead which was in use, whilst a second tried to cut the line with a stone, and was only persuaded to desist by a charge of small shot fired at his legs. A small party of sailors went ashore for water, and a quantity was obtained, but again the natives became too pressing in their attentions. The doctor's musket was stolen, then Mr. Clerk's, then some other things and a cooper's adze, and Cook, though at first inclined to take no notice, felt compelled to seize 2 canoes, and himself wounded a man who had rendered himself conspicuous by his disorderly conduct, with a charge of small shot, and it was at first rumoured he was killed. This Cook would not believe, as he had been very careful not to fire at a vital spot. After a time the muskets and some of the other things were given up, so the canoes were returned to their owners, and the adze was demanded. Instead of the adze, however, the reported corpse was brought on board, and proved, on examination by the doctor, to be very little the worse for his experience, having a slight wound on the thigh and a second one on the wrist. He was soon on his feet, and the adze was then produced. The next day the people were very civil, and the crew were able to water without interruption. On the 16th of July they sighted Aurora Island, discovered by Bougainville, but it came on to blow hard, so they did not attempt to anchor. The natives came down fully armed as if to oppose a landing, and the ship passed on to Whitsunday Island. Off Malakolo good anchorage was found, and the natives came on board, and were so pleased with their reception they returned the next day in greater numbers, and whilst Cook was in his cabin with some who appeared to be chiefs, a great noise arose on deck. A boatkeeper had declined to allow a native to get into his boat, and the islander was fitting an arrow to his bow as Cook came on deck, with the intention of shooting the sailor. Cook shouted at him, and he at once diverted his aim to the captain, but the latter was too quick, and peppered him with small shot, spoiling his aim. He was not much hurt, and proceeded to fit another arrow to his bow, when Cook gave him the second barrel, and induced him to retire. Some of the others also discharged a few arrows, so a musket was fired over them without any effect. A 4-pound gun was tried, and the effect was truly marvellous. The natives in the rigging and on deck threw themselves into the water, whilst those in the cabin jumped from the ports, and the ship was left in peace. Cook was not favourably impressed by these islanders, and describes them as, in general, the most ugly, ill-proportioned people I ever saw. Forster, however, thought they were very intelligent. They were judged to be a different race from the Society or Friendly Islanders, and spoke a different language. Poisonous fish. After leaving, many of those on board were very ill for a week or 10 days, from having eaten of a fish which Forster calls a Red Sea bream, and Cook believed to be the same as those which poisoned De Quiros's people, and in his account says, "The fish had eaten of poisonous plants, all parts of the flesh became empoisoned. The ship appeared like the hospital of a city which had the plague. There was none who could stand on their feet." Owing to the care of the surgeons, however, all were recovered. The next land seen was a small group of islands named Shepherd's Islands, in honour of my worthy friend, the Plumian Professor of Astronomy at Cambridge. and Mr. Forster complains that Cook's rashness and reliance on good fortune became the principal roads to fame, by being crowned with great and undeserved success. This was very out of place at the time, for Cook was exercising the very greatest precautions, as he fully recognised the dangers by which they were surrounded. He always stood off and on during the night, and only proceeded through unknown waters by day. Several of these islets were of a peculiar formation, and one high columnar rock was named the Monument. Forster gives its height at 140 yards, and other accounts are satisfied with feet. Many of the group were inhabited, but no favourable opportunity for landing occurred. On the 1st of August a fire broke out on board, and Forster writes, "Confusion and horror appeared in all our faces at the bare mention of it, and it was some time before proper measures were taken to stop its progress, for in these moments of danger few are able to collect their faculties and act with cool deliberation." After about half a page of this, on fires in general, he observes, "Providentially the fire of this day was very trifling and extinguished in a few moments." Then a few days after, a marine who had fallen overboard was smartly picked up, and being well looked after by his comrades, was soon showing no ill effects of his accident, thus giving Mr. Forster an opportunity to write of it as an example of "the result of an esprit du corps to which sailors at present are utter strangers," an utterly unwarranted sneer. At Erromango on the 4th of August, Cook went in with the boats, and the natives tried to induce him to come on shore, but something roused suspicion after he and one man got into the water, so making signs that he would come back later, he stepped back. The natives then rushed the boats, trying to drag them onto the beach, and succeeded in stealing 2 oars, at the same time wounding several of the boat's crews, amongst them Mr. Gilbert the master, with a shower of stones, spears, and arrows. Cook attempted to give one of the chiefs a charge of small shot, but his gun missed fire, and he was obliged very reluctantly to order the marines to fire, with the result that several of the natives were wounded. Under the circumstances, it was not considered worthwhile remaining, so the ship left for Tanna, some 12 leagues to the south. A bright light had been noticed in that direction the night before, which proved to have been caused by a volcanic eruption. A good anchorage was found at Tanna, and the ship warped close in. Several natives coming on board to trade soon developed the usual propensity to carry off anything that took their fancy. On this occasion the anchor buoys were the special attraction. Muskets were fired over their head to no purpose, so a 4-pounder was discharged, which for a time had a good result, but soon they were as bad as ever, so 2 or 3 musketoons were fired close to them, and though none were hurt, the crew were able to get their dinner in peace. Hot Springs. An old man, called by Cook Paowang, appeared to be inclined to be friendly, so Cook landed with a strong party to look for water under his guidance, and met with some of the elders, exchanging presents with them. The next day the ship was warped in, and 3 boats went ashore, but the natives were very threatening, and after some futile attempts to put things on a peaceable footing, a signal was given to the ship and several guns were fired, when all the natives ran away except for Paowang, who was suitably rewarded for his confidence. After a time permission was obtained to get wood, water, and ballast, and whilst trying to lift a stone out of a pool below high water mark, one of the crew scalded his hand badly. The pool proved to be one of a series of springs running down a spur of the volcano into the sea. Several were tested with the thermometer, and as much as 202 degrees Fahrenheit was attained. Forster found a number of cracks on the ridge from which sulphurous vapour and smoke issued, and one of the crew, who had been suffering severely from rheumatism, received great temporary benefit from bathing in one of the springs. Many good plantations of yams, sugarcane, and plantains were seen, but they could purchase very little as their articles of trade were not appreciated. The natives did not understand the use of iron, and did not require cloth, as they went almost entirely naked. Though no direct signs of cannibalism had been found, Cook was convinced that the practice was not unknown. After leaving Tanna, the western coast of the different islands were followed up till de Bougainville's Passage was reached, when the course was set for Espiritu Santo. In passing Malacolo, canoes put off for the ship, but the wind being favourable, Cook would not delay, and gave Forster the opportunity to remark that the main object of the voyage, that is, the obtaining of knowledge of the natural history of the islands, was made subservient to the production of a new track on the chart of the southern hemisphere. Cardinal Moran's Geography. On the 25th of August they entered the bay which Cook believed to be that discovered by de Quiros, and named by him the Bay of St. Philip and St. Iago, in the Tierra Austral del Espiritu Santo, now known as the New Hebrides. In this conclusion Cook has the support of Dalrymple and modern geographers, but Forster, for some reason which is not quite clear, felt compelled to differ. Cardinal Moran, the Catholic Archbishop of Sydney, also believes Cook to have been mistaken, for in his History of the Catholic Church in Australia he places de Quiros's discovery in Port Curtis, Queensland, where he claims that the first Catholic service ever celebrated in Australia was held. He puts aside the fact that the latitude of Port Curtis, 24 degrees south, does not agree with that given by de Quiros, 15 degrees 20 minutes south, by saying that the positions of newly discovered places were in those days often purposely concealed lest other navigators might appropriate to themselves and their respective countries the results of the discovery. He quotes details given in de Quiros's petitions to the King of Spain, and says, "All these details fit in admirably with Port Curtis on the Queensland coast." Now de Quiros says the country he discovered was thickly inhabited by a people who were armed with bows and arrows, possessed vessels of earthenware, lived in houses of wood, roofed with palm leaves, were amply supplied with oranges, limes, pears, almonds larger than those of Spain, hogs, fowls, goats, capons, etc., that in the bay where he anchored there was no sandy barren ground, no mangroves, no ants, no mosquitoes, and that his anchorage lay between two considerable rivers. How these details fit in with Port Curtis may be evident to His Eminence, but is not apparent to less distinguished mortals. The district of Port Curtis, when discovered, was thinly populated, and shows no signs of ever having been otherwise. Bows and arrows and earthenware vessels were absolutely unknown throughout Australia. Houses did not exist, except in the form of temporary shelters of branches, leaves, and bark. The fruits and animals mentioned were unknown, and sandy barren country with mangroves, ants, and mosquitoes does exist in considerable quantity. The anchorage, had de Quiros ever been there, might have been between two rivers, the Boyne and Calliope, both of small size, but Cardinal Moran, to make this detail fit in admirably, has recourse to the bold measure of moving the mouth of the Burnett River from Wide Bay to Port Curtis, some 2½ degrees to the north of its real position. On the other hand, Cook's description of the New Hebrides fits in with much greater accuracy. The latitude was found to be 15 degrees 5 minutes south, and Mr. Cooper, who went ashore with the boats, reported that he landed near a fine stream of fresh water, probably one of those mentioned by de Quiros, and if we were not deceived, we saw the other. The country was described by Cook thus: an uncommonly luxuriant vegetation was everywhere to be seen. The sides of the hills were chequered with plantations, and every valley watered by a stream. Of all the productions of nature this country was adorned with, the coconut trees were the most conspicuous. A few canoes ventured near enough to have some presents thrown to them, but here the intercourse ended. For Cook felt that, notwithstanding the inviting appearance of the place, he had no time to spare from the great object of the expedition, namely the exploration of the Southern Ocean, and as the wind was favourable, sailed for New Zealand for a refit. End of chapter 13, part 2. Chapter number 14 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, 1774 to 1775, Second Voyage concluded. On the 4th of September, Midshipman Colnett sighted a large island, which was named New Caledonia, the point first seen being called Cape Colnett. An opening in the surrounding reef having been found by the boats, the Resolution worked up to an anchorage and was quickly surrounded by canoes, whose first occupants were totally unarmed. At first they were shy of coming near, but at length one canoe was persuaded to receive some small presents, and in return gave some fish, which stunk intolerably, but for all that it was received in hopes more satisfactory trading might result. To some who came on board dinner was offered, but they would touch nothing but yams. They appeared to know nothing of dogs, goats, or hogs, but greatly appreciated both red cloth and nails. Cook landed and was well received, and water was pointed out, but it was too inconvenient of access. The land near a village was well cultivated and irrigated, the products being chiefly yams, plantains, and coconuts. The latter were not bearing much fruit. On the 6th of September, Mr. Wales secured a moderately satisfactory observation of an eclipse of the sun, and was able to fix their position as 20 degrees 17 minutes 39 seconds south, 164 degrees 41 minutes 21 seconds east. On the same day, the ship's butcher, Monk, a man much esteemed in the ship, fell down the fore hatch, and died the following day from the injury received. Whilst some of the crew were engaged in watering, a small party went up the hills to view the surrounding country, but as the natives they met turned back to follow them, Cook remarks, "At last our train was numerous." They were able to see right across the island, and estimated the width to be not more than 10 leagues. On returning it was found the clerk had purchased a fish, something like a sunfish, and as the artist was engaged in drawing and describing it, the cook took the liver and roe for supper in the cabin, with the result that Cook and the Forsters were nearly poisoned, and were only cured by the most careful attention of the surgeon. When the natives saw the fish the next morning they immediately signified it was unfit to eat, but Cook says nothing of the kind had been intimated when it was purchased. Norfolk Island. The natives were described as robust and well made, and not in the least addicted to pilfering, which is more than can be said of many other nations in this sea. The only tame animals they had were large fowls with very bright plumage. The country was said to consist of rocky hills, and the trees identical with those seen in New South Wales. Leaving a sow and boar behind, in hopes of their being allowed to breed, and marking a tree with the name of the ship and the date, they left for the Isle of Pines, where they arrived on the 19th. Here they were in very dangerous waters, and Cook says the safety of the ship was owing to the splendid way in which the watch was kept, and the brisk manner in which she was handled by the crew. Forster noted innumerable columnar forms of a considerable height, which we distinguished by the help of our glasses. He put them very proudly down as a basaltic formation, and afforded considerable amusement to Cook when he was able to prove they were only trees of the pine family. In fact, some were afterwards cut down on Botany Island and used for spars. They were unable to effect a landing on the Isle of Pines, owing to the rocky nature of the shore, but by some unknown means Mr. Hodges painted a view of the interior of the island, published under that title in Cook's Voyages. Norfolk Island was discovered on the 10th of October, and landing was effected, but no signs of inhabitants were seen, though a welcome supply of fish, birds, and cabbage palm was obtained. The vegetation bore a resemblance to that of New Zealand. On the 17th of October, Mount Egmont was sighted, and anchoring in Queen Charlotte Sound, an immediate search was made for a bottle containing letters which had been left for the Adventure. It was not found, nor was there anything to show by whom it had been taken, but the next day they saw where the observatory had been set up, and trees cut down with axes, and so came to the conclusion their consort had been there. The natives, who were at first very shy, but when they recognised Cook went jumping and skipping about like madmen, informed them that the Adventure came in soon after they had left, and remained 2 or 3 weeks. A story also was told that a ship had been lost on the north side of the straits shortly before Cook arrived, and some of the people, having had their clothes stolen by the natives, fired on them, but when their ammunition was exhausted were all killed. This story, evidently a distorted account of what happened to some of the Adventure's crew, was disbelieved by Cook, who thought there had been some misunderstanding. Cook, from fresh observations, found that he had placed the South Island on his chart some 40 minutes too far to the east, and had made the distance between Queen Charlotte's Sound and Cape Pallisser 10 minutes nearer to each other than they should have been. In this connection he speaks in the highest terms of the desire of Mr. Wales to have everything as accurate as possible. On the 11th of November, the Resolution left the Sound at daybreak to cross the South Pacific between latitudes 54 and 55 degrees, and the course convinced Cook there was no possibility of there being any large piece of land in that portion of the ocean. He therefore stood for the western entrance of Magellan Straits, sighting Cape Descada on the 17th of December, following the coast round to Christmas Sound, which they reached on the 20th. The country passed being described as the most desolate and barren I ever saw. At Christmas Sound they were more fortunate, for wood, water, wild celery, and a large number of geese provided them with a welcome banquet for Christmas Day. They were visited by some of the natives, described as a little ugly, half-starved, bedless race. I saw not a tall person amongst them. The scent of dirt and train oil they carried with them was enough to spoil the appetite of any European. Consequently none were invited to join the festivities. They had European knives, cloth, handkerchiefs, etc., showing they had been in communication with white men, and Forster notes they had canoes, which could not have been made in the neighbourhood, for there was no timber of sufficient size. Cape Horn corrected. Cape Horn was passed on the 29th of December, and Cook made his longitude 68 degrees 13 minutes west, a little too far to the westward. It should have been 67 degrees 16 minutes west. This is absolutely correct according to Wharton. On the 1st of January 1775 they landed on a small island off Staten Island, and then put into a fine sheltered harbour on the main island, which consequently was named New Year Harbour. The weather proved unfavourable for surveying, but enough was ascertained to convince them that the Tierra del Fuego and Staten Island coasts were not so dangerous to navigation as they had been represented. On the 3rd of January they left to look for Dalrymple's Gulf of Sebastian, which Cook thought was non-existent, and on the 6th they reached the position given on the chart, but could find no signs of any land. Bearing up to the north, Georgia Island was seen on the 14th, and was found to be entirely covered with snow, creating surprise as it was now the height of summer. The ship ran in between Georgia and Willis Islands, and possession was formally taken of the group, though Cook did not think that anyone would ever be benefited by the discovery. Working as far south as 60 degrees, he turned to the east, being tired of these high northern latitudes, where nothing was to be found but ice and thick fogs, and a long hollow swell coming from the westward convinced him that he was correct in his assumption that the Gulf of Sebastian and a large body of land did not exist. On the 30th 2 large islands were seen, and then 3 rocky islets to the north. The largest was named Friesland Peak, after the sailor who sighted it, S. Friesland, and behind these was an elevated coast which received the name of Southern Thule, as being the most southerly land then discovered. The position of the ship was taken as 59 degrees 13 minutes 30 seconds south, 27 degrees 45 minutes west. During the early part of February they ran down east between 58 and 59 degrees south, frequently having to throw the ship up into the wind to shake the snow out of her sails, for the weather was very bad. After another unsuccessful attempt to find Cape Circumcision, the ship's head was turned towards the Cape of Good Hope on the 23rd of February, and Cook had the satisfaction of feeling he had solved the problem of the non-existence of any southern continent except in close proximity to the pole. He firmly believed from his observations of the ice fields that such a continent in the far south did exist, but he asserted that further exploration in that direction would be of little service to navigation, and would be hardly worth the cost and danger that must be incurred. On the 16th of March 2 Dutch ships were seen steering to the west, and a boat was sent off to the nearest, which proved to be the Bounkirk Polder, from Bengal. They were offered any supplies the Dutchman had, notwithstanding the latter was rather short, owing to his being some time out from port. Some English sailors on board told of the Adventure having been at the Cape of Good Hope some 12 months previously, and that she had reported the massacre of a boat's crew in New Zealand. At the same time 3 or more sail came up. One, an English ship, did not intend to call at the Cape, so Cook forwarded by her a letter to the Admiralty, and received some provisions, and most valuable gift, a packet of old newspapers. On the 22nd the Resolution anchored in Table Bay, saluting the Dutch flag with 13 guns, and the next morning Cook waited on the Governor, who did everything he could to assist him and render his stay agreeable. 3 on the sick list. Cook was greatly pleased to be able to report 3 men only on the sick list, and the remainder were granted as much leave as the refitting of the ship would permit. The rigging, of course, had suffered severely, and had to be replaced at an exorbitant cost from the government stores, but Cook calls attention to the state of the masts, which he considered, after sailing some 20,000 leagues, bore testimony to the care and ability of his officers and men, and also to the high qualities of his ship. Monsieur de Crozet put in on his way to Pondicherry, and was impressed with Cook's courtesy and qualifications as an explorer. He was able to give the first information of Monsieur de Surville's voyage, and that he had cleared away a mistake Cook had made in assuming that the New Caledonia Reef extended to the Great Barrier Reef on the east of Australia. Forster says that Cook pointedly avoided having any intercourse with any of the Spaniards who were there, but gives no reason for it. He also bought a quantity of wild animals and birds, many of which died before reaching England, and he roundly but unjustly accused the crew of having killed them. Touching at St. Helena, where Kendall's watch was found to differ by about 2 miles from the observations of Mason and Dixon at the Cape, and those of Maskelyne at St. Helena, he proceeded to Ascension, where he obtained a good supply of fresh turtle, and then to Fernando de Noronha, fixing the position as 3 degrees 50 minutes south, 32 degrees 34 minutes west, and crossed the line on the 11th of June. Calling in at the Azores, land was sighted near Plymouth on the 29th, and the next day they anchored at Spithead, and Cook, Wales, Hodges, and the 2 Forsters immediately started for London, having been away from England 3 years and 18 days. During this time they had lost 4 men, 3 from accident and 1 from disease, a record unprecedented in the annals of British naval history. The war with the American colonies was naturally occupying the attention of the public, but the newspapers found space to publish more or less authentic information as to their arrival and proceedings on the voyage. One paper gravely said, "Captain Cook will be anointed Admiral of the Blue, and command a fleet which is preparing to go out in the spring, as a reward for the discoveries he has made in his last voyage in the South Seas." On the 9th of August Cook was summoned to St. James's Palace, and had a long audience with the King, presenting several charts and maps, and submitting several drawings, some of which were ordered to be engraved for the private museum. In return the King presented him with his commission as post captain, and his appointment to HMS Kent. The commission, signed by Sandwich, Penton, and Pallisser, bears the date of the 9th of August. Furneaux had made captain. He sailed for America in October, and was present at the attack on New Orleans in 1777. He died at the age of 46, some 4 years later. Kemp, Cooper, and Clerke were promoted to commanders, and Isaac Smith lieutenant. Mr. Wales was appointed mathematical master at Christ's Hospital, and Charles Lamb mentions him as having been a severe man, but a perpetual fund of humour, a constant glee about him, heightened by an inveterate provincialism of North Country dialect, absolutely took away the sting from his severities. Mr. Forster was received by the King at Kew, and was afterwards presented to the Queen, to whom he gave some of the birds bought at the Cape. He also attracted attention from another quarter, for Lloyd's Evening Post reports that on the 6th of August his house at Paddington was broke open and robbed of effects of considerable value. Again the Morning Post, 23rd of August, reports: Monday night, as Mr. John Reynold Forster was returning from Chelsea in a post-chaise, he was attacked by 3 highwaymen near Bloody Bridge, who robbed him of 3 guineas and a watch set with diamonds. Greenwich Hospital. Acting on advice from the Admiralty, Cook on the 12th of August applied for the position of one of the captains of Greenwich Hospital, vacant through the death of Captain Clements, stipulating that if occasion arose in which his services would be of use elsewhere, he might be permitted to resign. This application was immediately granted, and his appointment is dated on the same day as his application. The salary was £200 per year, with a residence and certain small allowances, such as fire and light, and 1 shilling and 2 pence per day, table money. It is apparent from his letters that though he may have taken over some of the duties, but that is improbable owing to his time being fully occupied preparing his journal for the press and then making arrangements for his final voyage, he never entered upon residence but remained at Mile End. He, however, found time to write 2 letters to Mr. Walker of Whitby, in the first of which he speaks rather despondingly of being confined within the limits of Greenwich Hospital, which are far too small for an active mind like mine, and in the second he gives a rapid sketch of the voyage, which by its clear conciseness proves the worthlessness of Mr. Forster's sneer, repeated by later writers, that the public account of the voyage owed more to the editing of Canon Douglas than to the writing of Cook. Soon after Cook's arrival in London, Furneaux handed him his journal of the proceedings of the Adventure from the time of their separation off the coast of New Zealand. They were blown off the land near Table Cape in the beginning of November 1773, again sighting it near Cape Palliser, only to be blown off again, their sails and rigging suffering severely. They put into Tolago Bay for temporary repairs and water, and left again on the 13th, but had to put back till the 16th, and even then the weather was so bad they did not reach Queen Charlotte's Sound till the 30th, when the bottle left by Cook was at once found, telling they were 6 days too late. They pushed on as rapidly as possible with the refit, and then were further delayed by finding a large quantity of bread required rebaking, but they were ready to sail on the 17th of December. Mr. Rowe was sent out with a boat to get a supply of vegetables, and the ship was to have sailed the following day, but the boat did not return. Burney was then sent off with a party of marines in search, and after a time discovered the missing men had been all killed and some of them eaten by the Maoris. Portions of the bodies were found and identified: Rowe's hand by an old scar, Tom Hill's hand had been tattooed in Otaheite, Captain Furneaux's servant's hand and Midshipman Woodhouse's shoes were found, and a portion of the boat. The natives who had these remains were fired on, but Burney could take no further steps, for he estimated there were 1,500 of the natives near the place. Furneaux believed that the attack was unpremeditated, as the Maoris had been quite friendly, and both he and Cook had been at the place during their previous visit. He concluded that some sudden quarrel had arisen, and the boat's crew had been incautious. Massacre. On his next voyage, Cook obtained an account of the affairs from the natives, when they said that the crew was at dinner, and some of the Maoris attempted to steal some bread and fish, whilst one tried to get something from the boat, which had been left in charge of the captain's black servant. The thieves were given a thrashing, and a quarrel arose, during which 2 muskets were discharged and 2 natives were shot. The Maoris then closed in and killed all the sailors immediately. The Yorkshire Gazette of the 4th of June 1887 states that it was reported that a midshipman escaped the massacre, and after many wanderings reached England in 1777. If this improbable story is true, he must have been Mr. Woodhouse, whose shoes were found, for he was the only midshipman in the boat. On the 23rd of December the Adventure sailed, but owing to contrary winds did not get away from the coast for some days. She stood south-east till 56 degrees south was reached, and then the cold being extreme and the sea high, her course was set for the Horn, reaching as high as 61 degrees south with a favourable wind. Stores were running short, so after an unsuccessful search for Cape Circumcision she sailed for Table Bay, and having refitted, again left on the 16th of April for England, and dropped her anchor at Spithead on the 14th of July 1774. Mr. Forster states that this second voyage of Cook cost £25,000, but does not give the source of his information. End of chapter 14. Chapter number 15 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, 1775 to 1776. England. After his return, Cook was busily engaged preparing his journal and charts for publication, which had been sanctioned by the Admiralty, and was considerably annoyed and delayed by the conduct of Mr. Forster, who immediately on his return complained that the £4,000 granted him to cover the whole of his expenses had proved totally inadequate. He claimed that Lord Sandwich had promised verbally that he was to have the exclusive duty of writing the history of the voyage, was to receive the whole of the profits thereof, and to be provided with permanent employment for the remainder of his life. This promise was totally denied by Lord Sandwich, and it certainly does not appear to have been a reasonable one to make on behalf of the Admiralty. After a protracted discussion, it was agreed that Cook should write the account of the voyage and the countries visited, whilst Forster was to write a second volume containing his observations as a scientist. The Admiralty was to pay the expenses of engraving the charts, pictures, etc., and on completion of the work, the plates were to be equally divided between Cook and Forster. Cook was to proceed with his part at once and submit it to Forster for revision, and Forster was to draw up a plan of the method he intended to pursue and forward it to Lord Sandwich for approval. Cook proceeded to carry out his share, and furnished Forster with a large amount of manuscript, but the latter proved obstinately insistent on having his own way in everything, with the result that after submitting 2 schemes to Lord Sandwich, both extremely unsatisfactory, he was forbidden to write at all, and it was decided that Cook should complete the whole of the work, and it should be revised by the Reverend John Douglas, Canon of Windsor, afterwards Bishop of Carlisle. Forster's yarns. Notwithstanding the prohibition against Forster, a book was published under his son's name, and the latter claims he started on the voyage with the intention of writing, took copious notes, and excepting that he utilised those taken by his father, the work was entirely his own. He forgets, however, to say that a quantity of Cook's manuscripts had been in his father's hands, and does not explain how so much of his book corresponds with curious exactitude with that of Cook, in many cases word for word, and how, when the papers of Cook failed to provide him with further facts, he was obliged to rely on would-be philosophical dissertations, which it is to be hoped were not obtained from his father's notebooks. Young Forster says that the appointment was first of all given to his father in a spirit of pique on the part of Lord Sandwich, and then the order forbidding him to write was made because the father had refused to give Miss Ray, Lord Sandwich's mistress, who had admired them when on board the ship, some birds brought from the Cape of Good Hope as a present to the Queen. In the end, the Forsters forestalled Cook's book by about 6 weeks, and as this was after Cook had left England on his last voyage, Mr. Wales undertook the defence of the absent against the sneers and insinuations that were plentifully given out all round. The Forsters infer that Cook was unreliable because he suppresses mention of the bombardment of the Loo fort at Madeira, an event which never happened, and because he places Valparaiso, where he had never been, in the position given on by the Admiralty chart supplied to him, which proved to be some 10 degrees out. The master who had refused to give up his cabin was of course never forgiven, and as for Mr. Wales, who had observed the transit of Venus at Hudson's Bay in 1769 for the Royal Society, he, poor man, had neither knowledge nor experience in astronomical science. The crews of the 2 ships also, carefully selected men though they were, some of whom had been the previous voyage, were morally and physically bad, and utterly incapable of performing their duty in a proper and seamanlike manner. A little allowance must be made for the 2 authors, for the father suffered severely from rheumatism, the son was of a scorbutic tendency, and both were unaccustomed to sea life, and doubtless the hardships inseparable from such a voyage pressed heavily on them. A second journal was published by F. Newbery about the same time, and Cook, hearing of it, sent Anderson, the gunner, to find out the author. With little difficulty he was found to be Mara, the gunner's mate, who tried to desert at Otaheite, and the publication was stayed till after the authorised version was out. A volume of Cook's letters to Dr. Douglas relating to the preparation of his journal for the press is preserved at the British Museum, and it shows how Cook to the very last endeavoured to serve Mr. Forster's interests and to smooth matters over so that they could work together. The last one Dr. Douglas received before Cook's departure was dated from Mile End, 23rd of June 1776, the day before he joined his ship at the Nore. Dear Sir, it is now settled that I am to publish without Mr. Forster, and I have taken my measures accordingly. When Captain Campbell has looked over the manuscript, it will be put into the hands of Mr. Strahan and Mr. Stewart to be printed, and I shall hope for the continuation of your assistance in correcting the press. I know not how to recompense you for the trouble you have had and will have in the work. I can only beg you will accept of as many copies after it is published as will serve yourself and friends, and I have given directions for you to be furnished with them. When you have done with the introduction, please send it to Mr. Strahan, or bring it with you when you come to town, for there needs be no hurry about it. Tomorrow morning I set out to join my ship at the Nore, and with her proceed to Plymouth, where my stay will be but short. Permit me to assure you that I shall always have a due sense of the favour you have done me, and that I am with great esteem and regard, dear Sir, your obliged and very humble servant, James Cook. Notwithstanding the Forsters' endeavour to discount its success by forestalling the publication by some weeks, Cook's work was well received by the public, and Mrs. Cook, to whom the whole of the profits were given, reaped considerable benefit from its sale. Fellow of Royal Society. On the 29th of February 1776, Captain James Cook was unanimously elected a Fellow of the Royal Society, and his certificate of election was signed by no less than 26 of the Fellows. He was formally admitted on the 17th of March, on which date a paper written by him on the means he had used for the prevention and cure of scurvy was read. That he valued his success in dealing with this disease, which at that time, even in voyages of very moderate length, was the most terrible danger to be encountered, is plainly set forth in his journal of the voyage. He says, "But whatever may be the public judgment about other matters, it is with real satisfaction and without claiming any merit but that of attention to my duty, that I can conclude this account with an observation which facts enable me to make, that our having discovered the possibility of preserving health amongst a numerous ship's company for such a length of time in such varieties of climate and amidst such continued hardships and fatigues, will make this voyage remarkable in opinion of every benevolent person, when the disputes about a southern continent shall have ceased to engage the attention and to divide the judgment of philosophers." During his early days at sea, it was no unusual thing for a man of war to be short-handed through scurvy after a cruise of a few weeks, and in a voyage across the Atlantic as many as 20% of the crew are known to have perished. To give some of his own experiences to the Navy, on the 4th of June 1756, HMS Eagle arrived in Plymouth Sound, after cruising for 2 months in the Channel and off the French coast, and Captain Pallisser reported landing 130 sick, buried at sea 22, and since his arrival in port his surgeon and 4 men had died, and both his surgeon's mates were very ill. This out of a complement of 400. Boscawen, sailing from Halifax for Louisburg in 1758, left several ships behind on account of scurvy, one being the Pembroke, of which Cook was master. She had lost 29 men crossing the Atlantic, but she was able to rejoin before the others, as they were in a worse plight. Wolfe reported to Lord George Sackville that some of the regiments employed at Louisburg had 300 or 400 men eat up with scurvy. Of the Northumberland, when at Halifax, Lord Colville wrote that frozen, fresh beef from Boston kept his men healthy when in port, but the scurvy never fails to put us down in great numbers upon our going to sea in spring. Having had such experiences, Cook appears to have made up his mind to fight the dreadful scourge from the very first, and though the popular idea is that he only turned his mind to it during the second voyage, it is very evident that on the Endeavour he fought it successfully, and it is most probable would have laid claim to victory had it not been for the serious losses incurred through the malarial fever and its usual companion, dysentery, contracted at Batavia. In proof of this, reference may be made to the report of Mr. Peary, surgeon's mate, and after Mr. Monkhouth's death, surgeon on board. He states they rounded the Horn with the crew as free from scurvy as on our sailing from Plymouth, that is, after 5 months. He reports for the whole of the voyage 5 cases of scurvy, 3 in port at New Holland, and 2 while on the coast of New Zealand. Not a man more suffered any convenience from this distemper. He was one of the 5 cases, but at the same time it must not be understood that no others developed symptoms of scurvy, only they were so closely watched and at once subjected to such treatment that the disease was not able to gain the upper hand. Cook wrote to the Secretary of the Admiralty immediately after his arrival at Batavia, saying, "I have not lost one man from sickness." He means here, as elsewhere in his journals, sickness to be taken as scurvy, and at that time he had lost only 7 men. 2 of Mr. Banks' servants from exposure, 3 men drowned, Mr. Buchan a fit, probably apoplectic, and 1 man alcoholic poisoning. He arrived at home with a total loss of 41, including Tupia and his boy. 32 of these deaths were from fever and dysentery, and 2, Mr. Hicks and Sutherland, from consumption. Treatment of scurvy. The chief antiscorbutics used on the Endeavour, according to Mr. Perry's report, were sauerkraut, mustard, vinegar, wheat whole, inspissated orange and lemon juice, salop, portable soup, sugar, molasses, vegetables, at all times when they could possibly be got, were some in constant, others in occasional use. Salop was a decoction made from the Orchis mascula root, a common meadow plant, or else from sassafras, and was at one time sold in the streets as a drink before the introduction of tea and coffee. In the United Service Museum there is a cake of the portable soup, which was on board the Endeavour, in appearance like a square of whitish glue, which in effect it is, says Sir John Pringle, President of the Royal Society. Mr. Perry continues, cold bathing was encouraged and enforced by example. The allowance of salt beef and pork was abridged from nearly the beginning of the voyage, and the usual custom of the sailors mixing the salt beef fat with the flour was strictly forbidden. Salt butter and cheese was stopped on leaving England, and throughout the voyage raisins were issued in place of the salt suet. In addition to the malt, wild celery was collected in Tierra del Fuego, and every morning breakfast was made from this herb, ground wheat and portable soup. Of the personal cleanliness of the crew, which Cook looked upon as of the first importance, Mara says, when writing of the Resolution's voyage, he was very particular, never suffering any to appear dirty before him, insomuch that when other commanders came on board they could not help declaring they thought every day Sunday on board of Captain Cook. He inspected the men at least once a week, and saw they had changed their clothing and were dry. The bedding was dried and aired when occasion offered, and the whole ship was stove dried. Special attention being paid to the well, into which an iron pot containing a fire was lowered. Fresh water was obtained when possible, for Cook remarks, "Nothing contributes more to the health of seamen than having plenty of water." He was provided with a condenser, but it was too small and unsatisfactory, and he looked upon it as a useful invention, but only calculated to provide enough to preserve life without health. He attributed the losses on the Adventure to Furneaux's desire to save his men's labour, and neglected to avail himself of every opportunity of obtaining fresh water. Cook throughout the voyage was never short of water. Furneaux was on 2 or 3 occasions. Dr. McBride advises the use of fresh wort made from malt as an antiscorbutic, and the Endeavour was ordered to give it a thorough trial. Fresh ground malt was treated with boiling water and allowed to stand. Then the liquid was boiled with dried fruit or biscuit into a pandana, and the patient had 1 or 2 meals with a quart or more of the liquid per diem. This treatment was favourably reported on, but at the same time so many other precautions were taken that it was not possible to say which was the most successful. Banks, who was threatened, tried the wort, but thinking it affected his throat, substituted a weak punch of lemon juice and brandy, which had satisfactory results. After a time the malt, though dry and sweet, had lost much strength, so as strong a wort was made as possible, and ground wheat boiled with it for breakfast, a very pleasant mess which the people were fond of, and Cook had great reason to think that the people received much benefit from it. Sauerkraut. Cook set great store on the sauerkraut, and says, "The men at first would not eat it until I put it in practice, a method I never once knew to fail with seamen, and this was to have some of it dressed every day for the cabin table, and permitted all the officers, without exception, to make use of it, and left it to the option of the men to take as much as they pleased, or none at all. But this practice was not continued above a week before I found it necessary to put every one on board to an allowance, for such are the tempers and disposition of seamen in general, that whatever you give them out of the common way, although it be ever so much for their good, it will not go down, and you will hear nothing but murmurings against the man that first invented it. But the moment they see their superiors set a value upon it, it becomes the finest stuff in the world, and the inventor is an honest fellow. A pound of this was served to each man twice a week at sea, or oftener if thought necessary. Portable soup, at the rate of an ounce per man, was boiled with the peas thrice a week, and when vegetables could be obtained, it was boiled with them, and wheat or oatmeal for breakfast, with peas and vegetables for dinner, and it was the means of making the people eat a greater quantity of vegetables than they would otherwise have done. The rob of lemon and orange was a doubtful quantity, for though Cook had no great confidence in its efficacy, Furneaux reported very favourably on its use, but it was expensive. Of vinegar, Cook was of opinion that it was of little service, and preferred smoking the ship with wood fires to washing with vinegar, which had been strongly advised. He substituted sugar for oil, as he esteemed it a very good antiscorbutic, whereas oil, such as the Navy is usually supplied with, I am of the opinion has the contrary effect. Cook says that the introduction of the most salutary articles would prove unsuccessful unless accompanied by strict regulations, so the crew were divided into 3 watches except on some extraordinary occasion, in order that they might not be so exposed to the weather, and had a better chance to get into dry clothes if they happened to get wet. Hammocks, bedding, clothes, and ship were kept as clean and dry as possible, and when the ship could not be cured with fires, once or twice a week she was smoked with gunpowder, mixed with vinegar or water. To cleanliness, as well in the ship as amongst the people, too great attention cannot be paid. The least neglect occasions a putrid and disagreeable smell below, which nothing but the fires will remove. He finishes his paper, read before the Royal Society, as follows: "We came to few places where either the art of man or the bounty of nature had not provided some sort of refreshment or other, either in the animal or vegetable way. It was my first care to procure whatever of any kind could be met with, by every means in my power, and to oblige our people to make use thereof, both of my example and authority. But the benefits arising from refreshments of any kind soon became so obvious that I had little occasion to recommend the one or exert the other. Copley Gold Medal. On the 30th of November 1776, Sir John Pringle, President of the Royal Society, in his address to the Fellows, announced that the Copley Gold Medal had been conferred on Captain Cook for his paper on the treatment of scurvy, and gave some corroborative facts which had come under his own observation, concluding his speech as follows: "If Rome decreed the civic crown to him who saved the life of a single citizen, what wreaths were due to this man, who, having himself saved many, perpetuates in your transactions the means by which Britain may now, on the most distant voyages, preserve numbers of her intrepid sons, her mariners, who, braving every danger, have so liberally contributed to the fame, to the opulence, and to the maritime empire for this country." Before Cook left England on his last voyage, he had been informed that the medal had been conferred on him, but he never received it, and it was presented to Mrs. Cook, and is now in the British Museum. During May 1776, Cook sat for his portrait, now in the Painted Hall, Greenwich, to Sir Nathaniel Dance. There are several portraits of him in existence, 3 by Weber, one being in the National Portrait Gallery, one by Hodges, and 1 or 2 others by unknown artists. Mr. Samwell, surgeon on the 3rd voyage, says of an engraving by Sherwin from the portrait by Dance that it is a most excellent likeness of Captain Cook, and more to be valued, as it is the only one I have seen that bears any resemblance to him. This portrait of Dance's represents Cook dressed in his captain's uniform, seated at a table on which is a chart. The figure is evidently that of a tall man. He is over 6 feet in height, with brown unpowdered hair, neatly tied back from the face. The clear complexion shows little effect of exposure to the sea breezes. The pleasant brown eyes look from under rather prominent brows, the nose rather long, and a good firm mouth. The whole face gives a very pleasant impression of the man, and conveys the idea that it was a good likeness. Cook volunteers. Omai, a native of Otaheite, was brought to England by Furneaux, was introduced to the king, made much of in society, was painted by Reynolds, Dance, and Hodges, and seems to have conducted himself fairly well. He was to be sent back to his own country, and from the orders given to the Resolution, when she returned, it was evident she was to be the ship to take him. There was some difficulty as to the man to take command of the new expedition, as the Admiralty felt they could not send out Cook again so soon after his return. However, early in February 1776, he was invited to dine with Lord Sandwich, to meet Sir Hugh Pallisser and Mr. Stephens, the secretary, when the proposed expedition was discussed, and the difficulty of finding a commander was brought forward. It is said that after some conversation, Cook jumped up and declared he would go, and as a result of this resolve he called at the Admiralty Office on the 10th of February and made formal application for the command, which was accepted on the same day, and he there and then went to Deptford and hoisted his pendant on the Resolution. Her complement was the same as the previous voyage, that is, 112 men, including 12 marines, and the quarter bill, preserved in the Records Office, shows the stations and duties of each of the crew, and the positions of the civilians who, in cases of necessity, were expected to take their places as small arms men. The companion ship, the Discovery, was built by Langbourne of Whitby, and was purchased for £2,450 from W. Herbert of Scarborough. According to the records, she was 229 tons burthen, but Cook puts her down as 300 tons, and Burney says the two ships were splendid sailing company, any advantage there might be resting with the Discovery. The command was given to Charles Clerke, who had been both the previous voyages. The Resolution hauled out of dock 10th of March, completed her rigging, and took in stores and provisions, which was as much as we could stow and the best of every kind that could be got. On the 6th of May the pilot went on board to take her down to Longreach for her guns and powder, but owing to contrary winds she did not reach there until the 30th. On the 8th of June she was visited by Lord Sandwich, Sir Hugh Pallisser, and others from the Admiralty, to see that everything was completed to their desire and to the satisfaction of all who were to embark in the voyage. A bull, 2 cows and their calves, with some sheep, were embarked as a present from King George to the Otaheitans, in hopes to start stocking the island. A good supply of trade was shipped. The extra warm clothing for the crew was supplied by the Admiralty, and nothing was wanting that was thought conducive to either conveniency or health. Such was the extraordinary care taken by those at the head of the naval departments. Cook and King were to take observations on the Resolution, and Bailey, who was with the Adventure the previous voyage, was appointed as astronomer to the Discovery, the necessary instruments being supplied by the Board of Longitude. The chronometer made by Kendall, which had given such satisfaction last voyage, was again on board the Resolution. It was afterwards with Bligh on the Bounty, sold by Adams after the mutiny to an American, who sold it again to Chile. It was then purchased for £52 10s, repaired and rated, and after keeping fair time for some years, was presented by Admiral Sir Thomas Hubert to the United Service Museum, and is still in working order. Clerke in the fleet. On the 15th of June the two ships sailed for the Nore. There the Resolution waited for her captain, whilst the Discovery, under the command of Burney, went on to Plymouth, but meeting with damage in a gale had to put into Portland for temporary repairs. Captain Clerke was detained in London in the rules of the bench, as he had been financially responsible for a friend who left him in the lurch. He wrote to Banks saying, "The Jews are exasperated and determined to spare no pains to arrest me." It appears that he contracted the illness which led to his death at that period. End of chapter 15. Chapter number 16, Part 1 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 16, Part 1, 1776 to 1777. Third Voyage. On the 24th of June, Cook and Omai joined the ship at the Nore, leaving next day for Plymouth, arriving there on the 30th, 3 days after the Discovery. On the 8th of July the final orders, which Cook had helped to draw up, were received. They were to the effect that he was to proceed by the Cape of Good Hope to look for some islands said to have been seen by the French in latitude 48 degrees, about the longitude of Mauritius, to touch at New Zealand if he thought proper, and then to proceed to Otaheite and leave Omai there, or at the Society Islands, as the latter might wish. Leaving Otaheite about February, he was to strike the North American coast in about 45 degrees latitude, avoiding, if possible, touching at any of the Spanish dominions, and proceeding northwards to explore any rivers or inlets that seemed likely to lead to the Hudson's or Baffin's Bay. For the winter he was to proceed to the port of St. Peter and St. Paul in Kamchatka, or other suitable place, and in the ensuing spring he was again to try and find a passage either to the east or west. Failing that, the ships were then to return to England. A reward of £20,000 had been offered to any British merchant ship that discovered a passage between Hudson's Bay and the Pacific, and now this offer was thrown open to any ship flying the British flag, and the passage might be to the east or west so long as it was north of latitude 52 degrees. On the 9th of July the Marines, who had been carefully selected, embarked under the command of Lieutenant Molesworth Phillips, and the following day officers and men were paid up to the 30th of June, and petty officers and seamen received in addition 2 months' advance. The Resolution sails. The Resolution sailed on the 12th of July, the crew looking on it as a lucky day, being the anniversary of the day they had sailed on the last voyage. But, as Clerke had not yet arrived, the Discovery remained behind. Putting into Teneriffe, Cook purchased a supply of wine, which he did not think as good as that of Madeira, but remarks that the best Teneriffe wine was £12 a pipe, whereas the best Madeira is seldom under £27. Here they met Captain Bordat, the Chevalier de Borda, who was making observations in order to time 2 watch machines, and were afforded an opportunity of comparing them with their own. Looking into Port Praya in hopes to find the Discovery, they crossed the line on the 1st of September in longitude 27 degrees 38 minutes west, and sighted the Cape of Good Hope on the 17th of October, anchoring in Table Bay the next day. The ship was found to be very leaky in her upper works, as the great heat had opened up her seams, which had been badly caulked at first. Hardly a man could lie dry in his bed. The officers in the gun room were all driven out of their cabin by the water that came in through the sides. The sails were damaged, some being quite ruined before they could be dried. The reception accorded by the Dutch was all that could be desired, and all the resources of the place were at Cook's disposal. Letters were sent to England, and one invalid, Cook wishing afterwards that he had sent 1 or 2 more, but he had at the time hopes of their complete recovery. On the 31st of October they were unable to communicate with the shore owing to a heavy southeasterly gale, which did not blow itself out for 3 days, and the Resolution was the only ship in the bay that rode through it without dragging her anchors. On the 10th of November the Discovery arrived, having left Plymouth on the 1st of August. She sighted land above 25 leagues north of Table Bay, but had been blown off the coast in the storm. It may be noted here that the French, Spanish, and United States governments issued instructions to their naval officers that Captain Cook and his ships were to be treated with every respect, and as belonging to neutral and allied power. In honour to Cook, and also to the nations who conferred it on him. When her consort arrived, Cook was almost ready for sea, so the refit of the Discovery was pushed on as quickly as possible, but some delay arose in the delivery of bread ordered. Cook says he believes the bakers would not put it in hand till they saw the Discovery safely at anchor. However, on the 30th of November, Clerke was handed his instructions, and the 2 captains went on board their respective ships, to find them fully supplied for a voyage which was expected to last at least 2 years. Livestock had been purchased at the Cape, and one journalist says that on leaving, the Resolution reminded him of Noah's Ark. They did not get clear of the coast till the 3rd of December owing to light winds, and then on the 6th a sudden heavy squall cost the Resolution her mizzen topmast, not a very serious loss, for they had a spare stick, and the broken one had often complained, but Burney says that owing to the weather it took them 3 days to complete the repairs. The cold, rough weather had also a bad effect on the livestock, several of them perishing. Dense fog. On the 12th of December, the islands discovered by Marion du Fresnay and Crozet in 1772 were sighted, and as they were unnamed in the map, dated 1775, given by Crozet to Cook, he called them Prince Edward's Islands, and a small group further to the east was named Marion and Crozet Islands. Then, sailing south through fog so dense that, Burney says, they were often for hours together unable to see twice the length of the ship, and though it was the height of summer, the cold was so intense that the warm clothing had to be resorted to. They sighted Kerguelen's Land on the 24th of December. The Chevalier de Borda had given Cook 48 degrees 26 minutes south, 64 degrees 57 minutes east of Paris, as the position of the Rendezvous Islands. This Cook took to be an isolated rock they had only just weathered in the fog, to which he gave the name of Bligh's Cap, for he said, "I know nothing that can rendezvous at it but fowls of the air, for it is certainly inaccessible to every other animal." Cook, unaware that Kerguelen had paid 2 visits to the place, found some difficulty in recognising the places described. The country was very desolate, the coarse grass hardly worth cutting for the animals, no wood, but a good supply of water was obtained, and here the Christmas day was spent on the 27th, as the 25th and 26th had been full of hard work. A bottle was found by one of the crew containing a parchment record of the visit of the French in 1772. On the back Cook noted the names of his ships and the year of their visit, and added a silver 2-penny piece of 1772, replaced it in the bottle, which was sealed with lead, and hidden in a pile of stones in such a position that it could not escape the notice of any one visiting the spot. Running along the coast to the south east they encountered very blowy weather, and finding the land even more desolate than that at Christmas Harbour, they left on the 31st for New Zealand. Anderson, the surgeon, on whom Cook relied for his notes on natural history, says, "Perhaps no place hitherto discovered in either hemisphere under the same parallel of latitude affords so scanty a field for the naturalist as this barren spot." The whole catalogue of plants, including lichens, did not exceed 16 or 18. A southerly buster. The first part of January 1777 was foggy, and Cook says that they ran above 300 leagues in the dark. On the 19th a squall carried away the fore topmast and main topgallant mast, and it took the whole day to replace the first, but they had nothing suitable for the topgallant mast. On the 26th of January they put into Adventure Bay, Van Diemen's Land, and obtained a spar. Cook spoke of the timber as being good but too heavy. A few natives were seen, but did not create a favourable impression. Still, Cook landed a couple of pigs in hopes to establish the breed, a hope doomed to be unsatisfied. The Marquis de Beauvoir relates that in 1866 he saw in Adventure Bay a tree on which was cut with a knife. Cook, 26th of January 1777. and he was informed it had been cut by the man himself. They seem to have seen nothing to raise a doubt about Furneaux's conclusion that Van Diemen's Land formed a part of Australia, so no attempt was made to settle the question, and they sailed for New Zealand on the 30th, meeting with a perfect storm from the south. The thermometer rose almost in an instant from about 70 degrees to near 90 degrees, but fell again when the wind commenced. In fact, the change was so rapid that there were some on board who did not notice it. These storms are of frequent occurrence, and are locally known as southerly busters. On the 10th of February, Rocks Point, near Cape Farewell, was sighted, and on the 12th they anchored near their old berth in Queen Charlotte's Sound, and a camp was immediately established. Here they were visited by a few of the natives, some of whom remembered Cook and were recognised by him. At first they thought he had come to avenge the Adventure's losses, but after a time were persuaded to put aside their distrust, and they flocked down to the shore, every available piece of ground being quickly occupied by their huts. Cook describes how one party worked. The ground was selected, the men tearing up the grass and plants, and erecting the huts, whilst the women looked after the canoes, properties, and provisions, and collected firewood, and he kept the children and some of the oldest of the party out of mischief by scrambling the contents of his pockets amongst them. At the same time he noticed that however busy the men might be, they took care to be within easy reach of their weapons, and he on his side had a strong party of marines on duty, and any party working at a distance from the ship was always armed and under the command of an officer experienced in dealing with the natives. Cook was pleased to notice his men were not inclined to associate with the Maoris, and he always tried to discourage familiarity between his crew and the natives of the islands he visited. It is worthy of remark that two of the Resolution were on the sick list, whilst the Discovery had a clean bill of health. One of their constant visitors was a man Cook calls Kahura, who was pointed out as having been the leader at the massacre of the Adventure's men, and it was a matter of surprise to the natives that, having him in his power, Cook did not kill him. But after the fullest possible inquiry, Cook believed it was best to let matters rest, as the attack had evidently arisen out of a sudden quarrel, and was totally unpremeditated. Burney thinks the Maoris felt a certain contempt for the English, either because they were too generous in their dealings, or else because the murders were unavenged. The gardens that had been made at the last visit had in some respects prospered. In particular, the potatoes from the Cape had improved in quality, but as they had been appreciated by the natives, there were few to be got. Burney, on the other hand, declares that nothing could be heard of the pigs and fowls that had been left. Omai was anxious to take a New Zealander away with him, and soon found one to volunteer. It was explained that he must make up his mind that he would not be able to return, and as he seemed satisfied, he and a boy were taken. When they were seasick, they deeply and loudly lamented leaving their home, but on recovery they soon became as firmly attached to us as if they had been born amongst us. The weekly paper. Sailing on the 25th of February, they crossed the tropic on the 27th of March, some 9 degrees further west than Cook wished to have done, and had seen nothing of importance. It is interesting to note that Burney says each ship published a weekly paper, and on signal being made, a boat was sent to exchange when possible. He says Cook was a constant reader, but not a contributor. It is to be regretted that no copies exist of this, probably the first Oceanic Weekly. On the 29th of March, a small island Cook calls Manganuia was discovered in 21 degrees 57 minutes south, 201 degrees 53 minutes east. Burney gives 21 degrees 54 minutes south, 202 degrees 6 minutes east. But the landing places were too dangerous on account of the surf. A native came on board who was able to converse with Omai, and said they had plenty of plantains and taro, but neither yams, hogs, nor dogs. He unfortunately fell over a goat, which he took to be a large bird, and was so frightened he had to be put ashore. The next day another island was seen, and as they were very short of fodder for the animals, Gore was sent to see if trade could be opened up with the inhabitants. In this he was fairly successful, and obtained a quantity of plantain stems, which were found to be a satisfactory substitute for grass. But the trading was not brisk, for the people wished to receive dogs in return, and it was evident that though they had none, they knew what they were. They were afraid of the horses and cattle, and took the sheep and goats for some kind of large birds. A party went ashore and were treated fairly well, but when they wished to return to their boats all sorts of difficulties were raised, and Cook credits Omai with their safe return, for it seems he gave judiciously boastful replies to the many questions that were asked him, and at the psychological moment exploded a handful of powder, with the result that opposition to their departure was withdrawn. Burney says Omai was most useful in a landing party, as he was a good sportsman and cook, and was never idle. After this experience Cook would not run further risks, so made a small uninhabited island where some vegetables were obtained, and branches of trees, which cut into short lengths, were eagerly eaten by the cattle, and Cook says, "It might be said without impropriety that we fed our cattle on billet wood." Payment for what had been taken was left in a deserted village. On the 6th of April they reached Hervey's Island, and were somewhat surprised to be visited by several canoes, as on Cook's previous visit no signs of inhabitants had been noticed. Omai gathered from one or two natives who came on board to sell a few fish that the Resolution and Adventure had been seen in 1776 when passing the island. King was sent to look for a landing place, but seeing that the women were quietly bringing down arms to their menfolk on the beach, he thought it better to return to the ship, and the sail was made for the Friendly Islands, the Discovery being sent on about a league ahead, as she was better able to claw off a lee shore than mine. At this time Cook was getting rather short of water, so he set the still to work, and obtained about 13 to 16 gallons of fresh water between 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. There has lately been made some improvement, as they are pleased to call it, to this machine, which in my opinion is much for the worse. Falling in with repeated thunderstorms, in which they caught more water in an hour than by the still in a month, I laid it aside as a thing attended with more trouble than profit. At one of the Palmerston group they found, amongst other things drifted over the reef, some planks, one of which was very thick, with trunnel holes in it, and a piece of moulding from some ship's upper works, painted yellow, with nail holes showing signs of iron rust, probably the remains of some wrecked European ship. At Comango, where they anchored on the 28th of April, Cook notes, "It was remarkable that during the whole day the Indians would hardly part with any one thing to anybody but me. Captain Clerke did not get above 1 or 2 hogs. A supply of water was obtained, and wood was cut, but most of the trees were what Cook calls manchineel, the sap from which produced blisters on the men's skin, and Burney says some of them were blind for a fortnight, having rubbed their faces with their juice-stained hands. One of the carpenters had a bad fall and broke his leg, but for the rest, says Burney, they were all in good health, thank God, no appearance of scurvy." Flogging no good. Cook again complains of the thefts committed so continually, and says that no punishment they could devise was effectual, for flogging made no more impression than it would have done upon the mainmast. The chiefs would advise him to kill those caught, but as he would not proceed to such a length, the culprits generally escaped unpunished. Here the Discovery lost her best bower anchor, the cable having been chafed by the coral and parted when weighing. Burney describes how by pouring oil on the water they were able to see and recover it from a depth of 17 fathoms. Landing on Happy, they were very well received, and obtained plentiful supplies of fresh food, which was most opportune. An entertainment of boxing, wrestling, and combats with clubs made from green coconut boughs was held in their honour, and Cook says that they were carried on with the greatest good humour in the presence of some 3,000 spectators, though some, women as well as men, having received blows they must feel some time after. When this was over, the chief, Finau, presented Cook with supplies that required 4 boats to take to the ships. It far exceeded any present I have ever before received from an Indian prince. The donor was invited on board to receive his return present, which proved so satisfactory that on his return to the shore he forwarded still more in addition to his first gift, and was amused by a drill of the marines and a display of fireworks, which, though some were spoilt, were the cause of astonishment and pleasure to the wondering natives. During one of his walks on shore, Cook saw a woman just completing a surgical operation on a child's eyes. She was removing a film growing over the eyeballs, and the instruments used were described as slender wooden probes. He was not able to say if the operation were successful. The chief, Finau, went off to an island about 2 days' sail away in order to obtain some of the feather caps which were held in high estimation, and Cook promised to wait for his return, but finding the fresh supplies were running short, he sailed along the south of the reef and put into a bay in Lifuga. On the way the Discovery ran on a shoal, but managed to back off without damage. Although he was not short of water, Cook went ashore to inspect some well which he had been informed contained water of a very superior quality, but he found it very bad, and says, "This will not be the only time I shall have to remark that these people do not know what good water is." Near these wells was a large artificial mound about 40 feet high and 50 feet diameter on the top, on which large trees were growing. At the foot was a hewn block of coral 4 feet broad, 2½ feet thick, and 14 feet high, but the natives present said that there were only 1/2 of it above ground. It was supposed to have been erected to the memory of a great chief, but how many years ago it was impossible to guess. King Palaho. Whilst anchored here, a large sailing canoe arrived, having on board a chief who was treated by the natives with the utmost respect, and the visitors were given to understand that Tatawhi Palaho was the king of all the islands. He was invited on board, and brought with him, as a present, 2 good fat hogs, though not as fat as himself, for he was the most corporate, plump fellow we had met with. I found him to be a sedate, sensible man. He viewed the ship and the several new objects with uncommon attention, and asked several pertinent questions. In return, Cook was invited ashore, and when they were seated, the natives who had been trading submitted the articles they had received for Palaho's inspection, who inquired what each one had sold, and seemed pleased with the bargains made. Everything was returned to its owner except a red glass bowl to which the king had taken a great fancy. According to Mr. Basil Thompson, who was for some years in the Pacific Islands, a red glass bowl was given by the King of Tonga to the notorious Mr. Shirley Baker as a relic of Captain Cook, but was unfortunately broken in New Zealand. It was most probably the one in question. Before leaving, Polaho presented Cook with one of the red feather caps made from the tail feathers of a bird the Sandwich Islanders called iwi, Vistaria coycinea, which were evidently considered of extreme value. At the same time he gave Cook, Clerk, and Omai some of the red feathers of parakeets which, though much in demand, were not to be purchased. On the 29th of May they sailed for Tongatabu, but the wind falling, they nearly ran ashore on the 31st on a low sandy island, on which the sea was breaking very heavily. Fortunately all hands had just been engaged in putting the ship about, so that the necessary movements were not only executed with judgment but with alertness, and this alone saved the ship. Cook confesses that he was tired of beating about in these dangerous waters, and felt relieved to get back to his old anchorage off Anamuka. Finau here rejoined the ship, and his behaviour before Polaho was sufficient evidence as to the high position held by the latter, for he made a deep reverence to him, and afterwards would not eat or drink in his presence, but left the cabin as soon as dinner was announced. An entertainment. On the 6th of June they sailed for Tongatabu again, accompanied by some sailing canoes which could all easily outdistance the two ships. A good anchorage was found, and Cook's old friends Otago and Tubal were soon on board to greet them. As it was proposed to make a short stay, the cattle were landed, the observatory set up, and the sail-makers set to work to overhaul the sails, for much required repairs. Cook speaks very highly of the orderly behaviour of the natives, many of whom had never seen a white man before. Hearing much of an important chief named Mariwaji, Cook persuaded the king to escort a party to his residence, which was found to be pleasantly situated on an inlet where most of the chiefs resided, surrounded by neatly fenced plantations. But they were informed that Mariwaji had gone to see the ships. This was found to be untrue, but the next day he appeared, accompanied by a large number of both sexes, and Cook at once landed with some presents for him, only to find he was accompanied by another chief, to whom something had to be given as well. Fortunately the two were easily satisfied, and the present was divided between them. Mariwaji was found to be the father of Finau, and the father-in-law of the king. He gave a grand entertainment of singing and dancing in honour of the strangers, which commenced about 11 in the morning, and lasted till between 3 and 4 in the afternoon, and wound up with a presentation of a large number of yams, each pair of the roots being tied to a stick about 6 feet long, and decorated with fish. Cook says it was hard to say which was the most valuable, the yams for food or the sticks for firewood, but as for the fish, it might serve to please the sight, but it was very offensive to the smell, as some of it had been kept 2 or 3 days for this occasion. More singing and dancing then took place, and then the English gave a display of fireworks, which astonished and highly entertained the natives. Being afraid that some of his livestock might be stolen, Cook tried to interest some of the chiefs in them by presenting the king with a bull and cow and some goats, to Finau a horse and mare, and to Mariwaji a ram and 2 ewes. Someone, however, was not satisfied, and a kid and 2 turkey cocks were stolen, and as thefts had been frequent and very daring, including an attempt to steal one of the anchors off the Discovery, which would have been successful had not one of the flukes of the anchor got fixed in one of the chain plates, Cook determined to put his foot down. He seized 3 canoes, and hearing Finau and some other chiefs were in a house together, he placed a guard over them and informed them they would be detained till the stolen goods were returned. They took the matter coolly, and said that everything should be returned. Some of the things being produced, Cook invited his prisoners on board ship to dine, and when they came back the kid and the turkey were brought, so the prisoners and canoes were released. At one time a small hostile demonstration was made by the natives, but the landing of a few marines and an order from the king put an end to it. Smart workmen. The following day Cook was invited on shore and found some natives busy erecting 2 sets of poles, one on each side of the place set apart for the guests. Each set consisted of 4 places in a square about 2 feet apart, secured from spreading by cross pieces, and carried up to a height of about 30 feet, the intervening space being filled with yams. On the top of one structure were 2 baked pigs, and on the other a live one, with a second tied by its legs about halfway up. Cook was particularly struck by the way the men raised these 2 towers, and says if he had ordered his sailors to do such a thing, they would have wanted carpenters and tools and at least 100 weight of nails, and would have taken as many days as it did these people hours. When the erections were completed, piles of breadfruit and yams were heaped on either side, and a turtle and some excellent fish were added, and then the whole was presented to Cook. A party of officers from both ships went off to an island without leave, and returned 2 days after without their muskets, ammunition and other articles which had been stolen. They persuaded Omai to make a private complaint to the king, which resulted in the chiefs leaving the neighbourhood. Their disappearance annoyed Cook, and when the affair was explained to him he severely reprimanded Omai for speaking on the matter without orders. This put Omai on his mettle, and he managed to persuade Finau to return, and informed the king that no serious consequences should ensue. Matters were then easily smoothed over. Most of the stolen goods, including the missing turkey, were returned, and the king said he ought not to have been held responsible, for if he had known that anyone wished to see the island, he would have sent a chief who would have ensured their safety. An eclipse of the sun was to occur on the 5th of July, and Cook decided to remain so as to secure observations, and meanwhile employed himself in exploring the neighbourhood and studying the customs of the natives. On one occasion, thinking to see an interesting ceremony, he accompanied Polaho, who was going to do state mourning for a son who had been dead some time. The result was disappointing, and the chief impression left with Cook seems to have been that over their clothing of native cloth those present wore old and rugged mats, those of the king being the ruggedest, and might have secured his great-grandfather on some such occasion. The 5th of July proved dark and cloudy, with heavy showers of rain, and the observations were unsatisfactory, especially as the clouds came up thickly in the middle of the eclipse, and the sun was seen no more for the rest of the day. This failure was not of great importance, for the longitude had already been satisfactorily ascertained by several very good lunar observations. So as soon as the eclipse was over everything was sent on board the ships, including the sheep which had been presented to Mariwaji. No one had taken any notice of them since they were landed, and Cook felt sure they would be killed by the dogs as soon as the ships left. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter number 16, part 2 of the life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 16, part 2. 1776 to 1777, third voyage. A native ceremony. As the wind proved contrary, and it was understood that the king's son was to be initiated into the estate of manhood, eating with his father for the first time, Cook determined to remain a few days longer. A party of the officers went over to the island of Moa, where the ceremony was to be held, and found the king in a very dirty enclosure, drinking kava, and as the method of preparing this beverage was uninviting to Europeans, they went for a walk till about 10 o'clock. Finding large numbers of people assembling in an open space near a large building, they rejoined the king, taking off their hats and untying their hair, that we might appear more decent in the eyes of the natives. The proceedings consisted of marching of men laden with yams, tied on to sticks, of considerable speech-making, and various performances of which the signification could not be understood, and then the prince made his appearance. He seated himself with a few of his friends on the ground, and some women wound a long piece of cloth around them, and after some more speech-making and mysterious pantomime with sticks representing yams, the proceedings ended for the day. As there were signs that so many white onlookers was not altogether acceptable to the natives, some of the party returned to the ships, but Cook resolved to see it out, and joined the king at supper, and the latter enjoyed some brandy and water so much that Cook says he went to bed quite groggish. After breakfast, Cook paid a visit to the prince and presented him with enough English cloth to make a suit, receiving native cloth in return. After dinner, the people mustered for the remains of the ceremony, and Cook determined to join the principal party, so he seated himself with it, and would not understand when requested to leave. He was then requested to bare his shoulders as a mark of respect, and immediately did so, and was then no further molested. A somewhat similar performance was gone through as the day before, but the significance of which could not be ascertained. And then suddenly all the people turned their backs on king and prince, who Cook was afterwards informed had had pieces of roast yam given them to eat. An exhibition of boxing and wrestling was then given, and after a speech or two the proceedings terminated. Cook was informed that in about 3 months a much greater affair would take place, at which 10 men would be sacrificed. On the 10th of July the ships sailed through a very difficult passage, arriving off Middleburg on the 12th, where they were visited by their old friend Tauwha. The country appeared flourishing, and they obtained some turnips raised from seed sown at Cook's last visit. An exhibition of boxing was given, and was to have been repeated the following night, but unfortunately some of the natives fell upon a sailor and stripped him of his clothes. Cook thereupon seized 2 canoes and a pig, demanding that the culprit should be given up. A man who had the shirt and trousers was brought, and so the canoes were returned and the pig paid for, and next day the thief was liberated. The remainder of the sailor's clothes were afterwards found, but so much torn as to be worthless. They left the Friendly Islands on the 17th, after a stay of more than 2 months, during which time they had been living almost entirely on food they had purchased from the natives, with whom they had been on fairly good terms. The 29th brought them into a very heavy squall, which cost the Resolution a couple of stay sails, and her consort a main topmast and main topgallant yard, springing the head of her main mast so badly that the rigging of the jury mast was attended with some danger, but it was at length accomplished, a spare jibboom being furnished for the purpose by the Resolution. Otaheite was reached on the 12th of August, and Amongst the first visitors on board were Omai's brother-in-law and others who knew him before he went away. They treated him as if he was an Englishman and a stranger, but when he took his brother-in-law to his cabin and gave him some of the valuable red feathers, a change came over them all, and they expressed the greatest interest in him. Cook says Omai would take no advice, but permitted himself to be made the dupe of every designing knave. Of these red feathers, Cook says they were of such value that not more than might be got from a tomtit would purchase a hog of 40 or 50 pounds weight. Nails and beads were not looked at, although they had previously been very acceptable. Spanish ships. 2 ships from Lima were found to have visited the island twice since Cook's last call, and the first time the Spaniards built a house with material they had with them. They left 4 men in charge, and were away for about 10 months. At the second visit their commodore died, and was buried near the house which was left at their departure, and the natives built a shade over it to protect it from the weather. It consisted of 2 rooms, furnished with table, bed, bench, and a few other trifles, and the timbers were found to have been carefully marked to facilitate erection. Nearby was a cross having the following inscription cut on it: Christus vincit, Carolus III, Imperat 1774. Cook caused to be cut on the back: Georgius Tertius Rex, Annus 1767, 69, 73, 74, et 78. At the end of their first visit the Spaniards took away 4 natives to Lima. 1 died, 1 remained at Lima, and the other 2 returned with the ships. But Cook thinks they were not improved by their experience, and had not added to their respectability in the eyes of their countrymen. In view of the cold climate to be faced in the near future, Cook was desirous to save his stock of spirits, and mustered the crew of the Resolution in order to explain the position. He pointed out that the supply of coconuts was abundant, and the benefit of the spirits would be appreciated amongst the cold winds and the ice of the north, but left the decision to them. He was gratified to find the crew was willing to accept his suggestion, and ordered Clerke to put the matter before the crew of the Discovery, when it was again well received. An order was accordingly issued to stop serving grog except on Saturday nights, when they had full allowance to drink to their female friends in England, lest amongst the pretty girls of Otaheite they should be wholly forgotten. During a state visit paid by the chief of the district, at which Omai attended dressed in a very strange medley of all he was possessed of, Cook was informed that the Spaniards laid claim to the country, and had given instructions that Cook was not to be allowed to land if he returned. However, the chief executed a formal surrender of his province to Cook, and presents were exchanged. The whole ceremony ended with a display of fireworks, which both pleased and astonished the natives. Some of the civilians reported that they had discovered a Roman Catholic chapel in their walks, but on inspection it proved to be what Cook at once suspected, the grave of a chief decorated with different coloured cloths and mats, and a piece of scarlet broadcloth which had to be given by the Spaniards. Red feathers. On the 23rd of August the 2 ships arrived in Matavi Bay, where they were well received by Otoo, who was gratified by a present of a fine linen suit, a hat with a gold band, some tools, a feather helmet from the Friendly Islands, and what he seemed to value most, a large bunch of the celebrated red feathers. In return he sent on board the ships enough food to have lasted both crews for a week, if it had only been possible to keep it good for that length of time. The royal family dined on board the Resolution, and after dinner Cook and Omai called on Opari, taking with them a peacock and a peahen sent to the island by Lord Bessborough, a turkey cock and a hen, a gander and 3 geese, a drake and 4 ducks to make a start in stocking the island. A gander was seen, which the natives said had been left by Wallis 10 years previously. Several goats and a bull left by the Spaniards were also seen, so Cook landed 3 cows as company for the last. The horses and sheep were also landed, and Cook remarks that getting rid of all these animals lightened him of a very great burden. The trouble and vexation that attended the bringing of these animals thus far is hardly to be conceived, but the satisfaction I felt in having been so fortunate as to fulfil His Majesty's design in sending such useful animals to 2 worthy nations sufficiently recompensed me for the many anxious hours I had on their account. Whilst here, the 2 ships were thoroughly overhauled, and everywhere put into as good a state of repair as the appliances available would permit. The stores were found to be in a better state than had been expected, and very little of the bread was damaged. Gardens were laid out and planted with potatoes, melons, pineapples, etc., but Cook was not very sanguine of their success, for he had seen how a vine planted by the Spaniards had been spitefully trampled down, as the natives, tasting the grapes before they were ripe, had concluded it was poisonous. It was carefully pruned into proper shape again, and Omai was instructed to set forth its merits and how it should be cultivated. Towards the end of the month a man reported that the 2 Spanish ships had returned, and showed a piece of cloth he said he had obtained from them. So Cook, not knowing if England and Spain were on friendly terms, prepared for the worst, and the 2 ships made ready for defence if necessary. Lieutenant Williamson was despatched in a boat for news, but could see no ships, nor signs of any having been on the coast since the English left their last port of call. A human sacrifice. At their last visit an expedition was being prepared against the revolted island of Eimeo, but it did not seem to have been very successful in its object, for there were still disturbances going on between the 2 nations, and on the 30th of August news came that the Otaheitans had been driven up into the hills. A grand meeting was held to discuss matters, and great efforts were made to enlist the services of Cook, but he would not assist in any way, as he did not understand the cause of the quarrel, and he had always found the inhabitants of Eimeo friendly towards him. Having heard that a chief named Towha had killed a man as a sacrifice to their god, Cook obtained permission to witness the remaining ceremonies, as he thought it offered an opportunity to learn something of the religion of this people. He therefore started with Dr. Anderson, Mr. Webber, and the chief Potatau in a boat accompanied by Omai in a canoe, for the scene of action. On their arrival the sailors were instructed to remain in the boat, and the gentlemen were requested to remove their hats as soon as they reached the Morai, where the ceremony was to take place. When they got there the body of the victim was seen in a small canoe in front of the Morai, and was just in the wash of the sea, in charge of 4 priests and their attendants, the king and his party some 20 or 30 paces away, and the rest of the spectators a little further still. 2 priests came forward to Otu, one placing a young plantain tree in front of him, and the other touched his foot with a bunch of red feathers, and then rejoining the others, who immediately went off to a smaller morai near, and seated themselves facing the ocean, one commencing reciting a long prayer, occasionally sending one of his attendants to place a young plantain on the body. Whilst this recitation was going on, an attendant stood near holding two small bundles, seemingly of cloth. In one, as we afterwards found, was the royal maro, and the other, if I may be allowed the expression, was the ark of the Atua, God. This prayer being ended, the priest returned to the beach, and more prayers were said, the plantains being moved, one by one, from the body and placed in front of the priests. Then the body, wrapped in leaves, was put on the beach, with the feet to the sea, and the priests gathered round, some sitting, some standing, the prayers still going on. The leaves were then stripped off the body, and it was turned sideways on to the sea, and one priest, standing at the feet, repeated another long prayer, in which he was occasionally joined by the others. Each priest at this time held in his hand a bunch of the red feathers. Some hair was now being pulled from the head of the corpse, and an eye was taken out, wrapped in leaves and presented to Otu, who did not touch them but sent them back with a bunch of feathers. Soon after sending a second bunch he had asked Cook to put in his pocket for him when starting. At this point a kingfisher made a noise in some trees near, and Otu remarked, "That is the Atua," evidently looking on it as a good omen. The body was now moved away to the foot of one of the small morais, the two bundles of cloth being placed at the morai at its head, and the tufts of feathers at its feet, the priests surrounding the body and the people gathering in closer. More speeches were made, and a second lock of hair plucked from the head and placed on the morai. Then the red feathers were placed on the cloth bundles, which were carried over to the great morai and laid against a pile of stones, to which the body was also brought, and the attendants proceeded to dig a grave, whilst the priests continued their recitations. The body was then buried, and a dog Tawha had sent over, a very poor one, says Cook, was partially cooked and presented to the priests, who called on Atua to come and see what was prepared for him, at the same time putting it on a small altar, on which were the remains of 2 dogs and 3 pigs, which smelt so intolerably that the white men were compelled to move further away than they wished. This ended the ceremony for the day. The King's Marrow. Next morning they all returned to the morai. A pig was sacrificed and placed on the same altar, and about 8 o'clock the priests, Otu, and a great number of people assembled. The 2 bundles were still in the same place as on the previous night, but 2 drums were now sitting in front of them, between which Otu and Cook seated themselves. The priests, placing a plantain tree in front of the king, resumed their praying, each having his bunch of feathers in his hand. They then moved off to a place between the morai and the king, and placed the feathers bunch by bunch on the bundles, the prayers still going on. 4 pigs were then produced, one immediately killed, and the others put in a sty for future use. The bundle containing the king's marrow was now untied, and spread carefully on the ground before the priests. The marrow was about 5 yards long by 15 inches broad, composing of red and yellow feathers, chiefly yellow. At one end was a border of 8 pieces about the size and shape of horseshoes fringed with black pigeon's feathers. The other end was forked, the ends being of unequal length. The feathers were arranged in 2 rows, and had a very good effect. They were fastened on a piece of native cloth, and then sewn to the English pendant, which Wallis left flying when he sailed from Matavai Bay. After the priests had repeated another prayer, The emblem of royalty was carefully folded up and replaced on the morai, and then one end of what Cook called the Ark of Atua was opened, but the visitors were not permitted to see what it contained. The entrails of the pig were then prayed over, and one of the priests stirred them gently with a stick, evidently trying to draw a favourable omen from their movements. They were then thrown on the fire. The partly cooked pig was deposited on the altar, and when the bunches of feathers that had been used had been placed in the ark, the ceremony was over. The meanings of all this could not be discovered, but it was found that when a victim was wanted, a chief picked him out and sent his servants to kill him. This was done without any warning to the man who was to suffer, usually by a blow with a stone on the head, and it appeared that at the subsequent ceremony the presence of the king was absolutely indispensable. Chiefs of an enemy's tribe who were killed in battle were buried with some state in the morais, the common men at the foot. On the way back to the ship, Cook called on Towha, who had supplied the victim. He was anxious to ascertain Cook's opinion of the affair, and was not pleased to learn that Cook thought such a proceeding was more likely to offend the deity than to please him. He then inquired if the English ever practised such ceremonies, and was very angry when he was informed that if the greatest chief in England killed one of his men he would be hanged. And Cook says they left him with as great a contempt for our customs as we could possibly have for theirs. The servants evidently listened to Omai with great interest and a different opinion on the subject than that of their master. They went to inspect the body of a chief who had been embalmed. They were not allowed to examine it very closely, but it was so well done that they were unable to perceive the slightest unpleasant smell, though the man had been dead some months. All chiefs who died a natural death were preserved in this manner, and from time to time were exposed to public view, the intervals between the exposures gradually extending till at length they were hardly ever seen. The method of preservation was not ascertained, and was probably a secret of the priests. Equestrian exercise. Cook and Clerk astonished the natives by riding the horses that had been brought out. Their progress through the country was always watched with great interest, and Cook thought that this use of the animals impressed the people more than anything else done by the whites. Omai tried his powers on several occasions, but as he was always thrown before he got securely into the saddle, his efforts only produced entertainment for the spectators. It is curious to note that 40 years afterwards the people had so thoroughly lost even the tradition of such use of the horse, that Mr. Ellis relates how, when one was landed for the use of pomari, the natives assisted to get it ashore, but when once landed they ran away and hid in fear of the man-carrying pig. About this time Cook suffered from a bad attack of rheumatism in the legs, and was successfully treated by Otu's mother, 3 sisters, and 8 other women. The process he underwent, called romi, consisted of squeezing and kneading from head to foot, more especially about the parts affected. Cook says he was glad to escape from their ministrations after about a quarter of an hour, but he felt relief, and after submitting to 4 operations of the kind, he was completely cured. Otu was very desirous to send a present of a canoe to King George, and Cook was very willing to take it, but when he found it was a large double canoe, he was obliged to decline from want of space. As the desire to send it was quite spontaneous on Otu's part, and as the canoe was a very fine specimen of native work, the refusal was given with great regret. In a journal published by Newbery, the anonymous writer says that 2 officers fought a duel whilst the ships were at Otaheite. He does not give the cause, but says 3 shots were exchanged, resulting in one hat being spoiled, and then the antagonists shook hands and were better friends afterwards. The story is not confirmed by any of the other journals. On the 29th of September, after giving Otu a short run out to sea and back, the 2 ships sailed for the north side of Eimeo, arriving the next day, and were greeted by a chief, Mahini, who was bald-headed. Of this defect he seemed much ashamed, and always appeared with his head covered with a sort of turban. Cook thinks perhaps this shame rose from the fact that natives caught stealing on the ships were often punished by having their heads shaved, and adds that 1 or 2 of the gentlemen whose heads were not overburdened with hair lay under violent suspicions of being titos, thieves. One of the few remaining goats was stolen, but after threats of serious reprisals was given up, together with the thief, who was eventually discharged with a caution. But on a second one disappearing and not being found after careful search, Cook felt that he must make an example or nothing would be safe. So he ordered 1 or 2 houses and canoes to be destroyed, and sent word to Mahini that he would not leave a canoe on the island if the goat was not returned. The goat was recovered, and the next day the people were as friendly as if nothing had occurred. Cook was particularly annoyed, for he had sent a present of red feathers to Otu, and requested him to send in return a couple of goats to Eimeo. Omai settled. On the 11th of October the ship sailed for Huahine, and when they arrived Cook was so ill he had to be landed from the ship, but he makes no mention of it in his journal. He thought this island would be more suitable for Omai than Otaheite, and as Omai was agreeable, a piece of ground was obtained from the chief, and a small house erected and a garden laid out and planted. The interest of the different chiefs of the neighbourhood was sought on Omai's behalf, and as it was seen that some of the natives were inclined to take advantage of his good nature, Cook let it be understood that if he should return and find Omai in an unsatisfactory condition, someone would feel the weight of his displeasure. Then the most serious thing that can be brought against Cook's treatment of the natives occurred. In extenuation it must be remembered that he admits that he was inclined to be hot-tempered, though it did not last. He had been constantly irritated by repeated losses, and he was at the time really seriously ill, and also when all was over he sincerely regretted he had taken such strong measures. Mr. Bailey's sextant was stolen from the observatory. Cook at once demanded from the chiefs that it should be returned, but they paid no attention. The thief, however, was pointed out and seized and taken on board ship. The sextant was recovered, but Cook says, finding the thief to be a hardened scoundrel, I punished him with greater severity than I have ever done anyone before, and then dismissed him. He is said to have had his head shaved and his ears cut off, but Gilbert, midshipman on the Discovery, says this was not done till he had been rearrested for damaging Omai's garden, trying to set fire to the house, and threatening to kill Omai as soon as the ships left. Cook had intended to remove him from the island, but being in irons he stole the keys from a sleeping guard and made his escape. Omai found that many of the articles which were practically useless to him would be appreciated on the ships, so he very wisely changed them for hatchets and other useful articles. A notice of the visit with the names of the ships was cut on the end of Omai's house, and after firing a salute of 5 guns, the ships sailed on the 2nd of November. Omai accompanied them for a short way, and Mr. King says that when he parted from Cook he completely broke down and cried all the way ashore. Cook speaks well of him, saying he seldom had to find fault with him, that he had many good qualities, but like the rest of his race, he lacked powers of observation, application, and perseverance. Desertions. On the 3rd they were off to Ilitia, and as they were able to run in close to the shore, a staging was erected, and the ballast ports were opened so as to give the rats, which had become very troublesome, a chance of going ashore. One of the marines also took the opportunity to desert, taking his musket with him, but after a little trouble was arrested, and having previously borne a very good character, he was let off with a short imprisonment. A second desertion occurred from the Discovery, Mr. Muat, midshipman, and a seaman getting away. Cook says the affair gave him more trouble than both men were worth, but he insisted on getting them back to prevent others following their example, and to save the son of a brother officer from being lost to the world. They were found to have gone off in a canoe to another island, and Cook ordered Clerke to detain the chief, his son, daughter, and son-in-law on the Discovery, where they had gone to dine, and to inform them they would be kept as hostages till the runaways were returned. 3 days afterwards the deserters were brought back, and the hostages were at once released. It was afterwards found out that there had been a plot to seize Cook in retaliation when he went for his usual bath in the evening, but as it happened, he was so much worried that he put it off and so escaped. Burney notes that Cook could not swim. Before leaving, they received a message from Omai saying he was all right, but asking for another goat as one of his was dead. Clerke was able to oblige him with 2 kids, one of each sex. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter number 17 of The Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 17, 1777 to 1779, Third Voyage continued. In case of separation, Clerke was ordered to cruise for 5 days near where his consort had been last seen, and then to steer for New Albion, so called by Sir Francis Drake, endeavouring to fall in with it about latitude 45 degrees north, and there cruise for 10 days. Then, if his consort was not picked up, to proceed north to the first suitable port and recruit his men, keeping a good lookout for his companion. Then he was to sail on the 1st of April to 56 degrees north, and again cruise about 15 leagues from the coast till the 10th of May, when he was to proceed north and endeavour to find a passage to the Atlantic, according to the Admiralty instructions already in his hands. If unsuccessful, he was to winter in some suitable port of Kamchatka, leaving word with the Commandant of St. Peter and St. Paul Harbour, where he was to be found, and to be at the last named place not later than the 10th of May of the following year. Then, if he had no news of the Resolution, he was to follow out the Admiralty instructions to the best of his ability. The 2 ships left for Bolabola on the 7th of December, to get an anchor left by de Bougainville, in order to make hatchets for exchange. As the demand had been so great, their stock was running short. They had no difficulty in purchasing it, and it was good enough for their purpose, though not so heavy as they expected. They crossed the line on the 23rd in longitude 203 degrees 15 minutes east, without having seen land since leaving Bolabola. 2 days after they picked up a low island and managed to get some turtle, and also a rather unsatisfactory observation of an eclipse of the sun. the clouds interfering with the view of the commencement. Their position had been settled by other observations, so the ill luck was unimportant. About 300 turtle were obtained, averaging from 90 to 100 pounds each, and as much fish as they could consume during their stay was caught. Coconuts, yams, and melons were planted, and the island received the name of Christmas Island. Sandwich Islands. Leaving on the 2nd of January, they did not sight land till the Sandwich Islands were reached, in latitude 21 degrees 12 minutes 30 seconds north. At the second one seen, called Atoi by the natives, they were quickly surrounded by canoes. The occupants, very like the Otaheitans in appearance and language, were armed with stones which they threw overboard as soon as they found they were not likely to be wanted, and though none could be persuaded to come on board the ships, they freely parted with fish for anything they could get in exchange. As the ships sailed on, more canoes came out bringing further supplies, and Cook rejoiced at arriving at a land of plenty, for his stock of turtle was just finished, and he was anxious to save his sea stores. At length some were tempted on board, and were greatly astonished at what they saw, but their wonder did not last long, and stealing soon broke out as usual. When they came to an anchor, Cook landed and found a favourable place for watering, so a party was set to work the next day, and found no difficulty in getting assistance from the islanders, whilst at the same time a brisk trade was carried on in pigs and potatoes. Cook says, "No people could trade with more honesty than these people, never once attempting to cheat us, either ashore or alongside the ship. They seem to have dropped their thieving very quickly." At night a nasty sea got up, and as Cook did not like the position of his ship, he weighed to run a little further out, but the wind suddenly dropping around to the east, he had to set all sail to clear the shore. For a day or two no very satisfactory anchorage could be found, and the weather was rather unsettled, so making one of the chiefs a present of an English sow and boar, and a male and 2 female goats, the ship bore away to the northwards. According to Baron von Humboldt, these islands were discovered by a Spaniard, Gaetano, sailing from Manila to Acapulco in 1542, and it was one of the few discoveries made by the Spaniards during this passage, for they were strictly forbidden to deviate from the track laid down on their charts. The name La Mesa, the table, down on the chart Cook had with him, describes the island, says Burney, but the longitude is several degrees out. It is undoubtedly a fact that Europeans had been at the islands previously to Cook's visit, for at least 2 pieces of iron were found, one being a portion of a broadsword and the other a piece of hoop iron. New Albion. On the 7th of March, New Albion was sighted at a distance of 10 or 12 leagues, and the position of the ship at noon was 44 degrees 33 minutes north, 236 degrees 30 minutes east. Cook's orders were to make the coast about 45 degrees north, so they may be said to have been carried out with fair exactness. Cook says that on the charts he had, a large entrance or strait was represented, and in the account of Martin d'Aguilar's voyage in 1603, mention is made of a large river, near where he struck the coast, but he did not see any signs of either. Proceeding up the coast, the progress was very slow, as the weather was very stormy. On the 22nd of March, they passed the position of the Strait of Juan de Fuch, but again no sign of its existence was seen. On the 29th the style of the coast changed, and high snowy mountains with well-wooded valleys running down to the sea came into view, and at length Hope Bay opened out. Here they came in contact with the first natives they had seen, who put off in their canoes to the ships, showing signs neither of fear nor distrust. At first they appeared mild and inoffensive, and would trade anything they had with them, but when they got used to the ships it turned out that they were adepts at thieving. No piece of iron, brass or copper was safe. Fish hooks were cut from the lines and boats were stripped of their fittings. They sold bladders of oil for the lamps, and it was found that they were often partly filled with water, but this was winked at in order to get on a thoroughly friendly footing, this being a favourable opportunity to put the two vessels in order and to give the crews a spell of rest ashore. A good anchorage was sought out and the observatory set up. On the 4th of April, whilst wood and water were being got, the natives, who had given no trouble beyond their stealing, were observed to be arming, and precautions were taken, but the Indians explained that their preparations were made against some of their own countrymen who were on their way to fight them. After a time some canoes made their appearance, and a deputation going out to meet them, a discussion took place, and some sort of agreement was made between the two parties, but the newcomers were not allowed to approach the ships nor to join in the trading. The stay here was longer than was intended, for the Resolution's fore and mizzen masts were found to be very defective, and her rigging had got into a very bad state. The foremast was repaired, and the mizzen replaced with a new stick, and when a great deal of work had been done this proved faulty, and a second one had to be cut. New standing rigging was fitted to the mainmast, and a set made from the best of the old for the foremast. When the heaviest part of this work was completed, Cook visited the country about King George's Sound, and was courteously received at a village by the natives, to most of whom he was known. Here he found the women employed making dresses out of bark, in much the same way as that employed by the New Zealanders. Sending some sailors to cut grass for the sheep and goats he had left, the natives made a claim which was at once satisfied. But when the men were ordered to go on cutting, fresh claimants sprung up, till Cook says he thought each blade of grass had a separate owner. When at last the natives found that they could get no more, the cutting was allowed to go on without the slightest further objection. Punch and the Devil. The people are described as being short, with broad flat faces, high cheekbones, swarthy complexions, and no pretensions to good looks. Burney says that it was only after much cleaning that their skins were found to be like our people in England. Cook says they were docile, courteous, and good-natured, but liable to fits of passion. I have often seen a man rave and scold for more than half an hour, without anyone taking the least notice of it, nor could anyone of us tell who it was he was abusing. Burney describes their language as harsh, and when in a warm discussion apparently insufficient, and then they had to eke it out with such nods and jumps as reminded one of Punch and the Devil. Their clothing was chiefly made of skins, and a kind of cloth made from fibre or wool and hair, or a mixture of both. In these clothes and a coarse mat and straw hat they would sit in their canoes in the heaviest rain as unconcernedly as if they were in perfect shelter. Their houses of logs and boards, made by splitting large trees, were some as much as 150 feet long by 20 to 30 feet wide, and 6 or 8 feet high. They were divided into 2 compartments, each apparently the property of one family. The roof was of loose planks, which they moved about so as to let the light fall where it was wanted. Cook judged these were only summer residences, and that they had better houses inland. The furniture consisted of a few boxes, some wooden vessels for their food, and a few mat bags. Their cooking was fairly good, but excessively dirty, and their persons and houses filthy as hog-sties. They often had 2 wooden figures in their houses resembling human figures, of which they spoke mysteriously, but as they could have been purchased in every case for a small quantity of old iron or brass, they could not have been much venerated. Their arms were bows and arrows, slings, spears, and a small club of wood or stone, something like the New Zealander patu, and a stone tomahawk, the handle fashioned like a human head, the stone cutting part being a large tongue, and they were decorated with human hair. The defensive armour was a double cloak of hide, usually moose, serviceable against arrows or spears, but they were greatly surprised to see a bullet fired through a cloak folded 4 times. The only vegetables obtained were a few nettles and wild garlic, but Burney says that at the back of the village was a plantation of cherry trees, gooseberries and currants, raspberries and strawberries, but unluckily for us none of them were in season. On the 20th of April, a man who had been allowed to go into Cook's cabin made off with his watch and got away from the ship. Fortunately his canoe was seen alongside the Discovery, and notice being given, a search was made, and the watch found in a box unharmed. Such a loss would have been serious. 2 old-fashioned silver table spoons, supposed to be Spanish, and a pewter wash basin were purchased from the Indians. Resolution leaks. On the 26th of April a start was made, and before leaving, an Indian who had specially attached himself to Cook gave him a valuable beaver skin, and was so pleased with the return present he received that he insisted on Cook taking from him a beaver cloak upon which he had always set great store. In return he was made as happy as a prince by a gift of a new broadsword with a brass hilt. The next day, when well clear of the land, a perfect hurricane arose, and the ship lay to, heading to the south-east. The Resolution sprang a leak, and the water could be seen and heard rushing in, but after some little anxiety, 1 pump was found to be sufficient to keep the upper hand. The gale lasted 2 days, but on the 2nd they were able to get an observation which gave the position of the ship as 50 degrees 1 minute north, 229 degrees 26 minutes east, about opposite to where the Straits of De Fonte were marked on his chart. They were now able to run along the coast and see and name the most salient points, but time was too valuable to make any halts by the way. The land appeared to be of considerable height, the hills covered with snow, but near the sea well wooded. Mount St. Elias was sighted on the 4th of May, at a distance of 40 leagues, and on the 6th they arrived in the bay in which Bering had anchored, so his name was given to it on the chart. Here the land trended away to the west, the wind was westerly and light, and consequently their progress was very slow. Landing on an island, to try to get a view of the other side from the top of a hill, it was found so steep and thickly wooded that he had to give up the attempt. He therefore left a bottle containing some coins given him by his friend Dr. K, and named the island after him. Here they found a currant and strawberry plants, but the season was too early for fruit. Near Cape Hinchinbrook, Gore went off to an island to shoot, but seeing 2 large canoes containing about 20 Indians, he thought it wiser to return to the ship. He was followed up, but none of the natives would come on board, and after a time intimating they would return next day, retired. 2 men in small canoes did return during the night, but finding that everyone on board was not asleep, beat a hurried retreat. The next day the ships got into a better position, and more Indians turned up, with whom they had little difficulty in entering into trading relations. But as they desired pieces of iron about 10 inches long by 3 wide, and it was rather a scarce article on board, very little, chiefly skins, was purchased. At first only one man came on board, and as soon as he saw only 2 or 3 people on the Discovery, he went to the Resolution and brought over some of his friends, who rushed the deck with their knives drawn. However, the crew quickly ran up with their cutlasses ready, so the natives retired, remarking that the white men's knives were longer than theirs. At the Resolution they broke every glass scuttle they could reach with their paddles, says Burney. Cook points out that they must have been quite ignorant of the use of firearms, and concludes by saying, "However, after all these tricks, we had the good fortune to leave them as ignorant as we found them, for they neither heard nor saw a musket fired unless at birds." The leak on the Resolution was attended to, and in places the oakum caulking was found to have disappeared completely. One writer says it was caused by rats, and that the ship was saved by rubbish having choked up the leak. 2 sets of teeth. Bad weather detaining them, Cook had the opportunity of studying the inhabitants. He had with him a description of the Eskimo by Krantz, and found these men to be very similar in appearance, dress, and appliances. They also had the bottom lip slit horizontally, giving them the appearance of having 2 mouths. In these slits pieces of bone were fixed, to which were tied other pieces, forming a great impediment to their speech, and in some cases giving the idea that the wearer had 2 sets of teeth. Some also had pieces of bone, cord, or beads run through the cartilage of the nose, and all had their faces plentifully smeared with black and red paint. After examining an inlet, which received the name of Sandwich Sound, they got away, steering to the southwest past Cape Elizabeth, sighted on that princess's birthday, which they hoped would prove the western extremity of the coast, but on getting round, land was reported further on to the west-southwest, and a gale sprang up, forcing them off their course. In 2 days they worked back again, discovering more land behind what they had already seen. This Cook believed to be Cape St. Hermogenes, mentioned by Bering, but his chart was so inaccurate he could not positively identify it, or any other place mentioned on it. Cape Douglas, after the Dean of Windsor, was named and placed at 58 degrees 56 minutes north, 206 degrees 10 minutes east, and the next day a high point in a range was called Mount St. Augustine, after the saint whose day it happened to be. They then worked into an estuary formed by the rivers, one being afterwards named Cook's River, by orders of Lord Sandwich, in order to satisfy some of the officers who thought there might be a possible communication with Hudson's Bay. A good supply of very fine salmon was obtained from natives in the neighbourhood, and Cook formed the opinion that a paying fur trade might be opened up, as the skins offered were of considerable value. Working slowly up the coast, they passed through the islands off Quelpart on the 18th, when the Discovery signalled to speak. A boat was sent and returned with a small box curiously tied up with neatly made twine. It had been delivered on board by an Indian, who first attracted attention by displaying a pair of old plush breeches and a black cloth waistcoat, and when he came on board took off his cap and bowed like a European. The box was found to contain a paper written in Russian, but unfortunately the only things that could be understood were the two dates, 1776 and 1778. It was supposed to have been written by a Russian trader, and given to the Indian to place it on board the first ship he met with. On the 20th, in 54 degrees 18 minutes north, 195 degrees 45 minutes east, a volcano throwing out dense smoke was observed, and in the afternoon they received a visit from a man who had evidently been in contact with Europeans, for he was wearing green cloth breeches and a stuff jacket. He took off his cap and bowed as the visitor to the Discovery had done, but unfortunately they were unable to understand his language. On the 26th of June they had a narrow escape during a thick fog, when it was not possible to see anything 100 yards away. Breakers were heard, so the anchors were let go and fortunately held. An hour or so after, the fog lifted, and they found themselves about 3/4 of a mile from a rocky island, having passed between two elevated rocks, a place through which, Cook says, I should have ventured on a clear day, for all that they found themselves in such an anchoring place that I could not have chosen better. Anderson dies. On the 27th of June they were off the island of Onalaschka, and came across a party of natives who were towing 2 whales they had killed. They were somewhat shy, but had evidently seen ships before, and were more polite than those previously met with. One was upset from his canoe, and Cook took him down into the cabin and provided him with dry clothes. He dressed himself with as much ease as I could have done. His clothes were of bird skins, the feathers inside, and patched in places with silk, and over all he wore a sort of shirt of whale's intestine, which secured round the edge of the hole in which he sat in his canoe, rendering him practically waterproof. Whilst in this neighbourhood they received a second letter in Russian, but having no one on board who could translate, it was returned with some presents to the bearer, who retired bowing his thanks. After some detention from fogs and adverse winds, they got away once more and pushed slowly northwards. On the 3rd of August, Mr. Anderson, the surgeon, who had been ill for some months, died, and Cook, having named an island, cited soon after his death, Anderson's Island, to perpetuate the memory of the deceased, for whom I had a very great regard, appointed Mr. Law to the Resolution and Mr. Samwell to the Discovery as surgeons. On the 9th of August, Cape Prince of Wales, 65 degrees 46 minutes north, 191 degrees 45 minutes east, was sighted, and they believed it to be the most westerly point of North America. They landed on what, from Heydinger's chart, was the eastern end of the island of Alaska, but it soon afterwards was found to have been the eastern extremity of Asia. This chart, says Burney, was found not only to be incorrect but almost unintelligible. The country was very desolate, neither tree nor shrub to be seen, and the inhabitants seemed afraid of their visitors, though not absolutely unfriendly. They were taller and stouter than those on the American side, and their clothing very superior. The ships fell in with the ice blink on the 17th, in 70 degrees 33 minutes north, 197 degrees 41 minutes east, rather earlier than had been expected, and soon afterwards with the ice itself in the shape of a large field, extending as far as the eye could reach from west to east. Here they got a fresh supply of meat in the shape of seahorse, of which animal they killed a good many. The flesh was fishy and indifferent eating, but Cook says anything was preferable to salt meat. They still slowly but steadily pushed north along the American shore, but being hampered by fog and ice, they crossed over to the west side with no better fortune, for on the 26th they found themselves embayed in the field with large quantities of heavy loose ice along the edges. Having sighted Cape North on the 29th of August, Cook decided the season was too far advanced, and that it would be better to proceed to winter quarters, and accordingly ran down the Asiatic coast in search of wood and water, of which he stood in need, but was disappointed, and making over to the other side was fortunate to find a considerable quantity of driftwood, which served his purpose. Before leaving the Straits, Cook remarks, "In justice to Bering's memory, I must say he delineated this coast very well, and fixed the latitude and longitude of the points better than could be expected from the methods he had to go by." Salmon pie. Anchoring in Norton Sound, Cook sent away the boats to explore, and set to work to determine between the correctness of the chart drawn by Stocklin and his own observations, and after a series of no less than 77 sets of observations he was able to show that Stocklin was wrong. It was at this place that he decided to winter in the Sandwich Islands, as a port in Kamchatka would oblige his crews to remain idle for nearly 6 months before further exploration to the north could be undertaken. The course was now set for Samgoonoodha Harbour, but they did not arrive there till the 3rd of October, having met with very heavy weather, in which the Resolution again began to leak badly. On the 8th of September an Indian brought a singular present in the form of a pie made like a loaf, containing some highly seasoned salmon, accompanied by a letter in Russian. In return, Corporal Ledyard of the Marines, an intelligent man, was sent with a few bottles of rum, wine, and porter, to obtain further information, and with orders, if he met with any Russians, he was to make them understand that we were English, friends and allies. On the 10th Ledyard returned, bringing 3 Russian sailors, but as there was no interpreter there was difficulty in understanding anything thoroughly. One of the newcomers was understood to say he had been out with Bering, but Cook thought he was too young. They appeared to have a great respect for that officer, and Ledyard said he had seen a sloop which he understood was his ship. They stayed on the Resolution all night, and promised to return with a chart of the islands that lay between that place and Kamchatka. It was understood that there were several settlements in the immediate neighbourhood, employing altogether about 400 Russians. Letters to London. On the 14th, Cook and Webber were at an Indian village a short distance from the ships, when they saw a canoe arrive containing 3 men and accompanied by some 20 or 30 single canoes. A tent was rigged up for one of the first 3, a Russian named Ismailoff, the chief trader of the district, whilst the others made shelters of their canoes and grass, and so all were independent of the Indians. Ismailoff invited Cook to join him at his meal, which consisted of dried salmon and berries, and some sort of conversation was carried on by means of signs and figures. Ismailoff proved to be well acquainted with the geography of the district, and pointed out several errors in the modern maps. He said he had been with Lieutenant Lindau's expedition as far north as Chutotskoy Nos, and saw Clerk's Island, but when he could or would not say what else they had done during the 2 years the expedition was out, Cook began to have doubts. He also said the Russians had several times tried to gain a footing on the American shore, but the Indians had driven them off with the loss of 2 or 3 of their leaders. He also spoke of a sledge expedition in 1773 to 3 islands opposite the Kolyma River, which Cook thought might be the one mentioned by Muller. He related that he had sailed in 1771 from a Russian settlement called Bolshevsky in the Kuril Islands to Japan, but the ship was ordered away because they were Christians, so they went to Canton and sailed on a French ship to France, and from thence he went to Petersburg, and was then sent out again. He was quite clear as to his dates, and put them on paper, but as he was perfectly ignorant of any French, not even the names of the commonest articles, though he had been such a long time amongst French people, Cook was again inclined to be sceptical. He stayed all night dining with Clerke, and returned again on the 19th with charts, which he permitted to be copied, and some manuscripts. One chart showed the Asiatic coast as far as 41 degrees north, with the Kuril Islands in Kamchatka, and the second, the more interesting to the English, showed the discoveries made by the Russians to the east of Kamchatka, exclusive of the voyages of Behring and Cherikov. Cook found the longitudes and places were very different from those on the Russian maps, and was afraid the mistake might be carried through, but the latitudes were fairly correct. As far as he could ascertain, the instruments used for the survey had been a theodolite. Before leaving, Ismailoff gave Cook letters for the governor of Kamchatka and the commandant of Petropavlovsk, and Cook, finding he was tolerably well versed in astronomy, gave him a Hadley's octant, and though it was the first one he had seen, he soon made himself acquainted with its uses. A letter to the English Admiralty was also entrusted to him to be forwarded via Petersburg as opportunity might offer. This letter and a chart of the northern coasts was delivered in London the following year. On the 26th of October the two ships got away, and in case of separation Clerke was given his rendezvous, first the Sandwich Islands, and the second Petropavlovsk in the middle of May. On the 28th the Discovery met with a nasty accident during a gale. The fore and main tacks carried away, killing one man and seriously injuring the boatswain and two others. On the 25th of November the islands were sighted, and the customary orders as to the officers appointed to trade with the natives were issued, and no curiosities were to be purchased before the ships had received satisfactory supplies. They first called in at Maui, where the natives soon came out and appeared friendly, and traded with less suspicion than any of the South Sea Islanders they had met with before. Having procured a quantity of sugar cane, Cook ordered it to be used in brewing, as he found a strong decoction of the juice produced a wholesome and palatable beer, and would enable him to save the spirits for colder climates. However, the crews would have none of it, so Cook and his officers made use of it whenever cane was procurable, and gave himself no trouble either to oblige or persuade them to drink it, knowing there was no danger of scurvy so long as we had plenty of other vegetables, but that I might not be disappointed in my views, I gave orders that no grog should be served in either ship. He then goes on to say, every innovation whatever, though ever so much to their advantage, is sure to meet with the highest disapprobation from seamen. Portable soup and sauerkraut were at first both condemned by them as stuff not fit for human beings to eat. Few men have introduced into their ships more novelties in the way of victuals and drink than I have done. Indeed, few men have had the same opportunity, or been driven to the same necessity. It has, however, in a great measure, been owing to such little innovations that I have always kept my people, generally speaking, free from that dreadful distemper, the scurvy. This extract shows how bitterly Cook felt the stupid ingratitude of his men for the constant care he took of them, and is one of the very few passages in his journals in which he speaks in their disfavour. This, curiously, was erased by some unknown hand. King asserts it must have been done by Gore, as he is certain it was not by either Cook nor Clerke, who took command after Cook's death. Faulty sails. In trying to weather the south-east end of Maui in heavy weather, the leech ropes of the main topsail and 2 topgallant sails gave way, and the sails were blown to pieces. Cook says neither the cordage, canvas, nor indeed hardly any other stores used in the Navy are equal in quality to those in general use in the merchant service, and he relates how such failures have constantly resulted in infinite trouble, vexation, and loss. He illustrates his complaint by the fact that rigging, blocks, and sails that were purchased with his ship, although they had been 14 months in use, wore longer than any of the things of the same kind put on board new from the King's stores. On the 24th of December they succeeded in getting to windward of the island, but the signal to the Discovery to tack having been omitted, she stood on, and it was some days before she rejoined the company. January 1779 was ushered in with heavy rain, but clearing away before noon they were able to approach to about 5 miles from the shore, where they lay to and traded with the natives. The next 3 days were spent working slowly down the coast and keeping a good lookout for their consort, occasionally stopping to do a little trading with the islanders, some of whom came as much as 15 miles out to them. The chief article of commerce was salt, which was of very good quality. On the 5th of January the southern point of Owaihi was rounded, and they lay off a large village, where they were quickly surrounded by canoes laden with hogs and women. The latter are not held up as patterns of all the virtues. Vegetables seemed to be scarce, and Cook concluded that either the land could not produce them, or the crops had been destroyed by volcanic action, very recent traces of which were to be seen. Wednesday, the 6th of January. The next morning the people visited us again, bringing with them the same articles as before. Being near the shore, I sent Mr. Bligh, the master, in a boat to sound the coast, with orders to land and look for fresh water. On his return he reported that 2 cable lengths from the shore he had no soundings with 160 fathoms of line, that when he landed he found no fresh water, but rainwater lying in holes in the rocks, and that brackish with the spray of the sea, and that the surface of the country was wholly composed of large slags and ashes, here and there partly covered with plants. Between 10 and 11 o'clock we saw the Discovery coming round the south point of the island, and at 1 p.m. she joined us, when Captain Clerke came on board and informed me that he had cruised 4 or 5 days where we were separated, and then plied round the last part of the island, but meeting with unfavourable winds was carried some distance from the coast. He had one of the islanders on board all the time. It was his own choice, nor did not leave them the first opportunity that offered. This was the last entry made by Cook in the journal he was preparing for publication, and is a fair sample of the manner in which the entire journal was written, and certainly does not justify the sneers that have been uttered about bad grammar and spelling, the double negative notwithstanding. In handwriting, spelling, and grammar he can compare well with his press, either in the Navy or in civil life, and many of the examples of bad spelling given have been abbreviations common in the Navy, which his critics did not understand. Karakakoa Bay. On the 17th of January they anchored in Karakakoa Bay, where large numbers of canoes laden with provisions for sale came out. Cook estimates that at one time there were no less than 1,000 round the ship, their occupants entirely unarmed. They soon proved to be adepts at thieving, One man stole the rudder of a boat, so Cook ordered a shot or two to be fired over the escaping thief, but as it was not intended that any of the shots should take effect, the Indians seemed rather more surprised than frightened, and the man got away. The lids of the Resolution's coppers were stolen, and the Discovery had her rigging much cut about for the sake of the iron. The decks were so crowded with natives that Burney says it kept a quarter of the crew hard at work to make room for the working of the ship. An insecure position. The last entry made by Cook in his ship's journal, and probably the last words he ever wrote, runs as follows: Sunday 17. Fine pleasant weather and variable faint breezes of wind. In the evening Mr. Bligh returned and reported that he had found a bay in which was good anchorage and fresh water, tolerable easy to come at. Into this bay I resolved to go to refit the ships and take in water. As the night approached, the Indians retired to the shore. A good many, however, desired to sleep on board. Curiosity was not their only motive, at least not with some of them, for the next morning several things were missing, which determined me not to entertain so many another night. At 11 a.m. anchored in the bay which is called by the natives a blank filled in by another hand, Karakakoa, in 13 fathoms of water over a sandy bottom, and a quarter of a mile from the north-east shore. In this situation the south point of the bay bore south quarter west, and the north point west quarter south. Moored with the stream anchor to the northward, unbent the sails and struck yards and topmasts. The ships very much crowded with Indians and surrounded by a multitude of canoes. I have nowhere in the sea seen such a number of people assembled at one place. Besides those in the canoes, all the shore of the bay was covered with people, and hundreds were swimming about the ships like shoals of fish. We should have found it difficult to keep them in order had not a chief or servant of Terreeoboo's, named Paria, now and then shown his authority by turning or rather driving them all out of the ship. Among our numerous visitors was a man named Tauaha, who we soon found belonged to the church. He introduced himself with much ceremony, in the course of which he presented me with a small pig, 2 coconuts and a piece of red cloth, which he wrapped around me. In this manner all or most of the chiefs introduced themselves. But this man went further. He brought with him a large hog and a quantity of fruits and roots, all of which he included in the present. In the afternoon I went ashore to view the place accompanied by Tauaha, Paria, Mr. King and others. As soon as we landed, Tauaha took me by the hand and conducted me to a large morai. The other gentlemen with Paria and 4 or 5 more of the natives followed. Mr. King describes this morai as being about 40 yards long by 20 broad, and about 14 feet high, the top flat, well paved and surrounded by a wooden railing. An old building stood in the centre, from which a stone wall ran to the fence dividing the top into 2 parts. On the landward side were 5 poles upwards of 20 feet high, supporting an irregular kind of scaffold, and on the seaside half were 2 small houses with a covered communication between them. On their arrival, Cook was presented with 2 ugly images wrapped with red cloth, and a sort of hymn was sung. Then they were marched to the scaffolding, where was a table in which lay fruits and vegetables, surmounted by a very much decomposed pig, and in a semicircle round one end of this table were 12 images. Placing Cook near the scaffolding, Koa, as king, and others called Tuaha, took up the pig and holding it towards him made a long speech. Then, dropping the offensive porker, he made signs that the 2 were to climb on to the uncertain scaffolding. This being done, a procession came forward, bearing a live hog and a piece of red cloth. This last article was handed up to Koah, who proceeded to wrap it around Cook, who was clinging to his elevated but not very safe position. The pig was then offered to Cook and a long address chanted. The two principal performers then descended and returned to the table. Koah snapped his fingers at the figures and making what appeared to be sarcastic remarks till he came to the centre one, when he prostrated himself and kissed it, requesting Cook to do the same. The party then proceeded to the other part of the morai, and Cook was seated between two images with his arms stretched out, one upheld by Koah and the other by King. A cooked pig and other food was then presented with much ceremony, the meat cut up and kava prepared, whilst Koah's assistants chewed some coconut, wrapped it in a cloth, and then rubbed it over Cook's face, head and shoulders and arms. Koah and Paria then pulled pieces of the pig and put them into the mouths of the two officers. King says that Paria was a particularly cleanly person, so he did not so much mind this feeding, but Cook, remembering how Koah had handled the putrid hog, was unable to swallow a mouthful, and his reluctance, as may be supposed, was not diminished when the old man, according to his own mode of civility, had chewed it for him. Cook then put an end to further proceedings by distributing some presents to the attendants and returning to the ship. Though the meaning of this ceremony could only be a matter of conjecture, it was very evident that it was intended as a mark of high respect to the person of Captain Cook. The title of Orono given to him, and often quoted as evidence that he had permitted himself to be looked upon as a god by the natives, was also given to one, if not more, of their own chiefs, and Burney says that the marks of honour conferred on him were exactly the same as those conferred on any one of their own superior chieftains. The grotesque description given by some of the missionary writers of the whole population crawling after him on hands and knees as a mark of adoration is utterly untrue, for Mr. King, who was ashore almost the whole time of the ship's stay and was continually with Cook, distinctly says, "The crowd which had collected on the shore retired at our approach, and not a person was to be seen except a few lying prostrate on the ground near the huts of the adjoining village. None of those who were on the voyage and have left any record behind them suggest that Cook was treated in any respect otherwise than as a great chief and a man. A small potato field was placed under tabu near the morai for the purpose of the observatory, and a camp under the command of King was established there. His camp was daily supplied with meat and vegetables, even more than could be consumed, and several canoe loads were sent off to the ships. After inquiry it was found that the whole expense of this food was borne by Koah, and no return whatever was demanded. A royal visit. A tabu was placed on the whole of the bay on the 24th, and trading came to a complete standstill, the reason given being the coming of the king, Terreeoboo. He arrived the next day, and commerce at once revived. He paid a private visit with his wife and children to the Resolution, remaining on board some time, and proved to be the same chief they had seen at the island of Maui. The next day he, accompanied by several important chiefs, all dressed in rich feather cloaks and armed with long spears and daggers, paid a state visit. Koah was also present in a canoe with other priests and two large basket-work idols, whose distorted faces were adorned with pearl-shell eyes and dog's teeth. He was attended by two other canoes, one filled with pigs and vegetables, and these paddled around the ships, the priests singing in a most solemn fashion, and returned to the shore. Cook followed. King turned out the guard and saluted Terreeoboo, and then conducted himself to the tent, where, after seating himself for a few moments, he took off his helmet and cloak and placed them on Cook, at the same time ordering 5 or 6 more of great value to be placed at his feet. Hogs, breadfruit, etc., were then brought in. Cook and Terreeoboo exchanged names as a peculiar mark of friendship, and the ceremony ended by the presentation of the 2 boatloads of provisions by a deputation of priests. One of those present was a nephew of the king, called by the English Maiha, afterwards known to the world as Kamehameha I. As many of the chiefs as the Resolution's pinnace would hold were taken off with the king to the ship, and the latter was duly invested with a white linen shirt and Cook's own sword. During the whole of this performance no canoes excepting those actually engaged were to be seen in the bay, and all the natives remained lying on the ground or in their houses. Clerke, who had been too ill to share in these ceremonies, landed for the first time on the 28th, and though quite unexpected, he received a very handsome present of food, and Terreeoboo paid the Discovery a state call, taking with him presents similar to those given to Cook. In the afternoon he paid a second, private call in a small canoe with 3 paddles, one of which he wielded himself. On this occasion there were no prostrations, but if any native met his chief he simply got out of his way, unless some service was required of him. The ships were running very short of firewood, and as there was none growing less than 1.5 miles off the sea, Mr. King was ordered to try and purchase the fence surrounding the top of the Morai. He hesitated, as he thought that even the bare mention of it might be considered by them, the priests, as a piece of shocking impiety. In this, however, I found myself mistaken. Not the smallest surprise was expressed at the application, and the wood was readily given, even without stipulating for anything in return. He saw the sailors were carrying away the figures as well, and spoke to Koha on the subject, who raised no objection, except with regard to the centre one, which was at once returned. Burney says that 2 launch loads for each ship were obtained, a seasonable supply, as we had been 4 months since we wooded. On the 31st of January, Watman, one of the gunner's crew, and greatly attached to Cook, died and was buried in the Morai. Besant thinks that this had some influence on the minds of the natives, and may have contributed to Cook's death, but as it was done by Terreeoboo's special request, it is difficult to see how the idea can be justified. A large present. Inquiries were several times made as to the date of the departure of the ships, and hints were given that supplies were running short, but at the same time they were informed that if they returned the next breadfruit season, their wants would be again supplied. When the news went forth that they would leave in 2 days, Terreeoboo issued a proclamation for food to be brought in, so that he might make a large present on their departure, and on the appointed day Cook and King were invited to Terreeoboo's residence, where they found all that had been given in exchange to the natives was laid out on the ground, and a short distance away a large quantity of vegetables of all kinds and a herd of pigs, which were handed over on a return present being made. King says that the gift far exceeded anything of the kind we had seen. The camp ashore was then broken up, and a great effort was made to persuade Cook to permit Mr. King to remain, as he had succeeded in making himself a great favourite with all. A house that had been used by the sailmakers was accidentally set on fire, Burney says by the natives looking for a knife lost by one of the sailors, but Besant, who places the fire at a later period, says it was done intentionally in revenge for the sailors having enticed some of the women there, and infers that Gilbert is his authority. But in the extracts he publishes from Gilbert's manuscript there is nothing of the kind, and no one refers to any other fire till after Cook's death. End of chapter 17. Chapter number 18 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. 1779 to 1780. Third voyage concluded. On the 4th of February the ships unmoored and sailed from the bay, steering to the north in hopes of finding a better anchorage. The wind was very light, and the progress was so slow that it gave Terreeoboo an opportunity of sending off a further present of food. Soon after a gale sprang up, and the canoes which had accompanied them beat a hasty retreat, leaving a good many, mostly women, on board the ships. About midnight the fore and main topsails were split, but towards morning the wind died away and they were able to bend fresh sails. A second gale came on again at night, putting them under double-reefed topsails, with topgallant yards sent down, and at daybreak the foremast was found to be so badly sprung that it was absolutely necessary it should be unstepped for immediate repairs. After considerable hesitation, for he fully recognised that the place must be almost denuded of surplus provisions, Cook decided to return to Karakakoa Bay, as no other convenient place was known, and the ships again anchored there on the 11th, starting immediately to unstep and get the mast ashore, when it was found to be rotten at the heel as well as sprung. Wood that had been cut at Eimeo for anchor stocks was used for fishing the head, and the work proceeded rapidly, the priests making the camp taboo, so that there should be no interference with the workmen. When the ships arrived in the bay, hardly a canoe was to be seen, and none came out to the ships. This, contrasted with their first reception, was the cause of some surprise, and in view of what happened afterwards, of some suspicion. But Mr. King, who had more intercourse with the natives than any of the other officers, was thoroughly satisfied that they neither meant nor apprehended any change of conduct. Burney says that Terreeoboo and some of the chiefs visited them on the 12th, and asked many questions about their return, and did not seem well satisfied with the answers received. Trouble commences. Everything went smoothly till the afternoon of the 13th, when the officer in charge of the watering party complained to King that the conduct of some of the natives was suspicious, and some of the chiefs were driving away men he had engaged to help in rolling the casks to the boats. King sent a marine with side-arms to help to restore order, but shortly after was informed the natives were armed with stones and getting very noisy, so he went down himself, with a marine armed with his musket, and succeeded in setting matters right. Just at this time Cook came ashore, and King reported what had occurred, receiving orders to fire with ball if he received any insolence or stones were thrown. Soon afterwards shots were heard from the Discovery, and a canoe was seen making for the shore, closely pursued by one of the ship's boats. Cook, King, and a marine ran to intercept them, but were too late, as the occupants of the canoe landed before they could reach the spot. Burney says the disturbance, commenced by a native stealing a pair of carpenter's tongs, jumped overboard with them, and placing them in a canoe which at once paddled off. The thief was caught, flogged, and put in irons till the tongs were returned from the shore. The same tongs were again stolen in the afternoon, and the thief got away with them, pursued by Edgar, the master, in the ship's cutter, and joined by the Resolution's pinnace. The thief reached shore first, put the tongs, the lid of the harness cask, and a chisel in a second canoe, which went out, and handed them over to Edgar. Edgar, seeing Cook and King running along the shore, thought it right to detain the second canoe, which unfortunately belonged to Parea, who at the time of the theft was in Clerke's cabin, and promising to obtain the tongs, had immediately left for the shore. He tried to regain possession of his canoe, but was knocked down by a sailor, and then some of the natives, who before this had been quietly looking on, began to throw stones, and so roughly handled the sailors in the pinnace that, being unarmed, they beat a retreat, swimming to some rocks out of reach of the missiles. Edgar and Vancouver remained ashore and fared badly, till Parea, who had recovered from his blow and apparently forgotten it, ordered his countrymen to stay their hands, and managed to save the pinnace from being broken up. He wanted the boats to go back to the ships, but as the oars had been taken away this was impossible. He then started to find them, and as soon as his back was turned the throwing began again. Edgar wished to go to the camp to find Cook, but some of the natives advised him to follow them and they would take him to Parea. He soon met him carrying one oar, followed by a man with a broken one, so they were able to make shift in the boats to the camp, being overtaken on the way by Parea in his canoe, bringing Vancouver's cap, which had been lost in the scuffle. Owing to his pursuit of the thief, Cook did not hear of all this trouble till after dark, too late to take any further steps. But King says he appeared very disturbed by the news, and remarked, "I am afraid these people will oblige me to use some violent measures, for they must not be left to imagine that they have gained an advantage over us." He then went on board his ship and ordered all natives ashore, whilst King returned to the camp, and doubling his sentries gave orders he was to be called for if any natives were seen about. At 11 5 were seen hovering near, but when they found they were observed they made off, and later one got close to the observatory, but ran when the sentry fired over his head. When on his way to the ship the next morning for the chronometer, King was informed that the Discovery's cutter had been stolen. It had been moored to the anchor buoy. On board the Resolution he found Cook busy loading his double-barrelled gun, and a landing party of marines being prepared. Cook said he was going ashore to try to gain possession of some of the principal chiefs in order to keep them prisoners till the boat was returned, and that he had already sent out boats to prevent anyone leaving the bay, with the intention of destroying their canoes if he could not recover the cutter by more peaceable means. The Resolution's great cutter was sent after a large sailing canoe that was making off. The small cutter was guarding the western point of the bay, and Cook, with the pinnace and launch, were going to Kauroa to try and get Terreeoboo on board the ship. He, and in fact everyone else, were confident the natives would offer no resistance if they heard the sound of but one musket. A little before 8 o'clock, Captain Cook, Lieutenant Phillips, a sergeant, corporal, and 7 marines left the ship for Kauroa, and King returned to his camp after being ordered to try and assure the natives near the observatory that they would not be hurt, to keep his men together, and to be prepared to meet any outbreak. Having seen his men were on the alert, Cook visited the priests and satisfied them that Terreeoboo would receive neither injury nor insult. Cook lands. Having picked up the Resolution's launch under the command of Lieutenant Williamson on his way, Cook landed the marines and marched into the village, where he received the usual marks of respect. He asked to see the king and his 2 young sons. The 2 boys came forward and conducted him to the hut where their father was, and after a short conversation he felt assured that Terreeoboo knew nothing about the stealing of the boat. He invited the 3 to accompany him to the Resolution, and the king at once consented and got up to go. However, the boy's mother came up with a few chiefs and tried to persuade him not to go, and then they got hold of him and forced him to sit down. Meanwhile a large crowd had gathered round, and Phillips, who seemed to have acted with coolness and judgment throughout the affair, drew up his men in line on some rocks near the water, about 30 yards away. After trying for some time to persuade the natives to allow their chief to go with him, Cook gave up the attempt, observing to Phillips that it would be impossible to compel them to do so without great risk of bloodshed. Unfortunately, just at this time news arrived that a chief of the first rank had been killed at the other side of the bay. The shots had been heard soon after the landing of Cook's party. It was now recognised that matters had become very serious. The natives were seen to be donning their war mats, and one man, armed with a stone in one hand and a large iron spike in the other, threatened Cook in a very insulting manner. He was told to keep quiet, but only became more furious, so Cook fired a charge of small shot into him, but his mat saved him from injury. Stones were thrown at the marines, and a chief attempted to stab Phillips, but was promptly knocked down with the butt of the latter's musket. Cook now fired his second barrel loaded with ball and killed one of the natives, but Sergeant Gibson told him it was the wrong man, so he received orders to kill the right one, and did so. The stone throwing became heavier, and the marines responded with a volley, but before they had time to reload the natives rushed them, killing 4 out of the 7 and wounding the rest. Phillips being stabbed between the shoulders, but before the blow could be repeated he managed to shoot his assailant. Cook's death. Cook was now close to the water's edge, and had turned around to order the boat's crews to cease firing and pull in. This is believed to have caused his death, for whilst he faced the natives, none of them except the one shot by Gibson had offered him actual violence, but when he turned to give orders he was struck on the head and stabbed in the back, falling with his face in a pool of water. As soon as he fell a great shout arose. He was dragged ashore, and the natives, snatching the dagger from each other, showed savage eagerness to share in his destruction. Phillips and his wounded marines plunged into the water, and covered by musketry fire gained the boats, their officer, though wounded, jumping out again to the assistance of the last man, who, severely injured by a blow on the face, was in great danger of being captured. The boats, seeing that there was no possibility of recovering the bodies of the 5 who were killed, were ordered to return at once to the ships from which they had only been absent an hour. 9 stand of arms, Cook's double-barrelled gun, and his hanger fell into the hands of the natives. As soon as this was reported, the boats were recalled from the bay, and a strong reinforcement was sent to Mr. King, with orders to strike his camp and get the Resolution's foremast off to the ship. The Indians were seen to be assembling to the right of the tents, so the guns were turned on them, and a party was posted on the Morai to cover the place where the mast lay. About 1 o'clock everything was got away from the shore, only a few stones being thrown by natives who thought their mats were proof against bullets, and only found out their mistake too late. Notwithstanding what had occurred, one of the priests, whom Burney calls Keriake, remained with the English till everything had been removed, and supplied the men with food and water. King, about 4 o'clock, was sent to try to recover the bodies of the captain and marines. He was at first received with a volley of stones, which fortunately fell short. He displayed a white flag and pulled inshore, whilst the remaining boats lay off to cover him with fire if needed. But the stone throwing was stopped, and the natives also showed the white flag. In answer to King's demand, some of the chiefs promised that the bodies should be delivered the next day, and Koah, swimming off to one of the boats, explained that they could not be given up at once as they had already been taken some distance up country. Burney, however, says that they gathered, from signs made by other Indians, that the bodies had already been cut up to pieces, and one man came down to the water flourishing Cook's hanger, with many tokens of exultation and defiance. Koah friendly. On the 15th, Captain Clerke formally took over the command of the Resolution and appointed Lieutenant Gore to the Discovery. During the day, Koah visited the ship several times, and in vain tried to persuade Clerke or King to go ashore, but it was thought inadvisable to run any further risks. In the evening, Keriake and a friend came off in a small canoe, bringing a bundle containing the flesh of Cook's thighs, saying that the body had been burned and the limbs distributed amongst the chiefs. They had brought all they could get unknown to the others, and Keriake strongly advised Clerke not to trust too much to Koah. He said that the inhabitants of the island were not inclined for peace, except those in the immediate neighbourhood, who would, of course, in case of hostilities, be the chief sufferers. He gave the number of natives killed as 26, with a large number of wounded. On the 17th, the ships were warped inshore so as to command the watering place. The launches were sent in for water, with the other boats fully armed in support. They were received with showers of stones from the houses and from behind stone walls, notwithstanding guns fired from the ships and musketry from the boats at any of the natives who exposed themselves. Meanwhile, Koah again visited the ships, offering a pig as a present, and asking for someone to be sent ashore for the bodies, but he was sent away and was soon afterwards seen amongst the stone throwers. In the afternoon the boats went out again for water, but as the natives recommenced hostilities they were ordered to keep clear, whilst the ship's guns were worked for a quarter of an hour. Then the boats' crews landed and burned all the houses between the watering place and the Morai, killing some 6 or 7 of the natives. In the evening, about 5 o'clock, some dozen natives bearing white flags and sugar cane marched down to the beach, headed by Keriake, carrying a small pig. He said he came as an envoy from Terreeoboo to make peace, and was accordingly taken on board the Resolution. It was ascertained from him that the boat had been stolen by some of Paria's people and had been broken up after Cook's death. During the night some canoes came out and did a little trading, and the next morning the bay was seen to be planted with white flags in different directions, and the waterers were allowed to work unmolested, whilst Keriake asked permission, at once granted, to make an offering to one of the images on the Morai. Soon after Koah came off with a pig, but was not admitted to either ship. He then went off to the waterers, who sent him away, so he amused himself by throwing stones at a small party of sailors on the Morai, and drew a couple of shots from them, but escaped unhurt. Soon after a party of natives marched down to the beach with breadfruit, etc., which they left on the beach and was afterwards taken on board. A chief, Eapo, carried a message on board from Terreeoboo, and the next day brought presents of food. On the 20th the foremast of the Resolution was stepped, and rigging commenced, and in the middle of the day a large body of natives marched in procession to the watering place, beating drums, yelling, carrying white flag, sugar cane, etc., with Eapo at their head bearing a parcel wrapped in cloth containing some of Cook's bones. He went off to the Resolution with Clerke, and soon after a boat was sent ashore for a present of food from Terreeoboo. The next day, with the same ceremonial, Eapo again appeared with all the remaining bones it was possible to recover, and was this time accompanied by Karoa, Terreeoboo's youngest son. The 21st February. At sunset the Resolution fired 10-minute guns, with the colours half staff up, when the remains of our late commander were committed to the deep. Lieutenant Williamson was severely blamed by his brother officers for not going to the assistance of the pinnace at the time of the attack on his captain, and it is said that had it not been for Clerke's ill health he would have been tried for court-martial. He was afterwards, when in command of the Agincourt, tried for disaffection, cowardice, disobedience to signals, and not having done his duty in rendering all assistance possible. He was found guilty on the last 2 counts only, and was placed at the bottom of the list of post captains, and rendered incapable of ever serving on board of any of His Majesty's ships. Cook's remains. Ellis, in his tour through Hawaii, says that King's account of Cook's death, from which the above has been largely drawn, agrees in a remarkable manner with that given by the natives. They in no way blame their visitors for what occurred, and even after his death appear to have looked upon Cook as a man of a superior race to themselves. His breastbone and ribs were long preserved as relics, and in 1832 Ellis states that there were many living who remembered the occasion, and all agreed that Cook's conduct to their countrymen was humane. Captain Clerke says, "Upon examining the remains of my late honoured and much lamented friend, I found all his bones except those of the back, jaw, and feet. The 2 latter articles Eapo brought me in the morning. The former, he declared, had been reduced to ashes with the trunk of the body. As Kerriakere had told us, the flesh was taken from all the bones except those of the hands, the skin of which they had cut through in many places, and salted with the intention, no doubt, of preserving them. Eapo likewise brought with him the 2 barrels of Captain Cook's gun, the one beat flat with the intention of making a cutting instrument of it, the other a good deal bent and bruised, together with a present of 13 hogs from Terreeoboo. The hands, as has been mentioned before, were identified by the scar left by the explosion of his powder flask in Newfoundland, which almost severed the thumb from the fingers. On the 22nd of February they were able to sail from this unlucky place, and touching at 1 or 2 of the islands worked their way northward to Kamchatka, the Resolution reaching Otwatska Bay on the 29th of April, followed by the Discovery on the 1st of May. They were very handsomely treated by Major Beam, the Governor of Bolshersk, a place about 135 miles from the town of St. Peter and St. Paul in Awatska Bay. Notwithstanding Mr. Ismailov's letter of introduction were on somewhat unsatisfactory lines. Mr. Weber was fortunately able to converse in German, which the Russian officers understood, and he ascertained that Ismailoff had represented the two vessels as very small, and hinted that he believed them to be little better than pirates. The governor provided the ships with what he could give them, and promised to obtain further stores from Okhotsk for them against their return. For these kindnesses the English could make but little return, and even then it was with difficulty that the Russians could be persuaded to receive anything, for they said they were only acting up to the wishes of their Empress, who desired all her allies should be treated with courtesy. One return, however, they were able to make, which was of great service. At the time of the visit of the ships, a large number of soldiers and inhabitants were suffering very seriously from scurvy, and Clerke at once put them under the care of his medical officers, who, by the use of sauerkraut and sweetwort made from the ship's stock of malt, soon caused a surprising alteration in the figures of most of them, and their speedy recovery was chiefly attributed to the effects of the sweetwort. They were informed by the Major that on the day of the arrival of the English party at Bolschersk he had received a letter from the most northerly outpost on the Sea of Okhotsk, stating that the tribe of Tschutski, which had been long at feud with the Russians, had sent in an embassy offering friendship and tribute, giving as a reason that they had been visited by two large vessels in the preceding summer, and had been received on board with great kindness, and had entered into a league of friendship with their visitors. They therefore thought it their duty to ratify this treaty formally. These two ships could have been none other than the Resolution and Discovery, though evidently the Tschutski thought they were Russian. Death of Clerke. Leaving on the 13th of June, the Asiatic coast was followed up, and on the 1st of July they were off the Gulf of Anda, where fogs and ice began seriously to interfere with their progress, so they abandoned the Asiatic for the American side, but with no better luck. They reached the latitude of 70 degrees 33 minutes north, about 5 leagues short of the point reached the previous year, and at length, realising further efforts were useless, and resulting in serious damage to the ships from continual contact with the loose ice, Clerke determined to return to Awatska Bay and refit and then return to England. On the 22nd of August, the day before they reached the bay, Captain Clerke, who had long been suffering from serious ill health, died, and was buried under a tree a little to the north of the post of St. Peter and St. Paul, the crews of both ships and the Russian garrison taking part in the funeral ceremony, and the Russian priest reading the service at the grave. Clerke had been all 3 voyages with Cook, and was only 38 years of age. Gore now took command of the Resolution, Burney, Rickman, and Lanyon being his lieutenants, whilst King was the new captain of the Discovery, and Williamson and Hervey his lieutenants, Bailey going with Gore in charge of the astronomical observations. On the 9th of October they left Awatska and were off Cape Nambu, Japan, on the 26th, but were driven off the coast by bad weather, and anchored in Macau Roads on the 1st of December. Here, after considerable delay, stores were obtained from Canton, and the seamen managed to dispose of most of the furs they had obtained in the north. King estimates that the 2 ships received, in money and goods, as much as £20,000 for the skins, and says that the men were so anxious to return for more that they were almost in a state of mutiny. On the 11th of April the ships reached the Cape, where the officers were cordially received by Governor Plattenberg, who expressed the deepest regret to hear of the loss of Cook, and requested that he should be sent a portrait of the captain to place in a blank space he pointed out between two portraits of De Ruyter and Van Tromp, a gracious compliment. Sailing from Simon's Bay on the 9th of May, the trades were picked up on the 14th, and on the 13th of June the line was crossed in longitude 26 degrees 16 minutes west. The coast of Ireland was sighted on the 12th of August, and an attempt was made to get into Galway Bay, but strong southerly winds drove them to the north, and at length, rounding the north of Scotland, they put into Stromness, whence Captain King was dispatched overland to the Admiralty. The ships arrived off the Nore on the 14th of October, after an absence of 4 years, 2 months, and 22 days. King meets King. On the 14th of February 1781, the second anniversary of Cook's death, King, accompanied by Mr. Banks, was presented to His Majesty, who was pleased to accept the journals of the Resolution and Discovery kept during this eventful voyage. End of chapter 18. Chapter number 19 of the Life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Appreciation and Character. Of course, as nothing had been heard of the expedition for a considerable time, a certain amount of anxiety was felt, which at length found vent in paragraphs in the public press, and on the 11th of January 1780 the London Gazette contained the following: Captain Clerk of His Majesty's sloop the Resolution, in a letter to Mr. Stephens, dated the 8th of June 1779, in the harbour of St. Peter and St. Paul, Kamchatka, which was received yesterday, gives a melancholy account of the celebrated Captain Cook, late commander of that sloop, with 4 of his private marines having been killed on the 14th of February last at the island of Owaihi, one of a group of new discovered islands in the 22nd degree of north latitude, in an affray with a numerous and tumultuous body of natives. Captain Clerk adds that he received very friendly supply from the Russian government, and that as the companies of the Resolution and her consort, the Discovery, were in perfect health, and the 2 sloops had 12 months' stores and provisions on board, he was prepared to make another attempt to explore a northern passage to Europe. Empress of Russia. The London Gazette of 8th February says, "The Empress of Russia expressed a most deep concern at the loss of Captain Cook. She was the more sensibly affected from her very partial regard to his merits, and when she was informed of the hospitality shown by the Russian government at Kamchatka to Captain Clerk, she said no subject in her dominions could show too much friendship to the survivors of Captain Cook." The letter written by Clerk was sent by express through Petersburg, that is to say, it was written in the extreme east of Asia in June, and was sent overland across Siberia to Petersburg, and thence via Berlin to London, and was there published in under the 6 months. A wonderful journey when the difficulties of transit were taken into consideration. In the numerous appreciative notices that appeared in the press relating to Cook and his work, the Morning Chronicle alone strikes a jarring string, which is at once met by a reply, and a day or 2 after the same paper publishes a long letter signed Columbus. The style suggests the pen of Sir Joseph Banks, in which the character and methods of Cook are most strenuously defended, the writer claiming to have obtained his knowledge of the man through long intercourse with him. The Gazetteer of 24th January says, His Majesty, who had always the highest opinion of Captain Cook, shed tears when Lord Sandwich informed him of his death, and immediately ordered a pension of £300 a year for his widow. The amount really granted to Mrs. Cook was £200 per annum, and the Admiralty in addition gave her half the proceeds of the Journal of the Third Voyage, a share in the Journal of the Second Voyage, and a share of the plates used in illustrating the two publications, a very considerable addition to her income. A coat of arms was also granted to the family by order of the King, and Sir W. Besant records his belief that it was the last one ever granted as a direct recognition of service. His description of it is azure between the two polar stars, or a sphere on the plane of the meridian, showing the Pacific Ocean, his track thereon marked by red lines. And for a crest on the wreath of the colours is an arm bowed, in the uniform of a captain of the Royal Navy. In the hand is the Union Jack on a staff proper. The arm is encircled by a wreath of palm and laurel. A very noble shield indeed. The notes of appreciation of his talent and services came from all parts of the world, and none more kindly than those from the series of brilliant Frenchmen who followed in his footsteps. De Crozet did not hesitate to throw away his own charts when he recognised the superiority of Cook's, and Dumont d'Urville calls him the most illustrious navigator of both the past and future ages, whose name will forever remain at the head of the list of sailors of all nations. Mrs. Cook's letter. The Royal Society was naturally amongst the first to recognise the great worth of its late fellow, and the loss the Society had suffered from his death. It had already granted him one of its highest honours in the form of the Copley Gold Medal for his successful contest with the scurvy, and it now decided to mark its appreciation by striking a special gold medal in his honour. This was forwarded by Sir Joseph Banks, President of the Royal Society, to Mrs. Cook, and acknowledged by her in the following touching letter. Mile End, 16th of August 1784. Sir, I received your exceedingly kind letter of the 12th instant, and want words to express in any adequate degree my feelings on the very singular honour which you, sir, and the honourable and learned society over which you so worthily preside, have been pleased to confer on my late husband, and through him on me and his children, who are left to lament the loss of him, and to be the receivers of those most noble marks of approbations which, if Providence had been pleased to permit him to receive, would have rendered me very happy indeed. Be assured, sir, that however unequal I may be to the task of expressing it, I feel as I ought the high honour which the Royal Society has been pleased to do me. My greatest pleasure now remains in my sons, who I hope will ever strive to copy after so good an example, and animated by the honours bestowed on their father's memory, be ambitious of attaining by their own merits your notice and approbation. Let me entreat you to add to the many acts of friendship which I have already received at your hands, that of expressing my gratitude and thanks to that learned body in such a manner as may be acceptable to them. I am, sir, etc., etc., Elizabeth Cook. The medal actually presented to Mrs. Cook is now in the British Museum. Deaths of the sons. It is greatly to be regretted that so little can be ascertained about Cook's private life that would be of service in forming an intimate knowledge of his character, but this is accounted for by the fact that after he had joined the Navy his time was so fully occupied by that service that he had but little opportunity to form private friendships such as fall to the lot of most men. The intimacies that he did form were mostly connected very closely with his naval duties, and his opportunities of correspondence were necessarily limited by absence from all ordinary means of communication. For a man of his marked celebrity, it is very curious that there should be such a dearth of anecdote that it is difficult to find anything that is unconnected with his profession. Of his own family relations there is also little known, as Mrs. Cook, probably esteeming the few letters that she had from him as too sacred to be seen by any other eye than her own, as the late Canon Bennett suggests, destroyed them before her death. Still, some idea of their life together, short as it really was, notwithstanding it lasted in name for over 16 years, may be gained from the manner in which his widow always spoke of him after his death. She always wore a ring containing a lock of his hair, and measured everything by his standard of morality and honour. The greatest disapprobation she could express was, Mr. Cook would never have done so. He was always Mr. Cook to her. She kept 4 days each year as solemn fasts, remaining in her own room. The days were those on which she lost her husband and 3 sons, passing them in reading her husband's Bible, prayer, and meditation, and during bad weather she could not sleep for thinking of those at sea. For her husband's sake she befriended her nephews and nieces whom she never saw. Of her 3 sons, 2 entered the Navy. One, Nathaniel, was lost with his ship, the Thunderer, in a hurricane off Jamaica in 1780. The eldest, James, rose to the rank of commander, and in January 1794 was appointed to H.M. sloop Spitfire. He was at Poole when he received his orders to join his ship at Portsmouth without delay. Finding an open boat with sailors returning from leave about to start, he joined them. It was blowing rather hard, and nothing was ever heard of the passengers or crew, except that the broken boat and the dead body of the unfortunate young officer, stripped of all money and valuables, with a wound in the head, was found ashore on the Isle of Wight. The 3rd son, Hugh, was entered at Christ's College, Cambridge, in 1793, but contracting scarlet fever he died on the 21st of December of that year, and was buried in the church of St. Andrew the Great, being joined by his brother James a few weeks afterwards, when the mother was left indeed alone. She survived her husband for the long period of 56 years, living at Clapham with her cousin, Admiral Isaac Smith, and at length joined her 2 sons at Cambridge at the advanced age of 93. Cook's character, as given by those with whom he worked, men who, day after day, were by his side, was a fine one. His greatest fault seems to have been his hasty temper, which he admitted himself, often most regretfully, but Captain King says it was disarmed by a disposition the most benevolent and humane, and it never was displayed in such a manner as to cause the loss of respect and affection of his people. He was healthy and vigorous in mind and body, clear-headed and cool in times of danger, broad-minded and temperate, and plain and unaffected in manner. His powers of observation were of the first rank. His knowledge of naval mathematics far surpassed the ordinary level, and amounted to genius, but above all his devotion to duty was the commanding feature of his character. Nothing was allowed to interfere when he saw his course before him. Personal convenience was not allowed to weigh for one moment, but at the same time he never lost sight of the interests of those under him, and spared them when possible. He was somewhat silent and reserved in manner, but when questioned on any subject on which he felt he was an authority, his answers were clearly and distinctly given, and his reasons disclosed his powers of observation to the full. He was kindly, generous, and hospitable, and by no means the stern character that has been painted, for even in such a matter-of-fact document as his official journal, a spirit of fun occasionally gleams out. Such was the man whose name will ever stand in the very first ranks of the British Empire builders. Honest, kindly, generous, a faithful servant, and a noble leader. End of chapter 19. End of the life of Captain James Cook, the Circumnavigator, by Arthur Kitson.